Section Zero of The Toilers of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording, read by John Greenman. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Dedication and Preface. Dedication. I dedicate this book to the rock of hospitality and liberty, to that nook of ancient Norman soil where dwells the noble little race of the sea, to the Isle of Guernsey, severe yet gentle, my present asylum, my probable tomb. V. H. Preface. Religion, society, nature. These are the three struggles of man. These three conflicts are at the same time his three needs. It is necessary for him to believe, hence the temple. It is necessary for him to create, hence the city. It is necessary for him to live, hence the plow and the ship. But these three solutions contain three conflicts. The mysterious difficulty of life springs from all three. Man has to deal with obstacles under the form of superstition, under the form of prejudice, under the form of the elements. A triple anangi necessity weighs upon us, the anangi of dogmas, the anangi of laws, the anangi of things. In Notre Dame de Paris the author has denounced the first. In Les Miserables he has pointed out the second. In this book he indicates the third. With these three fatalities which envelop man is mingled the interior fatality, that supreme anangi, the human heart. Hauteville House, March, 1866. End of Section Zero. Dedication and Preface. Section 1 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book First, What a Bad Reputation is Composed of. Chapter 1, A Word Written on a Blank Page. The Christmas of 1820 was remarkable in Guernsey. It snowed on that day. In the Channel Isles a winter where it freezes to the point of forming ice is memorable, and snow is an event. On the morning of that Christmas day the road which skirts the seacoast from St. Peter's Port to Levaille was perfectly white. It had been snowing from midnight until dawn. About 9 o'clock, a little after sunrise, the road was almost deserted, as it was not yet time for the Anglicans to go to the church of St. Sampson, or for the Wesleyans to go to the Eldad Chapel. In the portion of the road which separates the first tower from the second tower there were but three passers-by, a child, a man, and a woman. These three wayfarers, walking at a distance from each other, had evidently no connection with each other. The child, aged about 8 years, halted and looked at the snow with curiosity. The man followed the woman at an interval of 100 paces. He, as well as she, was proceeding in the direction of St. Sampson. The man, who was still young, seemed something like a working man or a sailor. He wore his everyday clothes, a jacket of coarse brown cloth and trousers with tarred leggings, which seemed to indicate that, notwithstanding the festival, he was not on his way to any chapel. His thick shoes of undressed leather, their soles garnished with big nails, left upon the snow an imprint more resembling the lock of a prison than the foot of a man. The woman wayfarer already had on, evidently, her church toilet. She wore a large wadded mantle of black corded silk, beneath which she was very coquettishly attired in a gown of Irish poplin in alternate stripes of pink and white, and, but for her red stockings, she might have been taken for a Parisian. She advanced with a light, free vivacity, and one divined that she was a young girl from that walk which had as yet borne no burden of life. She had that fugitive grace of bearing which marks the most delicate of transitions youth, the two twilights mingled, the beginning of womanhood, the end of childhood. The man did not notice her. All at once, near a clump of green oaks standing at the corner of a small garden, at the spot called Basse Maison, she turned around, and this movement made the man look at her. She halted, seemed to reflect for a moment, then stooped down, and the man thought that she wrote something on the snow with her finger. She straightened herself up, set out on her way again, and redoubled her pace. Turned once more, this time with a laugh, and disappeared on the left of the road, in the path bordered by hedges which leads to the Chateau of Lièvre. When she turned for the second time, the man recognized Déruchette, a bewitching girl of the neighborhood. He felt no desire to hasten his steps, and a few minutes later he found himself near the group of oaks at the corner of the garden. He was no longer thinking of the pedestrian who had disappeared, and it is probable that if, at that moment, some porpoise had leapt out of the sea or some redbreast appeared on the bushes, this man would have passed on his way with his eyes fixed on the porpoise or the redbreast. Chance ordained that he should have his eyes cast down. His glance fell mechanically on the place where the young girl had paused. Two tiny feet were imprinted there, and beside them he read this word, traced by her in the snow, Gilliatt. That word was his name. He was called Gilliatt. He remained for a long time motionless, gazing at that name, at those little footprints, at the snow. Then he pursued his way pensively. End of Book First, Chapter I, A Word Written on a Blank Page. Section 2 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2, The But de la Rue. Gilliatt dwelt in the parish of St. Sampson. He was not beloved. There were reasons for this. In the first place, he lived in a haunted house. It sometimes happens that in Jersey or in Guernsey, in the country or even in the city, in passing through some deserted nook, or in a street full of inhabitants, you will meet with a house whose entrance is barricaded. Holly obstructs the door. Plasters of planks, well nailed on, close up the windows of the ground floor. The windows of the upper stories are both open and shut, all the sashes are barred, but all the panes are broken. If there be a paddock, a yard, the grass is growing there, the encircling parapet is crumbling. If there be a garden, it is all nettles, brambles, and hemlock, and strange insects may be there espied. The chimneys are cracked, the roof is falling in. What can be seen of the interior of the rooms is dismantled. The wood is rotten, the stone is damp. On the old walls there is paper which is peeling off. Thereon you can study the old fashions of wallpaper, the griffins of the Empire, the crescent-shaped draperies of the Directory, the balusters and small columns of Louis XVI. The thickness of the webs, full of flies, denotes the profound peace enjoyed by the spiders. Sometimes one perceives a broken jug on a shelf. That is a haunted house. The devil comes thither at night. A house, like a man, can become a corpse. A superstition suffices to kill it. Then it is terrible. These dead houses are not uncommon in the Channel Islands. Rustic and maritime populations are not at ease on the score of the devil. Those of the Channel, an English archipelago on a French sea coast, hold very well defined ideas with regard to him. The devil has envoys all over the earth. It is certain that Belphegor is the ambassador of hell in France, Hutkin in Italy, Belial in Turkey, Thammuz in Spain, Martinet in Switzerland, and Mammon in England. Satan is an emperor like any other. Satan Caesar. His household is very well appointed. Dagon is grand seneschal, Succor Beneth is head of the eunuchs, Asmodeus banker of the gaming table, Cobal director of his theater, and Verdelet grand master of ceremonies. Nibus is the buffoon. Wierus, a learned man and a good authority on witches and demons, calls Nibus the great parodist. The Norman fishermen in the Channel have to take many a precaution when they are on the sea, because of the illusions which the devil creates. It was long thought that St. Macklin dwelt on the great square rock of Ortach, which lies in the open sea between Origny and Casqueta, and many old sailors were wont to affirm in former days that they had very often seen him from a distance, sitting there and reading a book. Hence mariners, as they passed, made many a genuflection before the rock of Ortach, until one day the fable was destroyed to make way for the truth. It was discovered, and it is known at the present day, that the inhabitant of the rock of Ortach is not a saint, but a devil. This devil, a certain Jocmus, had the audacity to pass himself off for several centuries as St. Macklin. However, the Church herself falls into these mistakes. The devils, Racuhel, Oribel, and Tobiel, were saints until 745, when Pope Zachary, having scented them out, expelled them. One must be very learned in demonology in order to effect these expulsions, which are certainly very useful. The old people of these parts relate, but these facts belong to the past, that the Catholic population of the Norman archipelago was in former days, and in spite of itself, in closer communication with the demon than the Huguenot population. Why? We know not. One thing is certain, that this minority was formerly much annoyed by the devil. He had conceived an affection for the Catholics, and sought their society, which would lead one to suppose that the devil is Catholic rather than Protestant. One of his most unendurable familiarities was to make nocturnal visits to the conjugal beds of Catholics, when the husband was wholly and the wife half asleep. Hence misunderstandings. Ratouillet thought that this was the manner of Voltaire's birth. There is nothing improbable about it. Moreover, this case is fully known and described in the formulae of exorcism under the heading De Oribus Nocturnis et de Semine Diabolorum. At St. Helier it raged with special violence towards the end of the last century, probably as a punishment for the crimes of the Revolution. The consequences of excesses of the Revolution are incalculable. However that may be, this possible advent of the demon at night, when one does not see clearly, when one is asleep, troubled many orthodox women. There is nothing agreeable about giving birth to a Voltaire. One of them, being troubled in her mind, consulted her confessor on the means of clearing up this equivocal situation in season. The confessor replied, "In order to assure yourself whether you have to do with the devil or your husband, feel his forehead. If you find horns there, you may be sure." "Of what?" asked the woman. The house wherein Gilliatt dwelt had been haunted, but was no longer. It was, therefore, all the more suspected. No one is ignorant of the fact that when a sorcerer installs himself in a haunted dwelling, the devil considers that house sufficiently well guarded, and shows the sorcerer the politeness of not returning thither unless invited, like a doctor. This house was called the But de la Rue, the end of the street. It was situated at the point of a tongue of land, or rather rock, which formed a tiny separate anchorage in the inlet of Paradis. The water is deep there. This house stood completely alone on this point, almost outside the island, with just enough land for a tiny garden. High tide sometimes flooded the garden. Between the port of St. Sampson and the inlet of Paradis rises the large hill surmounted by the group of towers and ivy called the Chateau du Val, or of the Archangel, so that From St. Sampson the Butte de la Rue was not visible. Nothing is more common than sorcerers in Guernsey. They exercise their profession in certain parishes, and the 19th century affects it not in the least. They indulge in regular criminal practices. They boil gold. They gather herbs at midnight. They cast the evil eye upon people's cattle. People consult them. They cause the water of sick people to be brought to them, and they are heard to say in a low tone, "The water appears to be very cloudy." One day in 1857 one of them discovered the presence of 7 devils in "the water" of a sick person. They are feared and formidable. One of them recently bewitched a baker, as well as his oven. Another one has the wickedness to close and seal with the greatest care envelopes with nothing in them. Another still even indulges so far as to keep in his house, on a shelf, 3 bottles labeled B. These monstrous facts have been proved. Some sorcerers are obliging, and take your maladies upon themselves for 2 or 3 guineas. In this case they writhe on their beds, giving vent to cries. While they are writhing, you say, "Stay, there is no longer anything the matter with me." Others cure you of all complaints by knotting a handkerchief round your body. The means is so simple that one marvels that no one has already hit upon it. In the last century the Royal Court of Guernsey put them on a pile of faggots and burned them alive. In our day it condemns them to 8 weeks in prison on bread and water, and 4 weeks in close confinement alternately. Amant alterna catenoi. The last burning of sorcerers in Guernsey took place in 1747. The city utilized for that purpose one of its squares, the Carrefour du Bordage. The Square du Bordage beheld 11 sorcerers burned between 1565 and 1700. As a rule the culprits confessed. They were aided to their confession by torture. The Carrefour du Bordage has rendered other services also to society and religion. Heretics were burned there. Under Mary Tudor a mother and her 2 daughters were burned. The mother's name was Perrotine Massy. One of the daughters was with child. She brought forth the child in the coals of the pile of faggots. The Chronicle says, "Her belly burst." A living child came forth. The new-born infant rolled out of the fiery furnace. A certain house picked it up. Bailiff Elie Gosselin caused the child to be flung back into the fire. End of Chapter II. The Butte de la Rue. Section 3 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. For Your Wife When You Marry. Let us return to Gilliatt. It was said in the countryside that a woman, having with her a little child, had come to dwell in Guernsey toward the close of the Revolution. She was English, unless she was French. She bore some name or other, which Guernsey pronunciation and peasant orthography converted into Gilliatt. She lived alone with the child, who was, according to some, her nephew, according to others, her son, according to others, her grandson, according to others still, no relation at all to her. She had a little money, on which she lived in a poor way. She bought a bit of meadow land at the Sergentais, and a piece at Roquecraspel, near Rocquaine. At that epoch the house at Butte de la Rue was haunted. No one had lived in it for 30 years. It was falling into ruins. The garden, too, frequently visited by the sea, could produce nothing. Besides the nocturnal sounds and lights, the house had this peculiarly alarming feature about it, that if one left a ball of worsted on the chimney piece in the evening, with needles, and a full plate of soup, one found the soup eaten the next morning, the plate empty, and a pair of mittens knitted. This old house was offered for sale, together with the demon who was in it, for a few pounds sterling. This woman purchased it, silently tempted by the devil, or by the low price. She did more than buy it, she lived in it with her child, and from that moment the house quieted down. "That house has what it wants," said the people of the country. It ceased to be haunted. Cries were no longer heard there at daybreak. There was no longer any light except the tallow candle burned in the evening by the good woman. The candle of a witch is equivalent to the torch of the devil. This explanation satisfied the public. This woman turned to account the few roods of land which she possessed. She had a good cow that furnished yellow butter. She harvested white beans, cabbages, and golden drop potatoes. She sold, like everybody else, parsnips by the barrel, onions by the hundred, and beans by the denerel. She did not go to the market, but had her harvest sold by Gilbert Faillot at the Abrevère of St. Sampson. Faillot's register shows that he once sold for her as much as 12 bushels of "potatoes called 3 months of the earliest variety." The house had been wretchedly repaired, just sufficiently to admit of living in it. It only rained into the rooms in very hard storms. It was composed of a ground floor and an attic. The ground floor was divided into 3 rooms, 2 for sleeping and 1 where they ate. The attic was reached by a ladder. The woman did the cooking and taught the child to read. She did not go to any of the churches, which caused her to be regarded, on due consideration, as a Frenchwoman. Not to go to any place is serious. In short, they were enigmatical people. It is probable that she was French. Volcanoes cast forth stones, and revolutions cast forth men. Families are thus sent to great distances, destinies are expatriated, groups are dispersed and crumpled to pieces, people fall from the clouds, some in Germany, some in England, some in America. They astonish the natives of the country. Whence come these strangers? That Vesuvius smoking yonder has spit them out. Names are conferred on these aerolites, on these expelled and lost individuals, on these people eliminated by fate. They are called émigrés, refugees, adventurers. If they remain, they are tolerated. If they take their departure, people are relieved. Sometimes they are absolutely inoffensive individuals, strangers, the woman at least, to the events which have driven them forth, cherishing neither hatred nor resentment, greatly astonished and involuntary projectiles. They take root again as best they may. They have harmed no one, and do not understand what has happened to them. I have seen a poor tuft of grass dashed wildly into the air by an explosion in a mine. The French Revolution, more than any other explosion, was characterized by these distant projections. The woman who was called La Gilliatt in Guernsey was, perchance, such a tuft of grass. The woman grew old, the child became a youth. They lived alone and were avoided. They were sufficient for each other. "The she wolf and her cub lick each other in turn." This is one of the proverbs which the kindliness environing them applied to them. The youth became a man, and then, since the old and withered barks of life must always fall, the mother died. She bequeathed him the meadow of the Sergenté, the jaumière of the Roque Crespel, the house of the Butte de la Rue, besides, as the official inventory says, 100 guinées d'or dans le pied d'une coche, that is to say, in the foot of a stocking. The house was sufficiently furnished, with 2 oaken coffers, 2 beds, 6 chairs, and 1 table with the requisite utensils. On a shelf were several books, and in one corner a trunk which was not in the least mysterious, and which had to be opened for the inventory. This trunk was of tawny leather with arabesque patterns in copper nails and pewter stars, and contained a woman's outfit, new and complete, in handsome Dunkirk linen, shifts and petticoats and silk gowns in the piece, with a paper on which they read the following, written by hand of the dead woman: "For your wife when you marry." This death was an overwhelming blow for the survivor. He had been shy; he became wild. The solitude around him was complete. It was not a lone isolation, but a blank. As long as there are two, life is possible. Alone it seems as though one could no longer drag it; one ceases to pull. This is the first form of despair. Later on, one comprehends that duty consists in a series of submissions. One looks at death, one looks at life, and one accepts. But it is a submission which makes the heart bleed. Gilliatt being young, his wound healed over. At that age the flesh of the heart unites again. His sadness, effaced little by little, mingled with the nature about him, became a sort of charm, attracted him to things, and far from men, and amalgamated this soul ever more and more with solitude. End of Chapter 3. For Your Wife When You Marry. Section 4 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Unpopularity. Gilliatt, as we have said, was not beloved in the parish. Nothing more natural than this antipathy. Motives abounded. In the first place, the house in which he lived has just been explained. Next, his origin. Who was that woman? And why that child? The country folk do not like enigmas connected with strangers. Then his dress, which was that of a working man, while he had enough, although not rich, to live upon without doing anything. Next his garden, which he succeeded in cultivating, and from which he produced potatoes, in spite of equinoctial gales. Next the big books which lay on his shelf and which he read. There were still other reasons. Why did he live a solitary life? The Bû de la Rue was a sort of lazar house. Gilliatt was kept in quarantine. That is why it was very simple that people should be amused at his isolation and should hold him responsible for the solitude which they created around him. He never went to chapel. He often went out by night. He talked to sorcerers. Once he had been seen seated on the grass with an astonished look on his face. He haunted the dolmen of Ancras and the fairy stones which lie here and there about the country. People thought that they felt sure of having seen him salute the singing rock politely. He bought all the birds that were brought to him and set them at liberty. He was civil to people in the streets of St. Sampson, but he made a circuit to avoid passing through it. He often went fishing, and always came home with fish. He worked in his garden on Sunday. He had a bagpipe purchased of some Scotch soldiers passing through Guernsey, and which he played among the rocks on the seashore at nightfall. He made gestures like a sower. What treatment can be expected for a man like that? As for the books which came from the dead woman, and which he read, they were suspicious. The Reverend Jacquemin Hérode, rector of St. Sampson, when he entered the house for the funeral of the woman, had read on the backs of the books such titles as these: Rosier's Dictionary, Candide by Voltaire, Advice to the Public with Regard to Health by Tissot. A French emigrant gentleman who had retired to St. Sampson had said, "This must be the Tissot who carried the head of the Princesse de Lamballe." The reverend gentleman had noticed upon one of the books this really crabbed and ill-sounding title, De Rhubarbaro. Let us say, however, that the work being written in Latin, as the title indicates, it is doubtful whether Gilliatt, who did not know Latin, read this book. But it is just those books which a man does not read which condemn him the most. The Spanish Inquisition passed judgment on this point and placed it beyond a doubt. However, this was only Dr. Tillinghrese's treatise on rhubarb, published in Germany in 1679. People were not sure that Gilliatt did not make charms, philtres, and distilled waters. He had vials. Why did he go to walk in the evening, and sometimes even until midnight on the downs? Evidently with the object of conversing with the evil spirits who are to be found by night in the mists along the seashore. Once he helped the sorceress of Tortval, an old woman named Mouton Gailly, to extricate her wagon from the mud. On being interrogated as to his profession during a census taken in the island, he replied, "Fisherman, when there are any fish to catch." Put yourself in the place of these people. Such replies are not liked. Wealth and poverty are comparative terms. Gilliatt had meadows and a house, and, compared with those who have nothing at all, he was not poor. One day, in order to try him, and perhaps with the object of making advances to him, for there are women who would marry the devil if he were rich, a girl said to Gilliatt, "When are you going to take a wife?" He replied, "I will take a wife when the Singing Rock takes a husband." This Singing Rock is a huge erect stone planted upright in a garden near M. Lannézurier de Fruits. This stone requires much watching. No one knows why it is there. A cock which is not seen can be heard crowing there, an extremely disagreeable thing. And then it is averred that it was placed in that garden by Saragosse, which are the same thing as sins. At night, when it thunders, if one sees men flying through the red of the clouds and through the quivering of the air, they are Saragosse. A woman who lives at Grand Miel knows them. One evening, when there were Saragosse in the public square, this woman cried to a carter who did not know which road to take, "Ask your way of them. They are well disposed folk, and very civil to strangers." One might lay a heavy wager that this woman was a sorceress. That learned and judicious king, James I, had women of this sort boiled alive, tasted the broth, and decided from the taste of the broth, "She was a witch," or "She was not one." It is to be regretted that the kings of the present day do not possess these talents, which make one comprehend the utility of the institution. It was not without serious cause that Gilliatt lived in the odor of witchcraft. Being at sea at midnight during a storm, alone in a bark near the sleeper, Sommeilleuse, Gilliatt was heard to inquire, "Is there room to pass?" A voice cried from the summit of the rocks, "Certainly. Courage!" To whom was he speaking, if not to some one who replied to him? This seems to us as proof. On another stormy evening, so dark that nothing could be seen, quite close to the Couture Rock, which is a double row of rocks where sorcerers, goats, and hobgoblins go on Friday to dance, people were certain that they had recognized Gilliatt's voice, mingled in the following terrible conversation: "How is Vincent Bouvard?" This was a mason who had fallen from a roof. "He is recovering. True God! He fell from a higher spot than that great beam. It is a miracle that he broke no bones. The people had fine weather for seaweed last week. Better than to day? Certainly. There will not be much fish in the market. The wind is too high. They will not be able to lower their nets. How goes it with Catherine?" To a charm. Catherine was evidently a Saragossette. Gilliatt, to all appearances, was dealing in deeds of darkness. At least, no one doubted it. He was sometimes seen pouring water on the earth from a jug which he had. Now, water cast on the ground takes the shape of a devil. There exists on the road to St. Sampson, opposite Martello Tower, No. 1, 3 stones arranged in the form of a staircase. They formerly sustained on their platform, now empty, a cross, unless they upheld a gibbet. These stones are very malign. Very good and wise men and absolutely trustworthy persons affirmed that they had seen Gilliatt in conversation with a toad near these stones. Now, there are no toads in Guernsey. Guernsey has all the snakes, and Jersey has all the toads. This toad must have swum from Jersey to talk with Gilliatt. The conversation was friendly. These facts were demonstrated, and the proof is that the three stones are still there. People who doubt can go and see them, and at a little distance there is even a house on whose corner this sign may be read: Dealer in cattle, dead and alive, old cordage, iron, bones, and chewing tobacco, is prompt in payment and in his attention. A person must needs be very incredulous to dispute the presence of these stones and of this house. All this injured Gilliatt. The ignorant alone are ignorant of the fact that the greatest danger of the Channel seas is the King of Auxcrinier. No marine personage is more to be feared. Anyone who sees him is shipwrecked between one St. Michel and the other. Being a dwarf, he is small, and being a king, he is deaf. He knows the names of all those who have died in the sea, and the spot where they are. He knows that cemetery, the ocean, thoroughly. A head massive below and narrow above, a thick-set body, a deformed and viscous belly, warty knots upon his skull, short legs, long arms, fins instead of feet, claws instead of hands, a large green face. Such is this king. His claws are webbed, his fins provided with nails. Let the reader imagine a spectral fish with the face of a man. To get rid of him it is necessary to exorcise him or to fish him up from the sea. In the meanwhile he is sinister. Nothing is more frightful than a sight of him. Above the surges and the billows, behind the denseness of the fog, one catches sight of an outline which is a being, a low brow, a flat nose, flattened ears, a huge mouth lacking teeth, a glaucous grin, eyebrows in the shape of chevrons, big, merry eyes. He is ruddy when the lightning is livid, and pallid when the lightning is crimson. He has a stiff, dripping beard, which spreads out, cut square, on a membrane in the shape of a shoulder cape, which is ornamented with 14 shells, 7 in front and 7 behind. These shells are extraordinary for those who are well posted in shells. The King of Auxcrinier is visible only when the sea is violent. He is the lugubrious juggler of the tempest. His form is seen, roughly outlined in the mist, in a squall, in the rain. His navel is hideous. An armor of scales covers his sides like a waistcoat. He stands erect on the crest of those rolling waves which gush forth beneath the pressure of the gusts and writhe like shavings from the joiner's plane. He rears himself fully out of the foam, and if there are on the horizon ships in distress, he dances, livid in the gloom, his face lighted up by a vague smile, with a mad and terrible air. This is an evil meeting. At the time when Gilliatt formed one of the preoccupations of St. Sampson, the last persons who had beheld the King of the Auxcrinier declared that his cape now had but 13 shells. 13! Nothing can be more dangerous. But what had become of the 14th? Had he given it to anyone? And to whom had he given it? No one could say, and people confined themselves to conjectures. One thing is certain, that M. Lupin Mabier of the Place of the Gaudin, a man possessed of land, a proprietor taxed at 80 quarters, was ready to take his oath that he had once seen in Gilliatt's hands a very singular shell. It was no rare thing to hear such dialogues as the following between two peasants: "Have I not a fine ox yonder, neighbor?" "He's bloated, neighbor." Well, 'tis true, all the same. He's better as tallow than as meat. Good heavens! Are you sure that Gilliatt has not looked at him?" Gilliatt paused at the edge of the fields near the laborers, and at the borders of gardens near the gardeners, and he sometimes uttered mysterious words. "When the devil's bit thrives, reap the winter rye." (Parenthesis, the devil's bit is scabious.) "The ash is in leaf, there will be no more frost." "Summer solstice, thistle in flower." "If it rain not in June, the wheat will turn white. Fear the mildew." "The wild cherry tree is forming its clusters. Beware of the full moon." "If the weather on the 6th day of the moon is like that of the 4th day or of the 5th day, it will be the same 9 times out of 12 in the first case, and 11 times out of 12 in the second, during that entire moon." "Have an eye on the neighbors at law with you. Beware of malice. A pig to whom one has given warm milk bursts. A cow whose teeth have been rubbed with a leek will eat no more." "The smelt is milting. Beware of fevers." "The frog is showing himself. Sow melons." "The hepatica is in flower. Sow barley." "The linden is in bloom. Mow the meadows." "The white poplar flowers open the forcing frames." "The tobacco is in bloom. Close the hothouses." And, terrible to relate, if they followed his advice, they found it of advantage. On one night in June, as he was playing the bagpipe on the downs, in the direction of Denire de Fontenelle, the mackerel fishing proved a failure. One evening, at low tide, on the strand opposite his house, Bû de la Rue, a cart loaded with seaweed was upset. He was probably afraid of being brought before the courts, for he took a great deal of trouble to help lift the cart, and he reloaded it himself. A little girl in the neighborhood being troubled with lice, he went to St. Pierre Port, returned with an ointment, and rubbed the child with it. Gilliatt had freed her from her lice, which signified that Gilliatt had given them to her. Every one knows that there is a charm for giving lice to people. Gilliatt was reputed to look at wells, which is dangerous when the glance is evil, and it is a fact that one day at Arculon, near St. Pierre Port, the water in a well became unwholesome. The good woman to whom the well belonged said to Gilliatt, "Look at this water," and she showed him a glassful of it. Gilliatt admitted it. "The water is thick, it is true," he said. The good woman, who was suspicious of him, said, "Cure it for me." Gilliatt questioned her whether she had a stable, whether the stable had a drain, whether the stream from the drain did not pass quite close to the well. The good dame said yes. Gilliatt entered the stable, worked at the drain, turned the stream aside, and the water became good once more. In the countryside people thought what they pleased. A well does not become bad, then good again, without a cause. The trouble with this well was not considered natural at all, and it is, in fact, not difficult to believe that Gilliatt had cast a spell on that water. Once, when he went to Jersey, it was noticed that he lodged in the Rue des Alleurs at St. Clement. Alleurs are ghosts. In villages, signs concerning a man are picked up. These signs are put together. The total forms a reputation. It chanced that Gilliatt was caught when he had a bleeding at the nose. This seemed serious. The skipper of a bark who had nearly made the circuit of the globe affirmed that among the Tungus all sorcerers bleed at the nose. When one sees a man bleeding at the nose, one knows with whom one has to deal. Nevertheless, reasonable people pointed out that what characterizes sorcerers in Tungusia may not, to the same degree, characterize sorcerers in Guernsey. In the vicinity of St. Michel he was seen to halt in a meadow belonging to the gardens of the Rio, bordering the highway of the VIII. He whistled in the meadow, and a moment later there was a crow there, a moment later still a magpie. The fact was attested by a notable man who was afterwards a douanier, a member of administrative council in Jersey and Origny, of the dozen authorized to make a new survey and register of perchage of the fief le roi. At Hamel, in the Vingtaine, a division of the parish in the Norman Isles, of the Epine, there were old women who were positive that they had heard swallows calling Gilliatt one morning at daybreak. Add to this that he was not of a good disposition. One morning a poor man was beating an ass. The ass would not go on. The man kicked him in the belly, and the ass fell. Gilliatt ran to raise the ass. The ass was dead. Gilliatt boxed the man's ears. Another day, seeing a boy descending from a tree with a brood of young woodpeckers, featherless and unfledged, Gilliatt took the brood from this boy and carried his malice to such an extent as to put them back in the tree. Some passers-by reproached him for this. He confined himself to pointing to the old birds screaming above the tree, and who returned to their brood. He had a weakness for birds. This is a sign by which magicians are generally recognizable. Children delight in searching out the nests of gulls and seabirds in the cliffs. They bring back quantities of blue, yellow, and green eggs, with which to make circular ornaments for the fronts of chimneys. As the cliffs are perpendicular, their foot sometimes slips, they fall, and are killed. Nothing is so pretty as screens decorated with the eggs of seabirds. Gilliatt knew not how to invent anything except what was bad. At the peril of his life he climbed down the abrupt faces of the rocks on the shore and hung up trusses of hay, old hats, and all sorts of scarecrows, in order to prevent the birds from making their nests there, and, consequently, the children from going there. This is why Gilliatt was almost hated by his neighbors. End of Chapter 4. Unpopularity. Section 5 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. Other Suspicious Things About Gilliatt. Opinion was not thoroughly settled in regard to Gilliatt. He was generally believed to be a marcou. Some even went so far as to think him a cambion. A cambion is the son of a woman and the devil. When a woman has by one husband 7 male children in succession, the 7th is a marcou, but no female child must interrupt the series of boys. The marcou has a natural fleur de lis imprinted on some portion of his body, which gives him the power of healing scrofula, equally with the kings of France. There are marcous almost everywhere in France, particularly in the Orléanais. Each village of the Gâtinais has its marcou. In order to cure the sick, it is only necessary for the marcou to breathe upon their sores or to let them touch his fleur de lis. The experiment is chiefly successful on the night of Good Friday. 10 years ago the marcou of Orme in Gâtinais, surnamed the Handsome Marcou, and consulted by all Beauce, was a cooper named Foulon, who had a horse and a carriage. The gendarmerie had to be brought out in order to prevent his miracles. He had the fleur de lis under his left breast. Other marcous have it elsewhere. There are marcous in Jersey, in Origny, and in Guernsey. This arises no doubt from the rights which France holds over the Duchy of Normandy. Otherwise, to what purpose the fleur de lis? There are also scrofulous persons in the Channel Islands, which renders marcou necessary. Several persons who were present on one occasion when Gilliatt was bathing in the sea thought they saw the fleur de lis on him. Being questioned on that subject, he merely burst out laughing, for, like other men, he sometimes laughed. From that time forth no one ever saw him bathe. He bathed only in solitary and perilous places, probably at night by moonlight, a suspicious circumstance, as the reader must admit. Those who persisted in believing him to be a cambion, that is to say, a son of the devil, were evidently mistaken. They should have known that there are no cambions except in Germany, but 50 years ago the Val and St. Sampson were regions of ignorance. It is manifestly absurd to believe that any one in Guernsey is a son of the devil. Gilliatt was consulted simply because he made people uneasy. Peasants came with fear and trembling to tell him about their maladies. This fear begets confidence, and, in the country, the more the physician is suspected of magical powers, the more efficacious the remedy. Gilliatt had prescriptions of his own, which he had inherited from the old dead woman. He bestowed them on those who asked, and would take no pay. He cured Whitlow by the application of herbs. The liquor from one of his vials cut short the course of a fever. The chemist of St. Sampson, whom we should call a pharmacien in France, thought it was probably a decoction of cinchona. The most ill-disposed willingly acknowledged that Gilliatt was a very good fellow for sick people where his ordinary remedies were concerned, but he would hear nothing as to being a marcou. If a scrofulous person asked leave to touch his fleur-de-lis, his only reply was to shut the door in his face. He absolutely refused to perform miracles, which is ridiculous in a sorcerer. Do not be a sorcerer, but if you are one, fulfill your profession. There were one or two exceptions to the universal antipathy. Sieur Landais du Clos Landais was clerk of the parish of St. Pierre-Port, custodian of the documents, and guardian of the register of births, marriages, and deaths. This clerk Landais was proud of being descended from the treasurer of Bretagne, Pierre Landais, hung in 1485. One day Sieur Landais, while bathing, ventured too far out into the sea, and came near drowning. Gilliatt plunged into the water, came near drowning also, and saved Landais. From that day forth Landais said no more evil words of Gilliatt. To those who expressed surprise at this, he replied, "Why do you wish me to detest a man who has done me no harm, and who has rendered me a service?" The clerk register even came to admit Gilliatt to a certain friendship. This registrar was a man devoid of prejudices. He did not believe in sorcerers. He laughed at those who were afraid of ghosts. As for himself, he had a boat in which during his leisure hours he fished for amusement, and he had never seen anything extraordinary, unless occasionally a white woman leaping over the water in the moonlight, and even of that he was not quite sure. Mouton Gailly, the witch of Torteval, had given him a little bag to fasten under his cravat as a protection against evil spirits. He jeered at this bag and did not know what it contained. Nevertheless he wore it, feeling himself more secure when he had that charm on his neck. Some bold persons venture to follow the example of the Sieur Landais and to admit some attenuating circumstances in Gilliatt's favor, some appearances of good qualities, his sobriety, his abstinence from gin and tobacco, and they sometimes even went so far as to bestow upon him this fine encomium: "He neither drinks, nor smokes, nor chews, nor takes snuff." But sobriety is a good quality only when one possesses other virtues. Public aversion rested upon Gilliatt. At all events, Gilliatt, being a marcou, could render service. On a certain Good Friday at midnight, the day and hour emplaced in that sort of cures, all the scrofulous persons in the island, through inspiration, or by appointment among themselves, came in a mass to the Butte de la Rue, with clasped hands and pitiable sores, to ask Gilliatt to cure them. He refused. In this his malevolence was recognizable. End of Section 5. Other suspicious things about Gilliatt. Section 6 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter VI. The Paunch Boat. Such was Gilliatt. The young girls thought him ugly. He was not ugly. He was possibly handsome. There was a certain antique barbarian grace in his profile. In repose he resembled a Dacian of the column of Trajan. His ear was small, delicate, without any lobe, and of an admirable form for hearing. Between his eyebrows was that proud vertical wrinkle which indicates the bold and persevering man. The corners of his mouth drooped, which denotes bitterness. His brow had a certain serene and noble curve. His frank eye looked at one steadily, although troubled by that contraction of the lids which fishermen acquire from the reflection of the waves. His laugh was youthful and charming. No ivory was whiter than his teeth, but the sun had burned him almost as black as a negro. One cannot meddle with the impunity with the ocean, the tempest, and the night. At 30 years of age he appeared 45. He wore the somber mask of the winds and of the sea. He had received the nickname of Gilliatt, the crafty. An Indian fable says, "One day Brahma asked Force, 'Who is stronger than you?' She replied, 'Adroitness.' A Chinese proverb says, 'What could not the lion do if he were a monkey?'" Gilliatt was neither a lion nor a monkey, but the things that he did confirmed the Chinese proverb and the Hindu fable. Of ordinary stature and ordinary strength, he was able, so inventive and powerful was his dexterity, to lift the burdens of a giant and to perform the prodigies of an athlete. There was something of the gymnast about him. He used with equal facility his right hand or his left. He did not hunt, but he fished. He spared birds, but not fish. Woe to the dumb! He was an excellent swimmer. Solitude creates men of talent or idiots. Gilliatt presented himself under both aspects. At times he was seen with the astonished air of which we have spoken, and one would have taken him for a brute. At other moments he had an indescribably deep glance. Ancient Chaldee had men like this. At certain hours the dullness of the shepherd became transparent and allowed the mage to be seen. In short, he was only a poor man who knew how to read and write. It is probable that he stood on the boundary line between the dreamer and the thinker. The thinker wills, the dreamer is passive. Solitude adds to the simple and modifies them to a certain extent. They become permeated, unconsciously, with a kind of sacred awe. The gloom in which Gilliatt's mind dwelt was composed in almost equal quantities of two elements, both dark, but very different. Within him, ignorance, weakness; outside of him, mystery, immensity. By dint of climbing the rocks, scaling the cliffs, going and coming in the archipelago in all weathers, of managing the first boat which presented itself, of risking himself day and night in the most difficult passages, he had come to be a surprising seaman, but without drawing any advantage from it, and for his own whim and pleasure. He was a born pilot. The true pilot is the mariner who navigates the bottom of the sea even more than its surface. The waves are an external problem, continually complicated by the submarine configuration of the places through which the vessel's course is directed. It seemed, when one beheld Gilliatt sailing across the shallows and reefs of the Norman archipelago, as though he possessed, beneath the arch of his cranium, a chart of the bottom of the sea. He knew all and braved all. He knew the buoys in the channels better than the cormorants who perched upon them. The imperceptible differences which distinguish the four upright buoys of the Creux, Alligant, the Trémies, and the Sadrette from each other were perfectly distinct and clear to him, even in a fog. He neither hesitated over the stake with an oval ball at Entree, nor the triple lance iron of Le Rousse, nor the white ball of La Courbette, nor the black ball of Lompierre, and there was no fear of his confounding the cross of Goubeau with the sword planted in the earth at La Platte, nor the hammer buoy of the Barbet and the swallow-tail buoy of the Moulinet. His rare science as a mariner was demonstrated with especial brilliancy one day when there was at Guernsey one of those sorts of maritime jousts called regattas. The problem was as follows: to navigate alone a boat with 4 sails from St. Sampson to the Isle of Herm, which is 1 league distant, and to bring it back to St. Sampson. There is no fisherman who cannot maneuver a boat with 4 sails, and the difficulty does not seem to be great, but this is what increased it. In the first place, the boat itself, which was one of those large and heavy, deep-bellied boats of the Rotterdam pattern, which the sailors of the last century called Dutch paunches. This ancient Holland lighter, low-lying and broad in the beam, with lee-boards on the starboard and port sides, which are let go sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, according to the wind, and which take the place of a keel, are still to be met with occasionally at sea. In the second place, the return from Herm was rendered more difficult by a heavy ballast of stone. They were to go out empty and return loaded. The prize of the contest was the Paunch. It was given in advance to the winner. This Paunch had served as a pilot boat. The pilot who had commanded and sailed it for 20 years was one of the most robust mariners of the Channel. At his death no one could be found to sail her, and it was decided to make it the prize of a regatta. Though not decked over, she had good qualities and might tempt a skillful seaman. The mast was placed on the bow, which increased the drawing power of the sails. Another advantage, the mast did not interfere with the cargo. It had a solid hull, heavy but roomy, and kept the open sea well. A really serviceable boat. There was much eagerness in the contest. The task was a hard one, but the prize was fine. 7 or 8 fishermen, the most vigorous on the island, presented themselves. They tried in turn. Not one of them could get as far as Herm. The last who contended was noted for having rowed, in rough weather, across the redoubtable gut which lies between Sark and Brec-Ou. Dripping with perspiration, he brought back the boat and said, "It is impossible." Then Gilliatt stepped into the craft, first seized the oar, next the main sheet, and stood out to the open sea. Then, without making fast the sheet, which would have been imprudent, and without letting go of it, which kept the sail under his control, he allowed the sheet to run along the traveler at the will of the wind without falling to leeward, and grasped the helm with his left hand. In 3/4 of an hour he was at Herm. 3 hours later, although a strong south wind had risen and was blowing across the roadstead, he returned to St. Sampson with his cargo of stones. By way of luxury and bravado he had added to the cargo the little bronze cannon of Herm, which the people of that isle fired every year on the 5th of November in sign of rejoicing over the death of Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes has been dead, we may remark in passing, 260 years. 'Tis a very long period of joy. Gilliatt, thus overloaded and encumbered, steered back, one might say brought back, the boat to St. Sampson, although he had the Guy Fawkes cannon on board besides. On seeing this, Mess Lethierry exclaimed, "Here's a bold sailor!" and he offered his hand to Gilliatt. We shall speak of Mess Lethierry again. The Paunch was adjudged to Gilliatt. This adventure did not injure his nickname of the Crafty. Some persons declared that there was nothing astonishing about the thing, since Gilliatt had concealed a branch of wild Melier in his boat, but this could not be proved. From that day forth Gilliatt had no other vessel but the Paunch. In that heavy craft he went fishing. He moored it in the very good little anchorage which he had for his private use under the very wall of his house of the Bû de la Rue. At nightfall he threw his nets over his shoulder, crossed his garden, climbed over the parapet of dry stones, sprang from one rock to another, and leaped into the boat. Thence to sea. He caught many fish, but it was affirmed that the branch of Mélier was always attached to his boat. The Mélier is the medlar tree. No one had seen the branch, but every one believed in it. What fish he had more than he needed, he did not sell, but gave away. The poor accepted his fish, but cherished a grudge against him, notwithstanding, on account of that branch of medlar tree. Such things should not be done. One should not trick the sea. He was a fisherman, but he was not that alone. From instinct, and in order to direct his mind, he had learned 3 or 4 trades. He was a joiner, a blacksmith, a cartwright, a caulker, and even a bit of a machinist. No one could bend a wheel better than he. He fabricated all his fishing implements in a manner peculiar to himself. In one corner of the Bû de la Rue he had a little forge and an anvil, and as the Paunch had but one anchor, he had himself and alone made a second for it. This anchor was an excellent one. The ring was of the proper strength, and Gilliatt, without any one having told him, discovered the exact dimensions which the stock must have to prevent the anchor from tripping. He had patiently replaced all the nails in the planking of the Paunch by tree nails, which rendered rust holes impossible. In this manner he had greatly improved the good sea qualities of the Paunch. He took advantage of it to go from time to time to spend a month or 2 in some solitary islet, like Chausset or Casquet. People said, "Stay! Gilliatt is gone away." This caused no one any regret. End of Chapter 6. The Paunch Boat. Section 7 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. For a Haunted House, a Visionary Inhabitant. Gilliatt was a man of dreams, hence his audacity, hence also his timidity. He had ideas on many things peculiarly his own. There was perhaps in Gilliatt something of the man of hallucinations and visions. Hallucination haunts a peasant like Martin, as well as a king like Henri IV. The unknown sometimes gives the spirit of man surprises. An abrupt rent in the gloom suddenly permits a glimpse of the invisible, then closes again. These visions are sometimes transfiguring. They convert a camel driver into Mahomet, and a goat herd into Jeanne d'Arc. Solitude generates a certain quantity of sublime exaltation. 'Tis the smoke of the burning bush. The result is a mysterious lucidity of mind which converts the student into a seer and the poet into a prophet. The result is Horeb, Kedron, Ombos, the intoxication of the laurels of Castilla chewed, the revelations of the month Bousion. It results in Peleia at Dolona, Phemonai at Delphi, Trophonius at Lebodea, Ezekiel on the Chebar, Jerome in the Thebaid. Generally the visionary state overwhelms the man and stupefies him. There is such a thing as sacred brutalization. The fakir's vision is a burden to him, as his goiter is to the Cretan. Luther speaking to the devils in the attic of Wittenberg, Pascal masking hell with a screen in his cabinet, the negro Obi conversing with the white-faced god Basum, present the same phenomenon differently interpreted by the brains which it traverses according to their force and dimensions. Luther and Pascal were and remain great. The Obi is imbecile. Gilliatt was neither so high nor so low. He was a dreamer, nothing more. He looked on nature a little strangely. as he had often happened to find in perfectly limpid sea water tolerably large animals of strange and various shape of the species Medusa, which, out of water, resembled soft crystal, and which, thrown back into the water, blended with their surroundings in transparency and color, he drew the conclusion that since living transparencies inhabit the water, other transparencies equally living might also inhabit the air. Birds are not inhabitants of the air, they are amphibious. Gilliatt did not believe that the air was deserted. He said, "Since the sea is filled, why should the atmosphere be empty? The creatures of the color of the air would be effaced in the light, and would elude our vision. Who can prove to us that there are none such? Analogy indicates that the air must have its fish, as well as the sea. These fish of the air would be diaphanous, a mercy of creating Providence for us as well as for them. Allowing the light to pass through their forms, casting no shadow, and possessing no outline, they would remain unknown to us and beyond our grasp." Gilliatt imagined that if the earth could be drained of atmosphere, and that if one could fish in the air as in a pond, one would find a multitude of surprising beings; and he added in his reverie, "Many things would be explained." Reverie, which is thought in a nebulous state, borders closely on sleep, and is bounded by it as its frontier. The air inhabited by living transparencies would be the beginning of the unknown, but beyond, the vast opening of the possible presents itself. There other beings, there other facts. No supernatural sin, but the occult continuation of infinite nature. Gilliatt, in that laborious idleness which constituted his existence, was a close observer. He even went so far as to include sleep in the domain of his observations. Sleep is in contact with the possible, which we call also the improbable. The nocturnal world has an existence of its own. Night, as night, is a universe in itself. The material human organism, on which weighs an atmospheric column 15 leagues in height, is fatigued at night. It is sinking with lassitude. It lies down. It rests. The eyes of the flesh close. Then in that sleeping head, less inert than is generally believed, other eyes open. The unknown makes its appearance. The somber things of the unknown world become the neighbors of man, either because there is actual communication, or because the distant vistas of the abyss gain a visionary exaggeration. It seems as though the indistinct inhabitants of space come to look at us, and that they have a curiosity about us, the inhabitants of earth. A phantom creation ascends or descends toward us, and envelops us in a twilight. Before our spectral contemplation, another life than ours assembles and disperses, composed of ourselves and of something else; and the sleeper, not fully aware nor fully unconscious, catches a glimpse of these strange animals, these extraordinary vegetations, these terrible or smiling lividnesses, these larvae, these masks, these figures, these hydras, these confusions, this moonlight without a moon, these obscure decompositions of the marvelous, these augmentations and diminutions in a troubled thickness, these floatings of forms in the shadows, all that mystery which we call dreams, and which is nothing but the approach of an invisible reality. Dreams are the aquarium of night. So thought Gilliatt. End of Chapter 7. For a Haunted House, a Visionary Inhabitant. Section 8 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8. The Chair of Gild-Holm. One might search in vain today in the inlet of Haumé for Gilliatt's house, garden, and the creek in which he sheltered the Paunch. The Butte de la Rue no longer exists. The little peninsula where stood this house has fallen beneath the picks of the quarrymen, and has been carried away, cartload by cartload, on the vessels of the dealers in rocks and of granite. It has become a quay, a church, and a palace in the capital. That whole crest of reefs has long since been conveyed to London. These projections of rocks into the sea, with their chasms and crevices, are miniature mountain chains. On looking at them one receives the same impressions that a giant would have from looking at the Cordilleras. The local dialect calls them bancs. These banks have various shapes. Some resemble a dorsal spine, each rock is a vertebrae, others the skeleton of a fish, others a crocodile drinking. At the extremity of the Banc de la Butte de la Rue there was a great rock which the fishermen of Haumé called the Beast's Horn. This rock, though less lofty, resembled the Pinnacle in Jersey. At high tide the water separated it from the bank, and the horn was isolated. At low tide it could be reached by an isthmus of rocks. The curious feature about this rock was that on the side toward the sea there was a sort of natural chair, hollowed out by the sea and polished by the rain. This chair was treacherous. One was insensibly attracted thither by the beauty of the view. One paused there for love of the prospect, as they say in Guernsey. Something detained you there. There is a charm in vast horizons. This chair offered itself to you. It formed a sort of niche in the perpendicular face of the cliff. It was easy to climb into that niche. The sea, which had hewn it out of the rock, had also arranged beneath it a sort of staircase of flat stones. The abyss indulges in these attentions of politeness. Distrust its politeness. The chair tempted one to ascend thither. There one felt at ease. For seat, the granite worn and rounded by the foam; for arms, two hollows which seemed made expressly; for back, the whole high vertical wall of the rock above one's head, which one admired without thinking of saying to oneself that it was impossible to scale it. Nothing more simple than to forget oneself in this armchair. One beheld the whole sea laid before one. One saw in the offing vessels arriving or departing. One could follow a ship with the eyes until it sank beyond the Casquets, below the curve of the ocean. One marveled, gazed, enjoyed. One felt the caress of the breeze and the waves. There exists in Cayenne a bat which lulls you to sleep in the shade with a gentle waving of its dusky wings. The wind is this invisible bat. When it is not engaged in ravaging, it is engaged in lulling to sleep. One gazed at the sea, one listened to the wind, or yielded to the drowsiness of ecstasy. When the eyes are filled with an excess of beauty and light, it is luxury to close them. All at once one roused oneself. It was too late. The sea had risen little by little. The water surrounded the rock. One was lost. What a terrible thing was this rock in the rising sea! The tide rises imperceptibly at first, then violently. On arriving at the rocks it is seized with anger. It foams. Swimming is not always successful among the breakers. Excellent swimmers have been drowned at the horn of the Butte de la Rue. In certain places, at certain hours, gazing at the sea is dangerous. It is what looking at a woman sometimes is. The very old inhabitants of Guernsey formerly called this niche fashioned in the rock by the sea the Chair Gild-Holm, or Kiddermer, a Celtic word, it is said, which those who know Celtic do not understand, and which those who know French understand. Qui dort meurt. He who sleeps dies. Such is the peasant translation. Readers are free to choose between this translation, He Who Sleeps Dies, and the one given in 1819, I think, in the Armoricain by M. Athéna. According to this learned Celtic scholar, Gild-Holm signifies the halting place of flocks of birds. Another chair of this sort exists at Origny, which is called the monk's chair, so well made by the sea and with a projecting point of rock so aptly adjusted that one might say that the sea is so amiable as to place a stool under your feet. At high water, when the tide was full, the chair of Gild-Holm was no longer visible, the water covered it completely. The chair of Gild-Holm was the neighbor of the Butte de la Rue. Gilliatt knew it well and sat in it. He often went there. Did he meditate? No. We have just described it. He dreamed. He did not, however, allow himself to be caught by the tide. End of Chapter 8. The Chair of Gild-Holm. Section 9 of The Toilers of the Earth by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Second, Mais Lethierry, Chapter 1. A Restless Life and a Quiet Conscience. Mais Lethierry, the notable man of St. Sampson, was a redoubtable sailor. He had navigated a great deal. He had been cabin boy, sailmaker, topman, helmsman, boatswain's mate, boatswain, pilot, and captain. He was now a ship owner. No one knew the sea as he did. He was intrepid in assisting ships in distress. In bad weather he strolled along the strand and watched the horizon. What is that yonder? Someone is in trouble. It might be a Weymouth lugger or an Origny cutter, a Bisquine from Courseulles, the yacht of a lord, an Englishman, a Frenchman, a poor man, a rich man, the devil himself, it mattered not. He sprang into a boat, called 2 or 3 brave men, or dispensed with them, as might be, constituted himself the entire crew, unfastened the moorings, seized the oar, pushed out to sea, mounted, descended, and mounted once again on the rolling waves, plunged into the hurricane, went to meet danger. He could be seen far away in the storm, erect in his boat, dripping with rain, blended with the flashes of lightning, with the face of a lion, and covered with a mane of foam. He sometimes passed his whole day thus in danger, amid the waves, amid the hail, in the wind, lying alongside vessels in distress, saving men, saving cargoes, fighting the tempest. In the evening he returned home and knit a pair of stockings. This life he had led for 50 years, from the age of 10 to that of 60, so long as he was young. At 60 he perceived that he could no longer lift the great anvil at the forge of Varchin with one arm. This anvil weighed 300 pounds, and all at once he was made a prisoner by the rheumatism. He was obliged to give up the sea. Then he passed from the heroine to the patriarchal age. He was no longer anything but a worthy man. His rheumatism came to him about the time when he had gotten into easy circumstances. These two products of labor are fond of keeping one another company. As the moment when one becomes rich, one is paralyzed. This crowns life. People say to themselves, "Now let us enjoy ourselves." In islands like Guernsey, the population is composed of men who have passed their lives in making the circuit of their field, and of men who have passed their lives in sailing around the world. They constitute 2 sorts of laborers, the tillers of the soil and the toilers of the sea. Mais Lethierry belonged to the second category, though he knew the land. He had led the hard life of a toiler. He had traveled on the continent. He had been for a while a ship's carpenter at Rochefort, then at Sète. We have just alluded to the tour of the globe. He had accomplished his tour of France as journeyman carpenter. He had toiled at the apparatus for draining the salt works in Franche Comté. This honest man had led a life of adventure. In France he had learned to read, to think, to will. He had done a little of everything, and in everything he had maintained his integrity. At the foundation of his nature, however, he was simply a sailor. The water belonged to him. He was accustomed to say, "The fishes are in my house." In short, his whole existence, with the exception of 2 or 3 years, had been devoted to the ocean. "Thrown into the water," as he expressed it. He had navigated the great seas, the Atlantic and the Pacific, but he preferred the Channel. He was wont to explain with affection, "That is the one which is fierce." He had been born at sea, and there he wished to die. After having made the circuit of the globe once or twice, and being in a condition to judge, he had returned to Guernsey and had not stirred from thence since. Henceforth the extent of his voyages was Granville and St. Malo. Mess Lethierry was a Guernseyan, that is to say Norman, that is to say English, that is to say French. Within him this quadruple country was submerged and drowned, as it were, in his greater country, the ocean. During all his life, and wherever he went, he retained the habits of a Norman fisherman. This did not prevent his opening some old volume now and then, from taking pleasure in a book, from knowing the names of philosophers and poets, and from jabbering a little in all languages. End of Book Second, Mess Lethierry, Chapter I, A Restless Life and a Quiet Conscience. Section 10 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter II, A Taste Which He Had. Gilliatt had something of the savage in his nature. Mess Lethierry had similar characteristics. This savage had, however, certain refinements in his nature. He was fastidious in regard to the hands of women. In his youth, when he was still almost a child, between cabin boy and sailor, he had heard Admiral de Suffren exclaim, "Yonder is a pretty girl, but what horrible great red hands!" The word of an admiral is a command in all matters. Above an oracle there stands an order. The exclamation of the Bailli de Suffren rendered Lethierry dainty and exacting on the point of small white hands. His own hand, a large mahogany-colored spatula, was a battle club in lightness, and a pair of pincers for a friendly grasp, and smashed a paving stone when it fell clenched upon it. He had never married. Either the wish or the opportunity had been lacking. The reason may possibly be discovered in the fact that this sailor was inexorable in his demand for hands like a duchess's, and it is rare to find the fisher girls of Port Bail with hands like these. Nevertheless, it was said at Roquefort en Charente that he had in earlier days discovered a coquettish grisette who realized his ideal. She was a pretty girl with pretty hands. She was spiteful and scratched. Woe to anyone who attacked her. Capable of being used as claws when required, and exquisitely neat, her nails were without fear and without reproach. These charming nails had first enchanted Lethierry, and then disturbed him, and, fearing that the day might come when he should no longer be the master of his mistress, he decided not to take this love affair before the Monsieur the Mayor. On another occasion, at Origny, a girl pleased him. He was thinking of marriage, when an inhabitant said to him, "I congratulate you. You will have a fine Bousselier in her." He obtained an explanation of this commendation. At Origny a certain custom prevails. They take a cow dung and fling it against the wall. When it is dry it falls, and it is used for fuel. These pieces of dried dung are called coipiaux. A girl at Origny has no chance of being married unless she is a good hand at making these. This talent put Lethierry to flight. However, he possessed in the matter of love or liaison a kind of coarse peasant philosophy, the wisdom of a sailor always captivated, but never enslaved, and he was wont to boast of having been, in his youth, easily conquered by a cotillon. What is now called a crinoline was then called a cotillon. This signifies both more and less than a wife. These rough mariners of the Norman archipelago are gifted with wit. Nearly all of them can read and write. On Sundays, little cabin boys 8 years of age may be seen seated on a coil of rope with book in hand. These Norman sailors have always been sarcastic, and have, as the saying goes, made mots. It was one of them, bold pilot Quéripel, who tossed at Montgomery when he had taken refuge in Jersey after his unlucky lance thrust at Henri le Deux, this sarcasm: "A mad head hath broken an empty head." It was another, Touzeau, skipper at St. Brelade, who made this philosophical pun, wrongly attributed to Archbishop Kahn: "After death, popes become butterflies and sires become mites." Note: Après la mort, les papes deviennent papillons et les sires deviennent cirons. End of Chapter II. A taste which he had. Section 11 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter III. The Ancient Dialect of the Sea. These mariners of the Channel Islands are veritable old Gauls. These islands, which at the present day are becoming rapidly anglicized, remained for a long time aboriginal. The peasant of Sark speaks the language of Louis XIV. 40 years ago the classic dialect of the sea was to be found in the mouths of the sailors of Jersey and Origny. One would have supposed oneself in the midst of the sea life of the 17th century. A philological specialist might have gone thither to study the ancient dialect of seaman and of battle shouted by Jean Bart through that speaking trumpet which terrified Admiral Head. The maritime vocabulary of our fathers, today almost completely changed, was still in use in Guernsey towards 1820. A vessel which worked well to windward was a good plier. A vessel which veered to the wind almost of itself, in spite of its foresails and its helm, was an ardent vessel. To get under way was to take air. To lie to was Caprer. To make fast the end of a running rope was faire dormant. To get the weather gauge was faire chapelle. To ride firm at anchor was faire test. To be in disorder on board was être en pantin. To have the wind in the sails was porter plein. Not one of these expressions is any longer in use. Today they say bon voyage, to beat to windward. Then they said beau voyage. Now naviguer, to sail. Then they said naviguer. They say virer vent devant, to tack. They used to say donner vent devant. They say aller de l'avant, to have headway. They said tailler de l'avant. They say tirer d'accord, pull together. They used to say aller d'accord. They say déraper, trip the anchor. They formerly said déplanter. They say embraquer, haul taut. They said abraquer. They say taquet, cleats. They said biton. They say bourrin. They said tap. They say balancine, halyards. They said valancine. They say tribord, starboard. They said stribord. They say les hommes de quart à bâbord, the men of the larboard watch. They said les bâbordis. Tourville wrote to Auquicourt, nous avons cinglé, we have sailed, instead of cinglé. Instead of la rafale, the squall, le rafale. instead of bossoir, cathead, boussoir; instead of dros, tackle, dvos; instead of lofé, luff, faire une olofé; instead of élonger, lay alongside, allonger; instead of forte brise, stiff breeze, survent; instead of joie, stock, ja; instead of soute, magazine, fosse. Such was the nautical tongue in the Channel Islands at the beginning of this century. Angot would have been touched to hear a Jersey pilot speak. While everywhere else sails faciet, shivered, in Channel Islands they say barbillaï. A saut de vent, flaw, was a vol de vent. Nowhere else were two Gothic modes of mooring in use, the valture and the portugaise. Only there could the old commands be heard: torte choc, belay and slack; bosse et bite, stopper and bite. A Granville sailor would say le clan, sheave hole, while a sailor at St. Aubin or St. Sampson still said le canal de Pouliot. What was bout d'allonge, flukes, at St. Malo was oreille d'âne at St. Hélier. Miss Lethierry, precisely like the Duc de Vivonne, called the concave curve of decks the sheer, and the caulker's chisel la patarasse. It was with this uncouth dialect between his teeth that Duquesne beat Ruyter, that Duguay Troyen beat Wassenaer, and that Tourville brought the first galley which bombarded Algiers broadside on in full daylight in 1681. Today it is a dead language. The idiom of the sea is entirely different at the present time. Duperrey would not understand Suffren. The language of signals has been no less transformed, and it is a long way from the four pennants, red, white, blue, and yellow, of La Bourdonnais to the 18 flags of the present day which, hauled up by twos, by threes, and by fours, offer to the necessities of distant communication 70,000 combinations, are never at a loss, and, so to speak, foresee the unforeseen. End of Chapter III. The Ancient Dialect of the Sea. Section 12 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Second, Chapter 4. One is vulnerable through what one loves. Mais Lethierry wore his heart on his hand, a large hand and a great heart. His defect consisted in this admirable quality, confidence. He had a way peculiar to himself of entering into an engagement. It was solemn. He said, "I give my word of honor on it, to the good God." That said, he went through to the end. He believed in the good God, not in the rest. What little church going he did was done out of politeness. At sea he was superstitious. Nevertheless, bad weather had never made him retreat. This was because he was but little accessible to opposition. He no more tolerated it from the ocean than from any one else. He meant to be obeyed. So much the worse for the sea if it resisted. It must take the consequences. Mais Lethierry did not yield. An angry wave had no more power to stop him than a disputatious neighbor. What he said was said, what he planned was done. He bent neither before objection nor before tempest. No did not exist for him, neither in the mouth of a man nor in the thunder of a cloud. He went his way. He did not permit any one to refuse him. Hence his obstinacy in life and his intrepidity on the ocean. He liked to season his fish soup, knowing the exact dose of pepper, salt, and herbs which it required, and he took as much pleasure in cooking it as in eating it. A being who is transfigured by a pea jacket and brutalized by a coat who resembles with his hair flying in the breeze Jean Bart, and in a round hat Jocrisse, awkward in the town, strange and formidable at sea, the back of a porter, no oaths, very rarely wrath, a soft, very gentle tone which becomes thunder through a speaking trumpet, a peasant who has read the encyclopedia, a Guernsey man who has seen the Revolution, a very learned ignoramus, no bigotry, but all sorts of visions, more faith in the White Lady than in the Holy Virgin, the form of Polyphemus, the logic of the weather vane, the will of Christopher Columbus, something of the bull and something of the child in his nature, a nose almost flat, large cheeks, a mouth with all its teeth perfect, a frown all over his face, a face that looked as though it had been jumped together by the billows, and on which the compass had turned for 40 years, an air of storm on his brow, a carnation of rock in the open sea. Now add to this a good-tempered smile on that harsh face, and you will have before you Miss Lethierry. Miss Lethierry had two loves, Durande and Déruchette. End of Chapter 4. One is vulnerable through what one loves. Section 13 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Third, Durande and Déruchette, Chapter I, Chatter and Smoke. The human body might well be regarded as only an appearance. It hides our reality. It lies thick over our light or our shadow. The reality is our soul. To speak absolutely, the human visage is a mask. The true man is that which is beneath man. If one could perceive that man crouching and hidden behind that illusion which is called the flesh, one would have more than one surprise. The common error consists in taking the external being for the real thing. Such and such a maiden, for example, would appear a bird if one could see her as she is. A bird with the form of a maiden. What more exquisite? Imagine that you have her with you. That would be Déruchette, the delicious creature. One would be tempted to say to her, "Good day, Mademoiselle Goldfinch." One beholds no wings, but one hears the chirping. Sometimes she sings. By her chatter she is below man, by her singing above him. There is a mystery in that song. A virgin is the envelope of an angel. When womanhood begins, the angel departs. Later on she returns, bringing a little one to the mother. While awaiting life, she who will one day be a mother is for a long time a child. The little girl lingers in the maiden, and is a linnet. One thinks as one looks at her, how amiable of her not to fly away. The sweet, familiar being follows its own pleasure about the house, flits from branch to branch, that is to say, from room to room, enters and goes out, approaches, plumes its feathers or combs its hair, makes all sorts of little gentle noises, murmurs one knows not what ineffable thing in your ears. It questions and is answered. One interrogates it, it chirps in reply. One chatters with it. To chatter refreshes one from serious talk. This being has heaven in it. It is a celestial thought mingled with your black thought. You feel grateful to it for being so light, so fleeting, so fugitive, so intangible, and for having the goodness not to be invisible, when it might, so it seems, be impalpable. Here below, the beautiful is a necessity. There are on earth few more important functions than this, to be charming. The forest would be in despair without the hummingbird. To scatter joy, to beam with happiness, to possess, amid somber things, an exhalation of light, to be the gilding of destiny, to be harmony, to be grace, To be prettiness is to render a service. Beauty does one good by being beautiful. This creature has the fairy quality of being an enchantment for all who surround her. Sometimes she knows nothing of it herself, and then it is but the more sovereign. Her presence lights, her approach warms. She passes by, one is content. She halts, one is happy. To look at her is to love. She is the dawn with a human face. She need do nothing but simply exist there. That suffices. She makes an Eden of the house. It breaks forth from every pore. She communicates this ecstasy to all, without giving herself any other trouble than to breathe beside them. To have a smile which, one knows not how, lightens the weight of the monstrous chain dragged by all living beings in common, is, what would you have me say, divine. This smile Déruchette had. We will say more. Déruchette was that smile. There is something which resembles us more than our face, and that is our physiognomy. And there is something which resembles us more than our physiognomy, and that is our smile. Déruchette smiling was Déruchette. The Jersey and Guernsey race are peculiarly attractive. The women, especially the young girls, possess a florid and charming beauty. There the Saxon fairness and Norman freshness are combined. Rosy cheeks and blue eyes. The star is lacking in these glances. The English education subdues it. Those limpid eyes will be irresistible whenever the Parisian depth shall appear in them. Paris, happily, has not yet made its entrance into English women. Déruchette was not a Parisienne, but neither was she a Guernseyan. She was born at St. Pierre Port, but Mess Lethierry had brought her up. He had trained her to be a dainty creature, and so she was. Déruchette had an indolent and at the same time an aggressive look, without being aware of it. Perhaps she did not know the meaning of the word love, and she liked to make people fall in love with her. But with no bad intentions. She never dreamed of marriage. The old emigrant gentleman who had taken root in St. Sampson said, "That little girl makes powder flirtation." Déruchette had the prettiest little hands in the world, and feet to match them. She had kindness and sweetness in all her person. Her family and riches were Mess Lethierry, her uncle. Her occupation was to enjoy life. Her talent, a few songs. Her knowledge, beauty. Her wit, innocence. Her heart, ignorance. She had the graceful repose of the Creole, a mixture of giddiness and vivacity, the teasing gaiety of childhood with an inclination to melancholy. Toilets which were rather insular, elegant but incorrect, bonnets with flowers all the year round, an innocent brow, a supple and graceful neck, chestnut hair, a white skin slightly freckled in summer, a large mouth, and on that mouth the adorable and dangerous brightness of a smile. This was Déruchette. Sometimes in the evening after sunset, at the moment when night is blending with the sea, at the hour when the twilight lends a sort of terror to the waves, there could be seen entering the channel of St. Sampson on the sinister swell of the billows an indescribable shapeless mass, a monstrous silhouette which whistled and spat, a horrible thing which roared like a beast and smoked like a volcano, a sort of hydra on the foam, and dragging after it a fog, and clinging itself towards the city with a frightful beating of paddles and a throat from which spouted flames. This was Durande. End of Box Third, Durande and Dialect, Chapter I, Chatter and Smoke. Section 14 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Third, Chapter II, The Eternal History of Utopia. A steamboat was a prodigious novelty in the waters of the Channel in 1820. The whole Norman coast was long terrified by it. Today 10 or 12 steamers crossing each other's course in various directions on one marine horizon make no one even lift his eyes. At the most they occupy for a moment the special expert who can distinguish by the color of their smoke whether this one burns Welsh coal and that one Newcastle coal. They pass, 'tis well. Welcome if they are arriving, a prosperous voyage if they are departing. People were less calm on the subject of those inventions during the first quarter of this century, and these mechanisms and their smoke were viewed with special disfavor among the islanders of the Channel. In this Puritan archipelago, where the Queen of England has been blamed for violating the Bible, note Genesis 3:16, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Because she gave birth while under the influence of chloroform, the first success won by the steamboat was to be christened the Devil Boat. To these good fisher folk, formerly Catholics, now Calvinists, always bigots, it seemed to be hell afloat. A local preacher treated this question: "Have we the right to make fire and water work together when God has separated them?" Note Genesis 1, chapter 4. Did not this beast of fire and iron resemble Leviathan? Was not this reconstituting chaos in the measure possible to human beings? This is not the first time that progress has been described as a return to chaos. Mad ideas, gross error, absurdity. Such had been the verdict of the Academy of Sciences when consulted by Napoleon at the beginning of this century as to the steamboat. The fishermen of St. Sampson are excusable for being in a scientific matter on a level with the geometricians of Paris, and in the matter of religion a little island like Guernsey is not compelled to possess more light than a great continent like America. In 1807, when Fulton's first steamboat, commanded by Livingston, provided with Watt's engine, sent from England, and managed besides the ordinary crew by only two Frenchmen, André Michaud and another, when this first steamboat made its first trip from New York to Albany, it chanced to be the 17th of August. Thereupon Methodism took up the word, and in all the chapels the preachers cursed that machine, declaring that 17 was the total of the 10 horns and the 7 heads of the beast of the Apocalypse. In America the beast of the Apocalypse was invoked against the steamship, and in Europe the beast of Genesis. Therein lay the whole difference. The wise men had rejected the steamboat as impossible. The priests, in their turn, rejected it as impious. Science had condemned, religion anathematized. Fulton was a species of Lucifer. The simple folk of shore and country clung to this reprobation because of the discomfort which this novelty gave them. In the presence of the steamboat the religious point of view was as follows: Fire and water are a divorce. This divorce is ordained by God. One should not put asunder what God has joined together. One must not unite what He has put asunder. The peasant's point of view was this: It frightens me. Nothing less than Mess Lethierry was required in order to engage in such an undertaking as a steamboat from Guernsey to St. Malo at that distant epoch. He alone could conceive it as a free thinker and realize it as a bold mariner. His French side conceived the idea, his English side executed it. How it came about we will tell. End of Chapter II. The Eternal History of Utopia. Section 15 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter III. Rantaine. About 40 years before the period at which the events we are here relating took place, in the suburbs of Paris, near the circumscribing wall between the Fosse aux Lions and the Tombe Isoire, there stood a suspicious house. It was an isolated hovel, a resort for cutthroats when needful. There, with his wife and his child, dwelt a sort of bourgeois ruffian, a former clerk to the procurator of the Châtelet, who had become a thief, pure and simple. He figured later on in the court of assizes. This family was named Rantaine. 2 flowered porcelain cups were to be seen on a mahogany chest of drawers in the wretched hovel. On one could be read in gilt letters, "Souvenir of Friendship," and on the other, "Token of Esteem." The child was in the den, pell-mell with crime. The father and mother having belonged to the demi-bourgeoisie, the child was taught to read. He was brought up after a fashion. The mother, pale, almost in rags, mechanically gave an education to her little one, making him spell and breaking off to help her husband in some evil desire or to sell herself to a passer-by. Meanwhile the cross of Jesus remained open on the table at the place where they had stopped, and the child beside it in thought. The father and mother, caught in the very act of committing some crime, disappeared in penal obscurity. The child also disappeared. Lethierry, in his wanderings, encountered another adventurer like himself, rescued him from some predicament, rendered him a service for which he was grateful, took a liking to him, befriended him, brought him to Guernsey, found him intelligent at the coasting business, and made him his partner. This man was little Rantaine grown up. Rantaine, like Lethierry, had a robust neck, a large and powerful space for carrying burdens between his shoulders, and the loins of the Farnese Hercule. Lethierry and he had the same gait and the same build. Rantaine was the taller of the two. Those who saw their backs as they walked along the port, side by side, said, "Yonder are the 2 brothers." From the front it was another matter. All that was open in Lethierry's countenance was reserved and cautious in Rantaine. Rantaine was circumspect. Rantaine was a master of fencing, played the harmonica, snuffed a candle with a bullet at 20 paces, dealt a magnificent blow of the fist, recited verses from La Henriade, and interpreted dreams. He knew by heart Treneuil's Les Tombeaux de Saint Denis. He affirmed that he had been connected with the Sultan of Calicut, whom the Portuguese call the Samorin. If any one could have turned over the little notebook which he carried on his person, one would have found, among other notes, jottings like the following: At Lyons, in one of the fissures of the wall of one of the dungeons of St. Joseph, there is a file hidden. He spoke with grave deliberation. He said that he was the son of a chevalier of St. Louis. His linen was mismatched and marked with different letters. No one was more sensitive than he on the score of honor. He fought and killed his man. He had something of the mother of an actress in his watchful glance for an insult, strength serving to envelop subtlety. That was Rantaine. The force of his blow, applied in a fair upon a Moor's head, had forever won the heart of Lethierry. His adventures were wholly unknown in Guernsey. They were checkered. If destinies have a wardrobe, Rantaine's destiny must have been clad as a harlequin. He had seen the world and made life. He was a circumnavigator. His trades formed a scale. He had been cook in Madagascar, bird raiser in Sumatra, a general in Honolulu, an editor of a religious journal in the Galapagos Islands, a poet at Umrawuti, a Freemason at Haiti. In this last quality he had pronounced at Grand Goave a funeral oration of which the local journals have preserved this fragment: "Farewell, then, beautiful soul! In the azure vault of the heavens whither thou now takest thy flight, thou wilt, no doubt, meet good Abbé Léandre Crameux of Petit Goâve. Tell him that, thanks to 10 years of glorious efforts, thou hast completed the church of L'Ensaveau. Farewell, transcendent genius, model man." It will be seen that his Freemason's mask did not prevent his wearing the false nose of a Catholic. The first won him the good opinion of the men of progress, the second of the men of order. He declared himself a pure-blooded white. He hated the blacks. Nevertheless, he certainly admired Sulluc. In Bordeaux, in 1815, he had been a royalist (Verdet). At that epoch the fumes of his royalism sprang from his brow in the form of an immense white plume. He had passed his life in making eclipses, appearing, disappearing, reappearing. He was a revolving light rascal. He knew some Turkish. Instead of guillotine he said dépoissé. He had been a slave in Tripoli to a Thalib, and he had there learned Turkish to an accompaniment of blows. His duties had consisted in going at evening to the doors of the mosques, and there reading aloud before the faithful the Koran, written on small bits of board, or on the shoulder blades of camels. He was probably a renegade. He was capable of everything and something worse. He burst with laughter and frowned at the same time. He said, "In politics I esteem only those men who are inaccessible to influence." He said, "I advocate morals." He was gay and cordial rather than otherwise. The shape of his mouth belied the sense of his words. His nostrils might have passed for the nostrils of a horse. At the corners of his eyes there were crossroads of wrinkles, where all sorts of dark thoughts met together. The secret of his physiognomy could only be deciphered there. His crow's feet were the talons of a vulture. His skull was low at the top and broad at the temples. His ears, ill shapen and encumbered with hairy thickets, seemed to say, "Do not speak to the beast which is in this cave." One fine day no one at Guernsey knew what had become of Rantaine. Lethierry's partner had slipped his cable, leaving the partnership cash box empty. There was money of Rantaine's in that cash box, no doubt, but there were also 50,000 francs belonging to Lethierry. Lethierry, in his business of coaster and ship carpenter, had saved 100,000 francs in the course of 40 years of industry and probity. Rantaine had carried off half of it. Lethierry, half ruined, did not flinch, and cast about instantly for some means to retrieve his fortune. The fortunes of men of spirit may be ruined, but not their courage. People were then beginning to talk about the steamboat. The idea occurred to Lethierry to try Fulton's machine, whose merits were so contested, and to connect the Norman Archipelago and France by steamer. He played his last trump on that idea. He devoted to it the remainder of his fortune. 6 months after Rantaine's fight, a vessel with smoke was seen to issue from the stupefied fort of St. Sampson, which produced the effect of a fire at sea, the first steamer which navigated the Channel. This boat, on which the hatred and contempt of all immediately bestowed the sobriquet of Lethierry's Galliot, was announced to make regular trips from Guernsey to St. Malo. End of Chapter 3. Rantaine. Section 16 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Continuation of the History of Utopia. At first, as the reader will of course understand, the thing did not prosper. All the owners of coasters who made the trip to the Isle of Guernsey from the French side were loud in their outcries. They denounced this attack on Holy Scripture and their monopoly. The chapels fulminated against it. One reverend gentleman, named Elihu, described the steamboat as irreligious. The sailing vessel was declared orthodox. They distinctly saw the devil's horns on the heads of the oxen which the steamer brought and landed. This protest lasted for a considerably long time. Nevertheless, little by little, they came to see that the cattle arrived in a less fatigued state and sold better, that the meat was better, that the risks of the sea were less for men also, that this passage, besides being less costly, was quicker and more sure, that one set out at a fixed hour and arrived at a fixed hour, that fish, thus traveling more rapidly, was fresher, and that they could now pour upon the French markets the surplus of the large catches of fish which are so frequent in Guernsey, that the butter from the admirable Jersey cows made the transit more rapidly in the "devil boat" than in the sailing sloops, and no longer lost some of the good quality, so that Dinan called for it, and St. Brieuc demanded it, and Rennes wanted it, that there was, in short, thanks to what was called Lethierry's galiots, security of transit, regularity of communication, a prompt and easy method of going back and forth, an increase of circulation, a multiplication of outlets, extension of commerce, and that, in short, they must make up their minds to this devil boat which violated the Bible and enriched the island. Some strong minds ventured to approve in a certain measure. Sieur Landoy, the clerk, granted the boat his esteem. Moreover, this was impartiality on his part, for he did not love Lethierry. In the first place, because Lethierry was Mes and he was only Sieur. Next, because although registrar at St. Pierre Port, Landoy was a parishioner of St. Sampson. Now there were but two men in the parish who had not prejudices, Lethierry and himself. The least that they could do was to detest each other. To belong on board the same ship drives men apart. Nevertheless, Sieur Landoy was honest enough to approve of the steamboat. Others joined Sieur Landoy. The affair rose imperceptibly. Affairs have their tide. And in course of time, with continued and increasing success, with the evidence of service rendered, the improvement in the general welfare of all being proved, there came a day when, with the exception of a few wiseacres, everyone admired Lethierry's galiots. It would be less admired at the present day. This steamer of 40 years ago would make our present constructors smile. This marvel was misshapen. This prodigy was infirm. There is no less distance between our great transatlantic steamers of the present time and the boat with wheels and fire with which Denis Papin maneuvered on the Fulde in 1707 than between the three-decker Montebello, 200 feet long, 50 wide, with a mainmast 115 feet high, displacing a weight of 3,000 tons, carrying 1,100 men, 120 cannon, 10,000 cannon balls, and 160 packets of grape shot, belching forth on each broadside, when in action, 3,300 pounds of iron, and spreading to the wind, when it sails, 5,600 square meters of canvas, and the Danish galley of the second century, found full of stone axes, bows, and battle clubs in the marine marshes of Westerstaatlop, and deposited in the town hall of Flensburg. An interval of precisely 100 years, 1707 to 1807, separates Papin's first boat from Fulton's first boat. Lethierry's galiote was certainly an advance upon those two rough sketches, but it was itself a rough sketch. This did not prevent its being a masterpiece. Every embryo of science presents this double aspect, a monster as a fetus, a marvel as a germ. End of Chapter 4. Continuation of the history of Utopia. Section 17 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. The Devil Boat. Lethierry's galliot was not rigged to the best advantage for sailing, and this was no defect, since it is one of the laws of naval architecture. Besides, as the vessel had fire for its motive power, sails were only accessories. Let us add that a side-wheel steamer is scarcely affected by any sails which may be applied to it. The galliot was too short, too round, too squat. It had too much beam, too much quarter. Boldness of invention had not been carried so far as to make it light. The galliot had some of the defects and some of the good qualities of the Paunch. She pitched but little, but she rolled a great deal. The paddle boxes were too high. She had too much beam for her length. The engine was massive and encumbered her, and in order to render the vessel fit for a heavy cargo, they had been obliged to heighten the bulwarks out of all proportion, which gave to the galley nearly the same defect as the old 74's, a bastard model, and which ought to be cut down in order to render them fit for fighting or sailing. Being short, she should have turned quickly, the time employed in an evolution being in proportion to the length of vessels, but the weight deprived her of the advantage gained by her shortness. Her midship frame was too large, which slackened her speed, the resistance of the water being in proportion to the greater section submerged, and to the square of the speed of the vessel. The stern was vertical, which would not be a fault nowadays, but at that time the invariable custom was to give it a slope of 45 degrees. All the curves of the hull were harmonious, but not sufficiently long for the obliquity, and above all for the parallelism of the prism of water displaced, which should never be thrown back otherwise than laterally. In heavy weather she shipped too much water, sometimes at the bow, sometimes at the stern, which indicated an error in placing the center of gravity. As the cargo was not where it should have been, owing to the weight of the engine, the center of gravity often shifted behind the mainmast, and then they were obliged to trust to steam and distrust the mainsail, for the effect of the mainsail in that case was to make the vessel fall off instead of keeping her near the wind. The remedy was, when they were very near the wind, to let go the mainsheet. In this way the wind was fixed on the bow by the tack jib, and the mainsail no longer produced the effect of a stern sail. This maneuver was difficult. The helm was the old-fashioned tiller, not a wheel as at the present day, but with a bar turning on its hinges, fixed in the stern posts, and moved by a horizontal beam passing above the stern frame. Two small boats were suspended from the davits. The vessel had 4 anchors, the sheet anchor, the second anchor, or working anchor, and 2 small bower anchors. These 4 anchors, which were bent by chains, were worked, as occasion demanded, by the great capstan at the stern, or the little capstan at the bow. At that epoch the hydraulic capstan had not yet replaced the intermittent effort of the handspike. As the vessel had but 2 bower anchors, one on the starboard and the other on the port, the vessel could not be moored in a tideway, which placed it rather at a disadvantage in certain winds. However, in such cases it could make shift with the second anchor. The buoys were of the ordinary kind, and so constructed as to bear up the weight of the buoy ropes while remaining afloat. The long boat was of useful dimensions. It was the main dependence of the vessel, and was large enough to raise the sheet anchor. One novelty in this vessel was that it was partly rigged with chains, which deprived the running ropes of none of their freedom of movement, nor the standing rigging of its tension. The masts, though of secondary importance, were well proportioned. The top rigging, drawn taut, looked light. The timbers were solid, but coarse, since steam does not require so much delicacy of wood as canvas. This boat had a speed of 2 leagues an hour. When lying to, she rowed well. Such as she was, Lethierry's galliot was a good sea boat, but she lacked sharpness wherewith to cut the water, and one could not say that she worked easily. One felt that in danger, on a reef, or in a waterspout, she would be hard to handle. She creaked like a misshapen thing. As she rolled on the waves, she made a noise like that of a new shoe. This vessel was above all things a carrier, and like all vessels fitted out for commerce rather than for war, was designed exclusively for the stowage of cargo. She accommodated but few passengers. The transportation of cattle rendered stowage difficult and very peculiar. Cattle were then stowed in the hold, which was another complication. At the present time they are carried on the forward deck. The paddle boxes of Lethierry's devil boat were painted white, the hull, to the waterline, red, and all the rest of the vessel black, in accordance with the ugly fashion of this century. When empty she drew 7 feet of water, and when loaded 14. The engine was powerful. The power was 1 horse for every 3 tons burden, which is nearly equal to that of a tugboat. The paddles were well placed, a little ahead of the vessel's center of gravity. The engine had a maximum pressure of 2 atmospheres. It consumed a great deal of coal, though it was a condensing and expanding engine. It had no flywheel, owing to the instability of its point of support, and this was remedied, as at the present day, by a double apparatus which caused 2 cranks fixed at the extremities of the shaft to alternate, and were so arranged that one was always at right angle or quarter turn, while the other was at the dead center. The whole engine rested on a single cast iron plate, so that even in the case of serious injury no blow of the waves could deprive it of its equilibrium, and the hull, crushed out of shape, could not put the engine out of order. To render the engine still more solid, the principal connecting rod had been placed near the cylinder, which transferred the center of oscillation from the middle to the end of the walking beam. Since then oscillating cylinders have been invented which do away with connecting rods, but at that epoch the connecting rod near the cylinder seemed the final word in machinery. The boiler was divided by partitions and provided with a brine pump. The paddles were very large, which diminished the loss of power, and the smokestack was very tall, which increased the draught of the furnace. But the size of the wheels exposed them to the waves, and the height of the stack offered resistance to the wind. Wooden floats, iron hooks, cramps, cast iron hubs, such were the paddle wheels, well constructed, and, surprising to say, capable of being taken apart. There were always 3 floats submerged. The speed of the center of the floats only exceeded by 1/6 the speed of the vessel. Therein lay the defect in the wheels. Moreover, the end of the cranks was too long, and the slide valve distributed the steam in the cylinder with too much friction. At that period this engine seemed and was admirable. This engine had been made in France, at the foundry of Bercy. Mais Lethierry had devised it himself to some extent. The mechanic who had built it on his model was dead, so that this engine was unique and it was impossible to replace it. The engineer remained, but the builder was gone. The engine cost 40,000 francs. Lethierry himself had made the galliot under the great covered ship shed which stands beside the first tower between St. Pierre Port and St. Sampson. He had gone to Bremen to buy the timber, On this structure he had exhausted all his knowledge as a ship's carpenter, and his talent was to be recognized in the planking, whose seams were narrow and even, and covered with sarangusti, an Indian mastic, which is better than pitch. The sheathing was well fastened. Lethierry smeared the keel with calgal. In order to correct the curve of the hull he had adjusted the jib boom to the bowsprit, which allowed him to add a flying jib to the jib. On the day when it was launched he said, "There, I am afloat." The galliot was, in fact, a success, as the reader has seen. Accidentally or intentionally it was launched on the 14th of July. On that day Lethierry, standing on the deck between the two paddle boxes, gazed intently at the sea and exclaimed, "'Tis thy turn! The Parisians took the Bastille, now we take thee." Lethierry's galliot made the trip from Guernsey to St. Malo once a week. She set out on Tuesday morning and returned on Friday evening, the eve of market day, which is Saturday. It was of much larger tonnage than the largest coasting sloops in all the archipelago, and its capacity being in proportion to its dimensions, a single one of these voyages was equal, for the voyage out and return, to 4 voyages of an ordinary cutter, hence decided advantages. The reputation of a vessel depends on its stowage, and Lethierry was a good stevedore. When he could no longer work on the sea himself, he trained a sailor to take his place as a stower of the cargo. At the end of 2 years the steamer brought in a net income of £750 sterling a year, that is to say, 18,000 francs. The pound sterling of Guernsey is worth 24 francs, that of England 25, and that of Jersey 26. This trifling difference is less trifling than it appears. The banks find a profit in it. End of Chapter V. The Devil Boat. Section 18 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter VI. Entrance of Lethierry into Glory. The galliot prospered. Mais Lethierry beheld the moment drawing near when he would become Monsieur. At Guernsey one does not become Monsieur at one bound. Between the man and the gentleman there is a whole ladder to be climbed. To begin with, first rung, the name alone, Pierre, I will assume it to be. Next, second rung, Voisin, neighbor Pierre. Next, third rung, Father Pierre. Then fourth rung, Sieur Pierre. Next, fifth rung, Mes Pierre. Then at the top, Monsieur Pierre. This ladder, which starts from the ground, continues into the blue sky. The whole hierarchy of England enters into it, and is graded in it. Here are the rungs, ever more and more luminous. Above the gentleman there is the esquire. Above the esquire, the knight, sir. Then, still ascending, the baronet, a hereditary sir. Then the lord, laird in Scotland. Then the baron. Then the viscount. Then the earl, jarl in Norway. Then the marquis. Then the duke. Then the peer of England. Then the prince of the blood royal. Then the king. This ladder rises from the people to the middle classes, bourgeoisie, from the middle classes to the baronetage, from the baronetage to the peerage, from the peerage to royalty. Thanks to his rash but successful deed, thanks to steam, thanks to his engine, thanks to the devil boat, Mes Lethierry had become a personage. In order to construct the galliot he had been obliged to borrow money. He had run into debt in Bremen, he had run into debt at St. Malo, but each year he diminished his indebtedness. He had purchased, in addition, on credit, at the very entrance to the port of St. Sampson, a pretty stone house, perfectly new, situated between the sea and a garden, on whose corner this name was to be read, Les Bravets. The mansion of Les Bravets, whose front formed a part of the very wall of the port, was remarkable for a double row of windows, opening on the north on an enclosure full of flowers, on the south towards the ocean, so that the house had two fronts, one towards tempests, the other towards roses. These fronts seemed made expressly for the two inhabitants, Miss Lethierry and Miss Déruchette. The house of Les Bravées was popular in St. Sampson, for Miss Lethierry had at length become popular. This popularity sprang a little from his kindness, his devotion, his courage, a little from the quantity of men whom he had saved, in great part from his successes, and because he had given the port of St. Sampson the privilege of the arrival and departure of the steamboat. On perceiving that the devil boat was a decidedly good thing, St. Pierre, the capital, had claimed it for its port, but Lethierry had stood firm for St. Sampson. It was his birthplace. "That is where I was launched," he was wont to say, hence a lively local popularity. His quality of tax-paying proprietor constituted him what is called in Guernsey a habitant. He had been appointed douanier. Note, douanier, a member of the administrative council in Jersey and Origny. This poor sailor had climbed 5 out of the 6 rounds of the social ladder of Guernsey. He was mais. He was on the brink of monsieur, and who knows whether he would not even succeed in passing the boundary to monsieur? Who knows whether one day they would not read in the Almanac of Guernsey, in the chapter Gentry and Nobility, this superb and unprecedented inscription, Lethierry, Esquire. But Mess Lethierry disdained, or rather ignored, the side of things which produce vanity. He felt himself to be useful. Therein lay his joy. Being popular touched him less than being necessary. As we have said, he had but 2 loves, and consequently but 2 ambitions, Durande and Déruchette. At all events, he had invested in the lottery of the sea and had won the grand prize. This grand prize was the Durande, afloat and sailing. End of Chapter 6. Entrance of Lethierry into glory. Section 19 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. The Same Godfather and the Same Protectress. After creating this steamer, Lethierry had christened it. He had named it Durande, La Durande, we shall never call it otherwise. We must also be permitted, typographical usage to the contrary notwithstanding, not to italicize this name Durande in this, conforming to the thought of Mess Lethierry, for whom the Durande was almost a person. Durande and Déruchette are the same name. Déruchette is the diminutive. This diminutive is very much used in the west of France. Saints in country places often bear their name with all its diminutives and all its augmentatives. One would suppose that there were many persons where there is in reality but one. This identity of patron saints, male and female, under different names, is not of rare occurrence. Lise, Lisette, Lisa, Elisa, Isabelle, Lisbeth, Betsy. The whole multitude represent Elizabeth. It is probable that Mahou, Maclon, Malo, and Magloire are the same saint. However, we do not insist on this point. Saint Durande is a saint of Angoumois and Charente. Is she authentic is a question for the Boulandists. Correct or not, she is the patron saint of numerous chapels. Lethierry, being at Rochefort when a young sailor, had made the acquaintance of this saint, probably in the person of some pretty Charente maid, perhaps the grisette with the handsome nails. He had retained a sufficient recollection of her to bestow this name on the 2 things which he loved, Durande on the galiote and Déruchette on the girl. He was the father of the one and the uncle of the other. Déruchette was the daughter of his deceased brother. She had no longer either father or mother. He had adopted her. He took the place of father and mother. Déruchette was not only his niece, she was his goddaughter as well. It was he who had held her over the baptismal font. It was he who had found her that patroness, Saint Durande, and that Christian name, Déruchette. Déruchette had been born, as we have said, at St. Pierre Port. Her name was inscribed at its proper date on the parish register. As long as the niece was a child, and as long as the uncle was poor, no one paid any heed to that appellation, Déruchette, but when the little girl became a miss, and when the sailor became a gentleman, Déruchette shocked people. They were astonished at it. They asked Miss Lethierry, "Why Déruchette?" He replied, "That's the way the name is." They made many attempts to have it changed. He did not lend his countenance to this. One day a fine lady belonging to the high life of St. Sampson, the wife of a retired wealthy blacksmith, said to Miss Lethierry, "Henceforth I shall call your daughter Nancy." "Why not Lon le Saulnier?" said he. The fine lady did not yield her point, and said to him on the following day, "I have found a pretty name for your daughter, Marianne." "A pretty name, in sooth," replied Miss Lethierry, "but composed of two villainous beasts, a husband, Marie, and an ass, Anne." He stuck to Déruchette. The reader will be mistaken if he concludes from the above remark that Miss Lethierry did not wish to give his niece in marriage. He did wish to marry her off, certainly, but after his own fashion. He meant her to have a husband after his own sort, who should work much while she did but little. He liked black hands on a man and white hands on a woman. In order that Déruchette might not spoil her pretty hands, he had directed her to the ways of a young lady. He had given her a music master, a piano, a little library, and also a little thread and some needles in a work basket. She read more than she sewed, and was more of a musician than a reader. This was what Miss Lethierry wished for her to be. Charming. That was all that he desired. He had brought her up to be a flower rather than a woman. Any one who has studied sailors will understand this. Roughness loves delicacy. In order that the niece might realize the uncle's ideal, it was requisite that she should be rich. Miss Lethierry meant that she should be. His big steamboat was toiling to that end. He had charged Durande with providing Déruchette's dowry. End of Chapter VII. The same Godfather and the same Protectress. Section 20 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter VIII. Bonny Dundee. Déruchette occupied the prettiest chamber of Les Braves, with two windows, furnished in veined mahogany, adorned with a bed whose curtains were checkered green and white, and having a view of the garden and of the lofty hill on which stands the Chateau of Leval. It was on the other side of this hill that the Butte de la Rue was situated. In this chamber Déruchette had her music and her piano. She accompanied herself on this piano when singing her favorite air, the melancholy Scotch melody, Bonny Dundee. All of evening lies in that air, all of the dawn lay in her voice. This formed a pleasantly surprising contrast. People said, "Miss Déruchette is at her piano," and the passers-by at the foot of the hill sometimes paused before the garden wall of the Braves to listen to the fresh singing and the sad ballad. Déruchette was joy itself, going and coming in the house. She created a perpetual springtime there. She was beautiful, but more pretty than beautiful, and more graceful than pretty. She reminded the good old pilots, Miss Lethierry's friends, of that princess in the ballad of soldiers and sailors, who was so beautiful that she passed for such in the regiment. Miss Lethierry said, "She has a cable of hair." She had been of remarkable beauty from her very infancy. They had long feared for her nose, but the little girl, probably determined to be pretty, had held her own. Her growth had played her no ill turn. Her nose had grown neither too long nor too short. As she grew up she remained charming. She never called her uncle anything but father. He tolerated in her some gardening and housekeeping talents. She herself watered her beds of hollyhocks, purple foxgloves, perennial phlox, and scarlet benet. She cultivated pink crépi and pink oxalis. She took advantage of the climate of that island of Guernsey, which is so hospitable to flowers. Like every one else, she had aloe in open ground, and, what is more difficult, she was successful with Nepaul cinquefoil. Her little kitchen garden was skilfully arranged. She made spinach follow radishes and peas succeed spinach. She knew how to plant Dutch cauliflower and Brussels sprouts, which she transplanted in July, and turnips for August, curled chicory for September, round parsnips for the autumn, and rampion for winter. Mess Lethierry allowed her to pursue her course, provided that she did not use the spade and rake too much herself, and, above all, that she did not personally apply the dressing. He had given her two servants, named the one Grace and the other Douce, which are two Guernsey names. Grace and Douce did the work of the house and garden, and they had a right to red hands. As for Mess Lethierry, he had for a chamber a little den looking out on the port and adjoining the large room on the ground floor where the entrance door was situated, and where all the various staircases of the house ended. His chamber was furnished with his hammock, his chronometer, and his pipe. There was also a table and a chair. The raftered ceiling had been whitewashed, as well as the four walls. On the right of the door was nailed the archipelago of the Channel Islands, a fine marine chart, bearing this inscription: W. Fadden, 5 Charing Cross, Geographer to His Majesty. And on the right, other nails held outspread on the wall one of those huge cotton handkerchiefs on which are figured in colors the signals of all the navies on the globe, having at the four corners the standards of France, Russia, Spain, and the United States of America, and in the center the English Union Jack. Douce and Grace were two creatures of a certain kind, in the good sense of the word. Douce was not ill disposed, and Grace was not ugly. These dangerous names had not turned out badly. Douce, unmarried, had a gallant. In the Channel Islands this word is in use, the thing also. These two maids had what may be called the Creole style of service, a sort of slowness peculiar to Norman domesticity in the archipelago. Grace, coquettish and pretty, gazed incessantly at the horizon with the uneasiness of a cat. This was caused by the fact that, having, like Douce, a gallant, she had also, so it was said, a sailor husband whose return she feared. But that does not concern us. The contrast between Grace and Douce is, that in a less austere and less innocent household, Douce would have remained the servant, while Grace would have become the lady's maid. Grace's possible talents were wasted with a candid girl like Déruchette. Besides, the love affairs of Douce and Grace were latent. Nothing reached Mess Lethierry in regard to them, and nothing of them was reflected on Déruchette. The room on the ground floor, a hall with a fireplace surrounded by tables and chairs, had, in the last century, served as a place of assembly for a conventicle of the French Protestant refugees. The bare stone wall had, for its sole luxury, a frame of black wood, wherein was outstretched a placard of parchment ornamented with the feats of Benin Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux. Some of the poor diocesans of that eagle, persecuted by him at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and who had taken shelter in Guernsey, had affixed this frame to the wall to bear it witness. There one could read, if one succeeded in deciphering a heavy writing and yellow ink, such little known facts as the following: October 29, 1685, demolition of the temples of Morcerf and of Nanteuil, demanded of the king by Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux. April 2, 1686, arrest of Cochard, father and son, for their religion, at the request of Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux, released, the Cochards having abjured. October 28, 1699, Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux sends to Pontchartrain a petition of remonstrance that it will be necessary to place the Demoiselles de Chalard and de Neuville, who are of the Reformed religion, in the house of the New Catholics of Paris. July 7, 1703, was executed the order requested of the king by Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux to cause to be shut up in the hospital a certain Baudouin and his wife, bad Catholics of Foublaine. At the end of the room, near the door of Mrs. Lethierry's chamber, a little niche of boards which had formed the Huguenot pulpit had become, thanks to a grating with an aperture, the office of the steamer, that is to say, the office of the Durande, kept by Mrs. Lethierry in person. On the old oak pulpit a register, with its pages lettered debit and credit, replaced the Bible. End of Chapter VIII. Bonny Dundee. Section 21 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter IX. The Man Who Had Seen Through Rantaine. As long as Mess Lethierry had been able to navigate, he had run the Durande himself, and he had had no other pilot, no other captain than himself. But the hour had come, as we have already said, when Mess Lethierry had been obliged to find a substitute. For this he had chosen Sieur Clubin, of Torteval, a silent man. Sieur Clubin enjoyed along the whole coast a name for severe probity. He was the alter ego, the double of Mess Lethierry. Sieur Clubin, though he had the air of a notary rather than of a sailor, was a skillful and capable mariner. He possessed all the talents which risk, perpetually undergoing transformations, demands. He was a clever stower of cargo, a handy man aloft, a careful and able boatswain, a robust helmsman, an experienced pilot, and a bold captain. He was prudent, and he sometimes pushed prudence even to daring, which is a great quality at sea. His fear of the probable was tempered by his instinct of the possible. He was one of those mariners who face danger in a proportion known to themselves, and who know how to extract success from every adventure. All the certitude which the sea can leave a man he had. Sieur Clubin was, in addition, a renowned swimmer. He belonged to that race of men inured to the gymnastics of the billows who remain in the water as long as desired, who, at Jersey, set out from Havre des Pas, turn the Côtelette, make the tour of the Hermitage and of Chateau Elizabeth, and return to their starting point at the expiration of 2 hours. He came from Torteval, and he was reputed to have often made the dreaded passage, swimming, from the Hanois to the point of Pleinmont. One of the things which had most commended Sieur Clubin to Mess Lethierry was that, knowing or seeing through Rantaine, he had pointed out the man's lack of probity to him, and had said to him, "Rantaine will rob you." This had been verified. More than once, in unimportant matters, it is true, Mess Lethierry had put the probity of Sieur Clubin, pushed even to scruple, to the proof, and he confided much of his business to him. Mess Lethierry said, "All conscience deserves all confidence." End of Chapter IX. The Man Who Had Seen Through Rantaine. Section 22 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter X. Tales of Long Voyages. Mais Lethierry, for the sake of his own ease, always wore his sea clothes and his tarpaulin overcoat rather than his pilot jacket. This made Déruchette's little nose wrinkle. Nothing is so pretty as a pouting beauty. She scolded and laughed. "Good father," she cried, "phew, you smell of tar!" And she gave him a little tap on his big shoulder. This good old hero of the sea had brought back surprising tales from his voyages. He had seen in Madagascar birds' feathers, 3 of which sufficed to form the roof of a house. He had seen in India stalks of sorrel 9 feet high. He had seen in New Holland flocks of turkeys and geese, led and guarded by a shepherd dog, which is a bird, and which is called the agami. He had seen cemeteries of elephants. In Africa he had seen gorillas, a sort of man tiger 7 feet in height. He knew the ways of all monkeys, from the savage baboon, which he called the macaco bravo, to the howling baboon, which he called the macaco barbado. In Chile he had seen a monkey soften the hunters by showing them her little one. In California he had seen the trunk of a hollow tree which had fallen on the ground, in whose interior a man on horseback could ride 50 paces. In Morocco he had seen the Mozabites and the Biskris fight with matraques and bars of iron, the Biskris because they had been treated as kelb, that is to say, as dogs, the Mozabites because of having been treated as Quamsi, which means people of the 5th sect. In China he had seen the pirate Chanton Quan Lacroix chopped into little pieces for having assassinated the ap of a village. At Sudan Mo he had seen a lion carry off an old woman from the midst of a market in a village. He had been present at the arrival of a great serpent coming from Canton to Saigon to celebrate in the pagoda of Cholen the festival of Quamnan, goddess of navigators. He had contemplated among the Moi the Grand Quansu. At Rio Janeiro he had seen Brazilian ladies place in their hair little spheres of gauze, each containing a vagalumes, a beautiful phosphorescent fly, so that they had a headdress of stars. He had fought ant hills in Uruguay and spiders in Paraguay, hairy and as large as a child's head, covering with their claws a diameter of 1/3 of a yard, an attacking man against whom they launch their hairs, which sink into the flesh like darts, and there raise swellings. On the river Arinos, an affluent of the Tocantins, in the virgin forests to the north of the Diamantina, he had verified the existence of the terrible Bat people, the Murciélagos, men who are born with white hair and red eyes, dwell in the gloom of the woods, sleep by day, wake by night, and fish and hunt in the dark, seeing better when there is no moon. Near Beirut, in the camp of an expedition of which he was a member, a pluviometer having been stolen from a tent, a sorcerer clad in 2 or 3 narrow strips of leather and resembling a man dressed in his suspenders, had rung a bell attached to the tip of a horn so furiously that a hyena had come and brought back the pluviometer. This hyena was the thief. These true stories resembled fairy tales so closely that they amused Déruchette. The doll of the Durande was the bond between the boat and the girl. In the Norman Isles the figurehead carved at the prow, a statue of wood almost sculptured, is called the doll. Hence the local position for navigating is to be between poop and poupée doll. The doll of the Durande was particularly dear to Mess Lethierry. He had ordered the carver to make it like Déruchette. It bore as little resemblance to her as if it had been done with an axe. It was a log of wood trying to be a pretty girl. This unshapely block was an object of illusion to Mess Lethierry. He contemplated it with the faith of a believer. His faith was complete in the presence of this figure. He recognized Déruchette in it perfectly. It is a little the way in which the dogma resembles truth, and the idol deity. Ms. Lethierry had two great joys every week, one joy on Tuesday, the other on Friday. The first joy consisted in seeing the Durande take her departure, the second joy in seeing her return. He leaned on his elbows at his window, gazed upon his work, and was happy. There is something of this in Genesis. Et vidit quod esset bonum, and he saw that it was good. On Friday the presence of Miss Lethierry at his window was equivalent to a signal. When people beheld him lighting his pipe at the casement of Les Bravées, they said, "Ah, the steamboat is on the horizon." One kind of smoke announced the other. The Durande, on entering port, made her cables fast to a large iron ring under Miss Lethierry's windows, fixed in the base of the Bravée. On these nights Lethierry enjoyed an admirable sleep in his hammock, conscious that Déruchette was asleep on one side of him and the Durande anchored on the other. The anchorage of the Durande was close to the bell of the port. There was a small bit of the quay there in front of the Bravée. This quay, the Bravée, the house, the garden, the tiny streets bordered with hedges, the greater part of the surrounding houses even, do not exist at the present day. The trade in Guernsey granite has caused these lands to be sold. This whole place is occupied at the present moment by the sheds of stone cutters. End of Chapter 10. Tales of Long Voyages. Section 23 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 11. A Glance at Possible Husbands. Déruchette grew up and was not yet married. Ms. Lethierry, in making of her a girl with white hands, had also rendered her somewhat difficult to suit. Such educations turn against you later on. Besides, he was still more fastidious himself. The husband whom he imagined for Déruchette was also something of a husband for Durande. He would have liked to provide for his two daughters at the same time. He would have liked to have the commander of one, the pilot of the other. What is a husband? He is the captain on the voyage of matrimony. Why not the same skipper for girl and boat? A household obeys the tides. He who knows how to handle a bark knows how to guide a woman. Both are subjects of the moon and the wind. As Sieur Clubin was only 15 years younger than Ms. Lethierry, he could be for Durande only a temporary skipper. A young pilot was needed, a permanent captain, a true successor to the founder, the inventor, the creator. The definitive pilot of Durande would be in some measure the son-in-law of Ms. Lethierry. Why not blend the two sons-in-law in one? He cherished this idea. He also beheld a lover appear in his dreams, a powerful topman, sunburned and tawny, an athlete of the sea. That was his ideal. It was not, however, exactly that of Déruchette. She had a more rosy dream. At all events, uncle and niece seemed to be agreed that there was no haste. When people had come to regard Déruchette as a robeable heiress, throngs of suitors had presented themselves. Such eagerness is not always of good quality. Ms. Lethierry felt it. He growled, "A girl of gold, a suitor of brass," and he dismissed the applicants. He waited. So did she. One singular thing was that he did not set much store by the aristocracy. On that point Ms. Lethierry was not altogether an Englishman. One would find it difficult to believe that he had refused for Déruchette a Ganduel of Jersey, a Bunet Nicolin of Sark. People do not hesitate to affirm, though we doubt the possibility of this, that he had not accepted overtures coming from the aristocracy of Origny, and that he had declined the propositions of a member of the family of Edoux, which is evidently descended from Edouard the Confessor. End of Chapter 11. A Glance at Possible Husbands. Section 24 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter XII. An Exception in the Character of Lethierry. Mais Lethierry had one defect, a great one. He hated a priest, not as an individual, but as an institution. One day, as he was reading, for he sometimes read, Voltaire, for he now and then read Voltaire, these words, "Priests are cats." He laid down the book, and was heard to mutter in a low tone, "I feel that I am a dog." It must be remembered that the priests, Lutherans and Calvinists, as well as Catholics, had vigorously combated and persecuted him in the creation of his local devil boat. To be a revolutionist in navigation, to try to adopt a spirit of progress to the Norman archipelago, to make the poor little island of Guernsey undergo the first trial of a new invention, was damnable temerity, and we have not concealed the fact. Hence they had condemned him loudly. Let it not be forgotten that we are speaking here of the ancient clergy, very different men from the present clergy, who, in almost all the local churches, have a liberal tendency toward progress. They had interfered with Lethierry. The total amount of obstacle which could be contained in sermons and preachings had been opposed to him. Detested by the churchmen, he detested them. Their hatred of him was the extenuating circumstance of his towards them. But, let us state, his aversion for priests was a peculiarity of his nature. There was no necessity for his hating them or being hated by them. As he had said, he was the dog among these cats. He was against them in idea, and what is more unconquerable, by instinct. He felt their secret claws, and he showed his teeth, somewhat at haphazard, we must admit, and not always appropriately. Not to make distinctions is a mistake. There is no good hatred in the mass. The Savoy and vicar would have found no mercy in his sight. It is not certain that such a thing as a good priest was possible in Mess Lethierry's eyes. By virtue of being a philosopher, he lacked somewhat in wisdom. The intolerance of the tolerant exists, as well as the rage of the moderates. But Lethierry was so kindly by nature that he could not be really a good hater. He repulsed rather than attacked. He kept the churchmen at a distance. They had done him harm. He confined himself to not wishing them well. The shade of difference between their hatred and his lay in the fact that theirs was animosity and his was antipathy. Guernsey, small as is the island, has room for two religions. It contains the Catholic religion and the Protestant religion. Let us add that it does not place the two religions in the same church. Each form of worship has its own temple or chapel. In Germany, at Heidelberg, for instance, they do not stand so much on ceremony. They cut the church in two, one half for St. Peter, the other half for Calvin. Between the two a partition to prevent fisticuffs. Equal shares to each. The Catholics have 3 altars, the Huguenots have 3 altars. As the hours for service are the same, the single bell rings for both at once. It summons at the same time to God and the devil, a very simple arrangement. The phlegmatic German accommodates himself to these customs. But at Guernsey each religion has a home of its own. There is the Orthodox parish and there is the heretic parish. One may choose between them. Neither the one nor the other, such had been the choice of Mess Lethierry. This sailor, this workman, this philosopher, this upstart of labor, while very simple in appearance, was by no means simple at bottom. He had his contradictions and his obstinacies. As to the priest, he was not to be shaken. He could have given points to Montlosier. He permitted himself to indulge in very disrespectful railleries. He said things peculiar to himself, eccentric, but sensible. Going to confession he called combing one's conscience. The small knowledge of letters which he possessed, a certain amount of reading picked up at sea between squalls, was impaired by faults of spelling. He had also faults of pronunciation, but they were always naive. When peace was made by Waterloo, between the France of Louis XVIII and the England of Wellington, Miss Lethierry said, "Bourmont has been the traitor of union between the two camps." Note traître d'union instead of trait d'union, point of union, hyphen. Once he wrote papoter, pap ote. Note papacy, pope taken away. We do not think that this was done intentionally. His antipathy did not conciliate the Anglicans in his behalf. He was no more beloved by the Protestant rectors than by the Catholic curés. In the presence of the gravest dogmas his irreligion burst forth almost without restraint. Chance having led him to hear a sermon on hell by the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode, a magnificent sermon filled from one end to the other with sacred texts proving eternal pains, punishment, torments, damnations, inexorable chastisements, endless burnings, inextinguishable curses, the wrath of the omnipotent, celestial furies, divine vengeances, incontestable facts, he was heard to say gently, as he was coming out with one of the faithful, "You see, I have such a queer idea. I imagine that God is good." This leaven of atheism came from his residence in France. Although a Guernsey man, and of tolerably pure race, he was called "the Frenchman" in the island because of his improper mind. He made no secret of the fact that he was impregnated with subversive ideas. His persistence in constructing that steamer, that devil boat, had proved it. He said, "I was suckled by '89." That is not a good sort of milk. Moreover, he was guilty of inconsistencies. It is very difficult to remain by one's self in small countries. In France, to keep up appearances, and in England to be respectable, a peaceable life is to be had only at this price. Being respectable implies a multitude of observances, from Sunday well sanctified to a cravat properly tied. Don't get yourself pointed at. That is the terrible law. To be pointed at is the diminutive of the anathema. Little towns, hotbeds of gossips, excel in this isolating malignity, which is a curse viewed through the small end of the telescope. The most valiant fear this ordeal. A man faces grapeshot, he faces the hurricane, but beats a retreat before Madame Pambèche. Miss Lethierry was more tenacious than logical, but beneath this pressure even his obstinacy gave way. He "put water in his wine," another phrase full of latent concessions and sometimes of such as cannot be acknowledged. He held aloof from members of the clergy, but he did not close his door resolutely against them. On official occasions, and at the stated times for pastoral visits, he received in a proper manner the Lutheran rector or the Papist chaplain, whichever it might be. At distant intervals he accompanied Déruchette to the Anglican parish church, while the latter, as we have said, only went herself on the 4 great festivals of the year. In short, these compromises, which cost him an effort, irritated him, and, far from inclining him towards churchmen, increased his inward resistance. He indemnified himself by more raillery. This man, being devoid of bitterness, had no acidity in his nature except in that direction. There was, however, no way of amending him. In fact and absolutely, such was his temperament, and people had to accept it. All the clergy were distasteful to him. He possessed the irreverence of the Revolution. He made little distinction in the form of worship. He did not even do justice to this great progress of ideas, the cessation of belief in the Real Presence. His short-sightedness in these matters went so far that he could not see any difference between a minister and an abbé. He confounded a reverend doctor with a reverend father. He said, "Wesley is no better than Loyola." When he saw a pastor go by with his wife he turned aside. "Married priest," he said, with the absurd accent which those two words had in France at that time. He was wont to relate that, on his last trip to London, he had seen "the Bishopess of London." His disgust at this sort of union went as far as anger. "Gown and gown cannot wed," he cried. The priesthood, in his eyes, was equivalent to a distinct sex. He would naturally have said, neither man nor woman, only a priest. He applied, with bad taste, to the Anglican clergy and to the Papal clergy the same disdainful epithets. He included the two cassocks in the same phraseology. He did not trouble himself to vary the soldiers' metonymies in use at that period for any priest, no matter what they were, Catholic or Lutheran. He said to Déruchette, "Marry whom you will, provided it is not a priest." End of Chapter 12. An exception in the character of Lethierry. Section 25 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13. Heedlessness adds new grace to beauty. When Lethierry had once said a thing, he remembered it. When Déruchette had once said a thing, she forgot it. Therein lay the difference between uncle and niece. Déruchette, brought up, as the reader has seen, was accustomed to but little responsibility. We insist upon it that more than one latent peril is contained in an education not taken with sufficient seriousness. It is perhaps unwise to wish to make one's child happy too soon. Déruchette believed that, provided she was content, all was well. Besides, she was also conscious that her uncle was happy when he saw her so. She held nearly the same ideas as Lethierry. Her religion was satisfied with going to church 4 times a year. The reader has seen her in her Christmas toilet. She was wholly ignorant of life. She possessed all the qualities necessary to render her one day mad with love. In the meantime, she was gay. She sang and chattered at haphazard, took life as it came, tossed a word and passed on, did a thing and fled, was charming. Add to this English liberty. In England the children go about alone. The young girls are their own mistresses. Youth has free rein. Such are the customs. Later on these free girls make slaves of wives. We use the two words here in their best sense, free in growth and development, but slaves to duty. Déruchette awoke each morning with little thought of her actions of the preceding day. She would have been greatly embarrassed had she been asked how she had spent her time the previous week. This did not prevent her having at certain hours troubles, a mysterious discomfort, and a somber feeling passing over her brightness and her joy. These azure depths have such clouds, but these clouds passed away quickly. She came forth from them with a burst of laughter, not knowing why she had been sad, nor why she was serene. She played with every one. Her roguery delighted in teasing the passers-by. She played tantalizing little jokes upon the young men. If she had encountered the devil she would have had no mercy on him. She would have played a trick on him. She was pretty, and at the same time so innocent that she presumed upon it. She gave a smile, as a kitten gives a scratch with its claw. So much the worse for the person scratched. She thought no more of it. Yesterday had no existence for her. She lived in the plenitude of to-day. This is to have too much happiness. With Déruchette the memory of a thing vanished as snow melts. End of Chapter 13. Heedlessness adds new grace to beauty. Section 26 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Fourth, The Bagpipe. Chapter I. The First Red Gleams of Dawn, or A Conflagration. Gilliatt had never spoken to Déruchette. He knew her through having seen her at a distance, as one knows the morning star. At the time when Déruchette had met Gilliatt on the road from Saint-Pierre-Port to VIII, and had surprised him by writing his name in the snow, she was 16. It was only the evening before that Miss Lethierry had said to her, "Play no more childish tricks. You are grown up now." That Gilliatt, written by that child, had fallen into unknown depths. What were women to Gilliatt? He himself could not have told. When he met one, he alarmed her, and he was afraid of her. He never spoke to a woman except from urgent necessity. He had never been a gallant of any of the country maidens. When he was alone in the road and beheld a woman coming towards him, he climbed over the wall of a garden, or hid himself in a thicket, and fled. He even avoided old women. He had seen one Parisian lady in the course of his life, a traveling Parisienne, a strange event for Guernsey at that distant epoch, and Gilliatt had heard the Parisienne narrate her griefs in these words: "I am greatly annoyed. I have just got some drops of rain on my hat. It is apricot, and that is a color which stains." Having found later on, between the leaves of a book, an ancient fashion plate representing a lady of the Chaussée d'Antin in full toilette, he had pasted it upon his wall in memory of that apparition. On summer evenings he hid behind the rocks of the Umé Paradis inlet to watch the peasant maids bathe in the sea in their shifts. One day he had watched through a hedge the witch of Torteval put on her garter. He was probably spotless. On that Christmas morning, when he encountered Déruchette, and when she laughingly wrote his name in the snow, he returned home, no longer knowing why he had gone out. Night came. He did not sleep. He thought of 1,000 things: that it would be well to cultivate black radishes in his garden, that the exhibition was good, that he had not seen the boat from Sark pass by. Had something happened to it? That he had seen some white stonecrop in flower, a rare thing at that season. He had never exactly known what relationship the old woman who was dead bore to him. He said to himself decidedly that she must be his mother, and he thought of her with redoubled tenderness. He thought of the woman's clothing, which lay in the leather trunk. He thought that the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode would probably some day be appointed dean of St. Pierre-Port, surrogate of the bishop, and that the rectorship of St. Sampson would become vacant. He thought that the day after Christmas would be the 27th day of the moon, and that consequently high water would come at 21 minutes past 3, half ebb at 15 minutes past 7, and low tide at 33 minutes past 9, and half flood again at 39 minutes past 12. He recalled the minutest details in the costume of the Highlander who had sold him his bagpipe: his bonnet ornamented with a thistle, his claymore, his tight coat with short square skirts, his kilt, his skilt or filiberry, ornamented with his sporran purse, and his smushing mull, a horn snuff-box, his pin made of a Scotch stone, his 2 girdles, the sash-wise and the belts, his sword, his cutlass, his dirk, and his skein d'oeuf, a black knife with a black handle ornamented with two cairngorms. Note, all these words are as written by Hugo, except bagpipe, which he writes bugpipe. And the bare knees of this soldier, his stockings, his plaid gaiters, and his shoes with buckles. This equipment became a specter, pursued him, gave him a fever, lulled him to sleep. When he awoke it was broad daylight, and his first thought was Déruchette. On the following day he slept, but all night long he saw the Scotch soldier again. He said to himself in his sleep that the sittings of the Superior Court after Christmas would be held on the 21st of January. He also dreamed of old Rector Jacquemin Hérode. When he awoke he thought of Déruchette, and felt violent anger against her. He regretted that he was no longer a small boy, because then he could go and fling stones at her windows. Then he reflected that if he were a small boy he would have his mother, and he began to weep. He formed a project of going to pass 3 months at Chauzy or the Maquiers, but he did not go. He did not set foot again on the road from St. Pierre Port to Laval. He fancied that his name, Gilliatt, remained graven there on the earth, and that all the passers-by must be looking at it. End of Chapter I. The First Gleams of Dawn, or A Conflagration. Section 27 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter II. An Entrance, Step by Step, into the Unknown. On the other hand, he saw Les Bravées every day. He did not do it intentionally, but he went in that direction. It chanced that his road always lay along the path which skirted Déruchette's garden wall. One morning, as he was on this path, a market woman who was coming from Les Bravées said to another, "Miss Lethierry likes sea kale." He made a trench for sea kale in his garden at the Bout de la Rue. Sea kale is a sort of cabbage which has the flavor of asparagus. The garden wall of Les Bravées was very low. One could easily climb over it. The idea of climbing over it would have seemed terrible to him, but he was not prohibited from hearing as he passed, like all the rest of the world, the voices of persons who were talking in the chambers or in the garden. He did not listen, but he heard. Once he heard the two servants, Douce and Grace, quarreling. That was one of the noises of the house. That quarrel lingered in his ear like music. On another occasion he distinguished a voice which was not like that of the others, and which, as it seemed to him, must be the voice of Déruchette. He took to flight. The words which that voice had pronounced remained forever graven in his memory. He repeated them to himself every moment. These words were, "Will you please to give me the broom?" By degree he became bolder. He dared to stay a while. It once happened that Déruchette, whom it was impossible to see from the outside, although her window was open, was at her piano and singing. She was singing her air, Bonny Dundee. He turned very pale, but he summoned up his courage so far as to listen. Spring arrived. One day Gilliatt had a vision. Heaven opened. Gilliatt saw Déruchette watering her lettuce. Soon he did more than pause. He observed her habits. He noticed her hours. He waited to see her. He took good care not to show himself. Little by little, at the same time that the shrubbery was becoming filled with butterflies and roses, he became accustomed to see Déruchette in the garden as he stood motionless and mute for hours together, hidden behind that wall, seen by no one, holding his breath. One becomes gradually accustomed to poison. From his hiding place he often heard Déruchette's conversing with Miss Lethierry under a thick arch of yoke elms where there was a seat. Their words reached him distinctly. How much progress he had made! He had now come to spying and eavesdropping. Alas, there is a spy in every human heart. There was another seat visible and quite close, at the edge of an alley. Déruchette sat on it sometimes. From the flowers which he saw Déruchette pluck and smell he had divined her tastes in the matter of perfumes. The convolvulus was the odor which she preferred, next the pink, then the honeysuckle, then jasmine. The rose came only fifth. She looked at the lily, but she did not smell of it. From her choice of perfumes Gilliatt imagined her character in his thoughts. To each odor he attached some perfection. The mere idea of speaking to Déruchette made his hair stand on end. A good old peddler woman, whose wandering industry brought her from time to time into the lane which skirted the enclosure of Les Bravées, finally began to notice, in a confused way, Gilliatt's assiduity near this wall, and his devotion to this deserted place. Did she connect the presence of this man in front of that wall with the possibility of a woman behind it? Did she perceive that vague, invisible thread? Had she, in her beggared decrepitude, remained sufficiently young to recoil something of her happier days? And did she still know, amid her winter and her night, what the dawn was? We know not, but it appears that once, as she passed near Gilliatt, standing on guard, she cast in his direction the nearest approach to a smile of which she was still capable, and muttered between her toothless gums, "That warms one." Gilliatt heard this word. He was struck by it. He murmured with an inward interrogation point, "That warms one? What does that old woman mean?" He repeated this saying mechanically all day, but he did not understand it. One evening, when he was at his window at the Bû de la Rue, 5 or 6 young girls of Ancresse came, as a pleasure excursion, to bathe in the inlet of Ume. They played very innocently in the water, 100 paces away from him. He closed his window violently. He perceived that a nude woman caused him horror. End of Chapter 2. An entrance step by step into the unknown. Section 28 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. The air Bonny Dundee finds an echo on the hill. Behind the enclosure of the garden of Les Bravées was an angle of the wall covered with holly and ivy, with nettles, with a wild tree mallow, and a large mullein sprouting amid the blocks of granite. It was in this nook that he passed nearly the whole of his summer. He stood there in an indescribably pensive mood. The lizards, accustomed to him, warmed themselves on the same stones. The summer was bright and full of dreamy indolence. Gilliatt had above his head the flitting clouds. He sat on the grass. Everything was full of the sounds of birds. He clasped his brow in his hands and asked himself, "But why did she write my name in the snow?" The sea breeze came in great puffs from the distance. At intervals, in the quarries of La Vendue, the horn of the miners sounded abruptly, warning passers-by to stand aside and that a charge was about to be exploded. The port of St. Sampson was not visible, but the tips of the masts could be seen above the trees. Stray gulls were flying about. Gilliatt had heard his mother say that women could be in love with men, that such things did happen sometimes. He answered himself, "That is it. I understand. Déruchette is in love with me." He felt profoundly sad. He said to himself, "But she, on her part, is thinking of me. It is well." He reflected that Déruchette was rich, and that he was poor. He then thought that the steamboat was an execrable invention. He could never remember the day of the month. He watched, in a vague way, the big black bumblebees with their yellow thighs and short wings as they plunged noisily into the holes in the wall. One evening Déruchette retired to her room to go to bed. She approached her window to close it. The night was dark. All at once Déruchette began to listen. Somewhere in the dark shadow there was music. Someone, who was probably on the slope of the hill or at the foot of the towers of the Chateau Duval, or perhaps even still farther away, was playing an air upon an instrument. Déruchette recognized her favorite melody, Bonny Dundee, played on the bagpipe. She could not understand it at all. From that time forth this music was repeated from time to time at the same hour, particularly on very dark nights. Déruchette did not like this very much. End of Chapter 3. The air Bonny Dundee finds an echo on the hill. Section 29 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. A Nocturnal Serenade. Pour l'oncle et le tuteur, bonhomme taciturne, les sérénades sont tapages nocturnes. Note: for the uncle and the guardian, taciturn men, serenades are nocturnal uproars. Couplet from an unpublished comedy. 4 years have passed. Déruchette was approaching 21 and was still unmarried. Some writer had said, "A fixed idea is a gimlet. Every year it sinks in one turn. If anyone desires to extract it for us the first year, it would pull out our hair. The second year it would tear our skin. The third year it would break our bones. The fourth year it would tear out our brain." Gilliatt had reached the 4th year of it. He had not yet spoken a word to Déruchette. He dreamed of that charming girl. That was all. It once happened that, being by chance at St. Sampson, he had seen Déruchette talking with Mess Lethierry in front of the door of Les Bravées, which opened on the road to the port. Gilliatt ventured to approach very near. He was quite sure that she had smiled as he passed. There was nothing impossible about that. Déruchette still heard the bagpipe from time to time. Mess Lethierry also heard that bagpipe. He had at last noticed the persistency of that music beneath Déruchette's windows. Tender music, an aggravating circumstance. A nocturnal gallant was not to his taste. He wished Déruchette to marry when the day arrived, when she should desire it, and when he should desire it, purely and simply, without romance and without music. Provoked, he lay in wait, and he thought that he had caught a glimpse of Gilliatt. He had thrust his fingers into his whiskers, a sign of wrath, and had muttered, "What does that fellow mean by his piping? He loves Déruchette, that is clear. You are wasting your time. He who wants Déruchette must apply to me, and not by playing the flute." An event of considerable importance, long foreseen, had taken place. It was announced that the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode was appointed surrogate to the Bishop of Winchester, Dean of the island, and receiver of St. Pierre Port, and that he would take his departure from St. Sampson for St. Pierre immediately after his successor was installed. The new rector must soon arrive. This priest was a gentleman of Norman origin, Monsieur Jo Ebenezer Caudray, anglicized into Caudry. Some facts were known concerning the future rector which kindliness and malice interpreted in an inverse sense. He was said to be young and poor, but his youth was tempered with much learning, and his poverty by many expectations. In the special language created for inheritance and wealth, death is called expectations. He was the nephew and heir of the old and opulent Dean of St. Asaph. At the death of this dean he would be rich. M. Ebenezer Caudray had distinguished connections. He had almost the right to the title of honorable. As for his doctrine, it was variously judged. It was Anglican, but according to the expression of Bishop Tillotson, very free, that is to say, very severe. He reputed Phariseeism. He held by the presbytery rather than by the episcopacy. He dreamed of the primitive church, when Adam had the right to choose Eve, and when Frumartinus, Bishop of Hierapolis, abducted a maiden for the purpose of making her his wife, saying to her parents, "She wishes it and I wish it. You are no longer her father and you are no longer her mother. I am the angel of Hierapolis, and she is my wife. God is the father." If what was said was to be believed, M. Ebenezer Caudray subordinated the text, "Honor thy father and thy mother," to the text of greater authority in his view, "The woman is the flesh of the man. The woman shall leave her father and her mother to cleave to her husband." Moreover, this tendency to circumscribe paternal authority, and religiously to favor all modes of forming the conjugal union, is peculiar to all Protestantism, particularly in England, and singularly so in America. End of Chapter 4. A Nocturnal Serenade. Section 30 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. Well-Merited Success is Always Hated. Miss Lethierry's affairs at that moment were as follows. The Durande had fulfilled all that she had promised. Miss Lethierry had paid his debts, repaired the breaches in his fortune, canceled his indebtedness at Bremen, and met his bills of exchange at maturity in St. Malo. He had cleared the house of Les Bravets of the mortgages with which it was burdened. He had bought in all the little local charges inscribed against the property. He was the possessor of a great productive capital, the Durande. The net revenue from the vessel was now £1,000 sterling, and continued to increase. Properly speaking, the Durande constituted his entire fortune. She was also the fortune of the island. The most profitable part of her business was the transportation of cattle, and in order to improve the stowing capacity and to facilitate the entrance and exit of the animals, they had been obliged to dispense with the quarter boats and the yawls. This was, possibly, an imprudence. The Durande had but one boat remaining, the long boat. It was, however, an excellent boat. 10 years had elapsed since Rantaine's theft. This prosperity of the Durande had one weak side. It was that it did not inspire confidence. It was believed to be chance. Miss Lethierry's situation was only looked upon as exceptional. He was regarded as having committed a fortunate folly. Someone who had imitated him at Cowes, in the Isle of Wight, had not been successful. The attempt had ruined his stockholders. Lethierry said, "'Twas because the engine was badly constructed." But people shook their heads. Novelties have this to their disadvantage, that every one bears them a grudge. The slightest false step compromises them. One of the commercial oracles in the Norman archipelago, Jogues the banker from Paris, on being consulted as to a speculation in steamers, answered, it is said, turning his back on the speaker, "You are proposing a conversion to me, the conversion of money into smoke." On the other hand, sailing vessels found as many people to invest in their stock as they wished. The captains obstinately preferred canvas to the boiler. In Guernsey the Durande was a fact, but steam was not an established principle. Such is the unrelenting animosity of conservatism in the presence of progress. It was said of Lethierry, "That is good, but he could not do it again." Far from being an encouragement, his example frightened people. No one would have dared to risk a second Durande. End of Chapter 5. Well-Merited Success is Always Hated. Section 31 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, The Luck of a Shipwrecked Crew in Meeting a Sloop. The equinox begins early in the Channel. The sea is narrow and compresses the wind and irritates it. West winds begin in the month of February. The waves are shaken up in every direction. Navigation becomes an anxious matter. The people of the coast watch the signal pole. They are engrossed with the thought of ships which may be in distress. The sea appears like an ambush. An invisible clarion sounds the alarm for war. Vast and furious blasts overwhelm the horizon. There is a terrible wind. The night whistles and howls. In the depths of the clouds the black face of the tempest puffs out his cheeks. The wind is one danger, the fog is another. Fogs have always been the dread of navigators. In certain fogs microscopic prisms of ice are held in suspension, to which Moriot attributes halos, mock suns, and mock moons. Storm fogs are composite. Different vapors of unequal specific gravity there combine with watery vapors, and are superposed one upon another in an order which divides the mist into zones, and makes of the fog a veritable formation. Iodine is at the bottom, sulphur above the iodine, bromine above the sulphur, phosphorus above the bromine. This, in a certain measure, by playing the part of electric and magnetic tension, explains many phenomena: St. Elmo's fire, the fires of Columbus and of Magellan, the flying stars mingled with the ships, of which Seneca speaks, the two flaming Castor and Pollux, of which Plutarch speaks, the Roman legion, whose javelins Caesar thought he saw take fire, the peak of the Chateau of Duineau in Frioul, which the soldier of the guard caused to give forth sparks by touching it with the iron of his lance, and perhaps even those lightnings from below which the ancients called the terrestrial lightnings of Saturn. At the equator an immense permanent fog seems to encircle the world. The function of the cloud ring is to cool the tropics, just as the function of the Gulf Stream is to warm the pole. Under the cloud ring the fog is fatal. These are the horse latitudes. There the navigators of former centuries were accustomed to throw their horses into the sea in time of storm, in order to lighten their vessels, and in time of calm to economize their stock of fresh water. Columbus said, "Nube abaxo es muerte." Death lurks under the cloud. The Etruscans, who are in meteorology what the Chaldeans are in astronomy, had two high priests, the high priest of thunder and the high priest of the cloud. The fulgurators observed the lightning, and the Aquilagi observed the clouds. The college of the priest augurs of Tarquinese was consulted by the Tyrians, the Phoenicians, the Pelasgians, and all the primitive navigators of the ancient Mare Internum. The mode of generation of tempests was seen to some extent even at that time. It is intimately connected with the mode of generation of fogs, and it is, properly speaking, the same phenomenon. There exist on the ocean three regions of fogs, one equatorial, two polar. Mariners give them but a single name, the Black Pot. Along all coasts, and especially in the Channel, equinoctial fogs are dangerous. They produce sudden night on the sea. One of the perils of the fog, even when it is not very thick, is that it prevents the recognition of the change of depth by the change of color in the water. The result is a dangerous concealment of the approach of breakers and shoals. One runs on a reef without warning. Fogs often leave a vessel no other resource than to heave to or anchor. There are as many shipwrecks caused by fog as by wind. Nevertheless, after a very violent hurricane which followed one of these foggy days, the mail boat Cashmere arrived safely from England. It entered St. Pierre Port as the first ray of dawn appeared on the sea, and at the very moment when the cannon of the Chateau Cornet announced the sunrise. The sky had cleared up. The sloop Cashmere was expected, as it was to bring the new rector of St. Sampson. Shortly after the arrival of the sloop, the rumor spread through the town that she had been hailed during the night by a longboat containing a shipwrecked crew. End of Chapter 6. The luck of a shipwrecked crew in meeting a sloop. Section 32 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Fifth, The Revolver, Chapter 1. The Conversations at the Jean Tavern. Sieur Clubin was a man who waits his opportunity. He was short and yellow, with the strength of a bull. The sea had not succeeded in tanning his skin. His flesh resembled wax. He was the color of a candle, and he had the candle's discreet light in his eyes. His memory was peculiarly retentive. For him to see a man once was to have him registered as if in a notebook. His eye took an impression of a face and kept it. In vain did the visage grow old. Sieur Clubin knew it again. Impossible to throw this tenacious memory off the track. Sieur Clubin was curt, sober, cold, never a gesture. His air of candor won at first sight. Many people considered him artless. He had in the corner of his eye a wrinkle astonishingly expressive of simplicity. There was no better sailor than he, as we have said. There was no one like him for hauling in sheets or for keeping the sails well trimmed. No reputation for religion and integrity stood higher than his. Anyone who suspected him would himself have been regarded with suspicion. He was a friend of M. Rebouchet, money changer in St. Malo, Rue St. Vincent, beside the armorers, and M. Rebouchet was wont to say, "I would give Clubin my shop to keep." Sieur Clubin was a widower. His wife, like himself, had been strictly honest. She had died with the reputation of unsullied virtue. If the bailli had paid court to her, she would have gone and told the king, and if the deity had been in love with her, she would have told the cure. This couple, Sieur and Dame Clubin, had realized in Torteval the ideal of the English term respectable. Dame Clubin was the swan. Sieur Clubin was the ermine. A stain would have been fatal to him. He could not have found a pin without searching for the owner. He would have sent the town crier round with a box of matches. One day he entered a wine shop in St. Servan and said to the proprietor, "I breakfasted here 3 years ago. You made a mistake in the bill," and he returned him 65 centimes. His was a great probity, accompanied by a certain contraction of the lips. He seemed to be on the watch. For whom? Probably for rascals. Every Tuesday he took the Durande from Guernsey to St. Malo. He reached St. Malo on Tuesday evening, remained 2 days to load, and set out for Guernsey again on Friday morning. There was a little tavern in St. Malo at that time, near the port, which was called the Jean Tavern. The construction of the present quays has demolished this inn. At that epoch the sea came up to the St. Vincent and Dinan Gate. St. Malo and St. Servan were put in communication at low tide by carrioles and maringots. Note: a small carriage furnished with rails on the sides and ends, the seats being movable. Rolling and circulating among the vessels lying high and dry, avoiding the buoys, the anchors, and cordage, and sometimes running the risk of breaking their leather hoods on a lowered yard or the end of a jib boom. Between tides the coachmen lashed their horses across this sand where 6 hours later the wind lashed the waves. On this same strand, in former days, roamed the 24 watchdogs of St. Malo, who ate a naval officer in 1770. This excessive zeal led to their suppression. Today nocturnal barking is no longer heard between the Little Talade and the Grand Talade. Sieur Clubin put up at the Jean Tavern. The French office of the Durande was located at that place. The custom house men and coast guards came to take their meals and to drink at the Jean Tavern. They had their separate table. The custom house officers at Binique met the officers of St. Malo there for the good of the service. The skippers of vessels also came there, but ate at another table. Sieur Clubin sat sometimes at the one, sometimes at the other, preferring the table of the custom house officials, however, to that of the skippers. He was welcome at both. These tables were well served. There were supplies of foreign beverages for mariners far from home. A dandified sailor from Bilboa would have found an Eleda there. Stout was drunk, as at Greenwich, and brown gueuze, as at Antwerp. Captains on long voyages and ship's chandlers sometimes were seen at the skipper's table. There they exchanged news. "How are sugars?" "That kind goes only in small lots, but raw sugars sell. 3,000 sacks of Bombay and 500 hogsheads of Sagua. You will see that the duty will result in overturning Villèle. And indigo? Only 7 Guatemala surons have been handled. The Nanin Julia has come into the roads, a pretty three-master from Bretagne. The 2 cities of La Plata are quarreling again. When Montevideo grows fat, Buenos Aires grows lean. They have had to reship the cargo of the Regina Cordy, condemned at Callao. Cocoa is rising. Sacks from Caracas are quoted at 234, and Trinidad sacks at 73. It appears that at the review on the Champ de Mars people shouted, "Down with the ministers!" Salted green hides from Saladeros are selling, ox hides at 60 francs, cow hides at 48. Have they passed the Balkans? What is D Beach doing? At San Francisco the supply of anise seed is short. Plagnol olive oil is quiet. Gruyere cheese in tins, 32 francs the quintal. Well, is Leo XII dead? Etc., etc. These things were shouted out and noisily commented upon. At the table of the custom house officers and coast guard they talked less loudly. Matters connected with the coast police and revenue require less publicity and less distinctness in conversation. The skipper's table was presided over by an old foreign captain, M. Guétret-Gabriel. M. Guétret-Gabriel was not a man, he was a barometer. His familiarity with the sea had given him a surprising infallibility of prognostication. He decreed the weather for the following day. He osculated the wind, he felt the pulse of the tide. He said to the cloud, "Show me your tongue," that is to say, the lightning. He was the doctor of the waves, the breeze, the squall. The ocean was his patient. He had made the tour of the world as one takes a clinical course, examining every climate in both good and bad health. He knew the pathology of the seasons to the very last details. He was heard to announce facts like the following: "The barometer once went down in 1796 to 3 lines below tempest." He was a sailor from love of the profession. He hated England as much as he loved the sea. He had studied the English navy carefully in order to get at its weak points. He explained in what respect the Sovereign of 1637 differed from the Royal William of 1670 and from the Victory of 1755. He compared their upper works. He regretted the towers on deck and the funnel shaped tops of the Great Harry of 1514, probably from the point of view of the French cannon ball, which lodged so well in these surfaces. For him, nations existed only in their marine institutions, and odd synonyms were peculiar to him. He liked to designate England by Trinity House, Scotland by Northern Commissioners, and Ireland by Ballast Board. He abounded in information. He was an alphabet, an almanac, low water mark and tariff all in one. He knew by heart the tolls of the lighthouses, especially of the English, a penny a ton for passing by this one, and a farthing for passing by that one. He would say to you, "The lighthouse on Small's Rock, which used to consume only 200 gallons of oil, now burns 1,500 gallons." One day on board ship, in the course of a serious illness, he was thought to be dead. The crew surrounded his hammock. He interrupted the hiccups of his death agony to say to the master carpenter, "It would be a good idea to make a mortise in the masthead caps on each side, and put in a cast iron sheave to reeve the top ropes through." This habit of command gave him an expression of authority. It was rare that the subject of conversation, though, was the same at the table of the skippers as that of the custom house officials. This case presented itself, however, in the early days of that month of February, to which we have now brought the story we are relating. The three master Tamaulipas, Captain Zuela, coming from Chile and about to return thither, attracted the attention of both messes. At the skipper's table they talked of her cargo; at the customs house table of the set of her sails. Captain Zuela of Copiapo was a Chilean and a bit of a Colombian. He had fought independently in the War for Independence, holding now with Bolivar and again with Morillo, according as he saw his advantage. He had become rich by dint of being of service to every one. There was no man more Bourbonist, more Bonapartist, more absolutist, more liberal, more atheist, and more Catholic. He belonged to that great party which may be called the lucrative party. He made his appearance in France from time to time on business, and, judging from what was said, he willingly gave passage on his vessel to people taking flight, bankrupts or political outlaws, it mattered little to whom, so long as they paid. His process of embarkation was simple. The fugitive waited on a desert point of the shore, and at the moment of setting sail Zuela dispatched a boat to fetch him. He had in this way, on his preceding voyage, aided in the escape of a contumacious person connected with the Berton trial, and this time he intended, it was said, to carry off some men who had been compromised in the Bidassoa affair. The police, having been warned, had an eye upon him. This was a period of flights. The Restoration was a reaction. Now, revolutions bring about emigrations, and restorations produce banishments. During the first 7 or 8 years after the return of the Bourbons, panic reigned everywhere, in finance, in industry, in commerce, which felt the earth trembling, and in which failures abounded. There was a desperate scramble in politics. La Valette had taken flight. Lefebvre Desnouettes had taken flight. Delon had taken flight. The courts of exception were more crowded than Trestaillon. People shunned the bridge of Saumur, the Esplanade de la Réole, the wall of the Observatory of Paris, the tower of Touriade d'Avignon, landmarks in history which reaction has marked, and where one still distinguishes at the present day that bloody hand. In London, the Thistlewood trial, branching into France; in Paris, the Trogoff trial, with branches in Belgium, Switzerland, and Italy, had multiplied the causes for uneasiness and flight, and augmented that mysterious underground rout which created so many gaps even in the highest ranks of the social system of the day. To place oneself in safety, that was men's sole care. To be compromised was to be lost. The spirit of the military courts had survived their institution. Condemnations were matters of favor. People fled to Texas, to the Rocky Mountains, to Peru, to Mexico. The men of the Loire, traitors then, patriots today, had founded the Chant d'Asile. A song of Béranger says: "Savages, we are Frenchmen, take pity on our glory." To expatriate oneself was the only resource. But nothing is less simple than flight. That monosyllable contains abysses. Everything is an obstacle to the man who is fleeing. Stealing away implies disguising oneself. Important and even illustrious characters were reduced to the expedients of malefactors. And even then they succeeded badly. They were not practical. Their habits of freedom of action rendered their slipping through the meshes of authority difficult. A pickpocket who had forfeited his ticket of probation was more correct, in the eyes of the police, than a general. Can one imagine innocence constrained to paint its face, virtue assuming a false voice, glory hiding under a mask? Such and such a passer-by with a suspicious air was a renown in quest of a false passport. The equivocal course of a man making his escape did not prove that he was not a hero. Fugitive and characteristic traits of the time, which so-called regular history neglects, and which the true painters of the century should bring out clearly. Behind these flights of honest people had slipped in the flights of thieves, less watched and less suspected. A scamp, forced to disappear, profited by the confusion, formed one of a number of exiles, and often, as we have said, thanks to more art, seemed in that twilight more of an honest man than the honest man. Nothing is more awkward than probity in the clutches of justice. It understands nothing of the matter, and is sure to commit itself. A counterfeiter could escape more easily than a conventionary. Strange to say, one could almost affirm, particularly in the case of dishonest people, that flight led to everything. The amount of civilization which a rascal brought from Paris or from London served him in lieu of capital, in primitive or barbarous countries, was a recommendation for him, and installed him as an initiator. There was nothing impossible in the adventure of escaping from the criminal code here and arriving at the priesthood abroad. There was something fantastic in the disappearance, and more than one flight had results like a dream. A flight of this description led to the unknown and the chimerical. A bankrupt who absconded from Europe reappeared 20 years later as Grand Vizier to the Mogul, or King of Tasmania. Assisting fugitives became an industry, and in view of the frequency of the fact, an immensely profitable industry. This speculation was eked out by certain kinds of commerce. Any one who wished to make his escape to England applied to the smugglers. He who wished to flee to America betook himself to sea captains like Zuela. End of Section 32, Book Fifth, The Revolver, Chapter I, The Conversation at the Jean Tavern. Section 33 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter II. Clubin Perceives Someone. Zuela sometimes came to eat at the Jean Tavern. Sieur Clubin knew him by sight. Moreover, Sieur Clubin was not proud. He did not disdain to know rascals by sight. He even went so far sometimes as to know them in deed, giving them his hand in the open street and bidding them good day. He talked English to the smuggler and jabbered Spanish with the contrabandista. He had some sayings on this point. "One can derive good from a knowledge of evil. It is useful for the gamekeeper to converse with the poacher. The pilot should sound the pirate being a reef. I taste a rascal as a physician tastes poison." There was no reply to this. Everyone acknowledged that Captain Clubin was right. He was approved for not being ridiculously dainty. Who would have dared to speak ill of him? All that he did was done "for the good of the service." Everything was quite simple coming from him. Nothing could compromise him. If crystal were to try to spot itself, it could not. This confidence was the just reward of long honesty, and therein lies the excellence of well-established reputations. Whatever Clubin did or seemed to do, no one suspected any harm on the score of virtue. He had acquired a state of impeccability. Moreover, he was very circumspect, so it was said, and from an intimacy which would have been suspicious in any other person, his probity extricated itself with additional reputation for cleverness. This reputation for cleverness combined harmoniously with his renown for simplicity, without either contradiction or trouble. Such a thing as a clever and unassuming man does exist. This is one of the varieties of the honest man, and one most appreciated. Sieur Clubin was one of the men who, when encountered in conversation with a sharper or a bandit, are accepted, understood, and respected all the more, and who possess in their favor the satisfied confidence of public esteem. The Tamaulipas had completed her lading, she was ready for sea, and would soon set sail. On Tuesday evening the Durande arrived at St. Malo when it was still broad daylight. Sieur Clubin, as he stood on the bridge and superintended the maneuvers of making a landing, perceived near the Petit Bay, on the sandy beach between two rocks, in a very secluded spot, two men talking together. He looked at them with his marine glass and recognized one of them. It was Captain Zuela. He thought that he recognized the other also. The other was a man of lofty stature and rather gray. He wore a broad-brimmed hat and sober garments of the Friends. He was probably a Quaker. He kept his eyes modestly lowered. On arriving at the Jean Tavern, Sieur Clubin learned that the Tamaulipas intended to sail in a fortnight. It was afterwards learned that he had already made some inquiries on other points. That night he entered the shop of the gunsmith in the Rue Saint Vincent, and said to him, "Do you know what a revolver is?" "Yes," replied the gunsmith, "it is an American weapon." "It is a pistol which begins the conversation over again." "In fact, it has in itself question and reply." "And retort also." "Quite true, Monsieur Clubin, a revolving barrel." "And 5 or 6 bullets." The gunsmith opened the corner of his lips a little, and gave vent to that click of the tongue which, accompanied by a shake of the head, expresses admiration. "The weapon is good, Monsieur Clubin. I think it will make its way." "I should like a 6-chambered revolver." "I have none." "How is that, when you are a gunsmith?" "I have not the article as yet. You see, it is a novelty. It is just out. Only pistols are made in France so far." "The devil!" "It is not on sale yet." "The devil!" "I have excellent pistols." "I want a revolver." "I admit that it is more advantageous. But wait a moment, Monsieur Clubin." "What?" "I think that there is one of the things in St. Malo at the present moment, a second-hand one." "A revolver?" "Yes." "For sale?" "Yes." "Where?" "I think I know where. I will inquire." "When can you give me an answer?" "Second-hand, but good." "When shall I return?" "If I procure you a revolver it will be good." "When will you give me an answer?" "After your next trip." Do not say that it is for me, said Clubin. End of chapter 2. Clubin perceives someone. Section 34 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Clubin carries away and does not bring back. Sieur Clubin completed the lading of the Durande, took on board a number of cattle and several passengers, and quitted St. Malo for Guernsey on Friday morning as usual. On that same Friday, when the vessel was in the open sea, which permits the captain to absent himself from the bridge for a few moments, Clubin entered his cabin, locked the door, took a traveling bag which he had, put some garments in the elastic compartment, biscuits, some boxes of preserve, a few pounds of cocoa in sticks, a chronometer, and a marine glass in the solid compartment, locked the bag, and ran through the handles a rope all ready to haul it up at need. Then he descended into the hold, entered the chain locker, and was seen to come up again with one of those knotted ropes under his arm, which are provided with a hook and which are used by caulkers at sea and by thieves on shore. These ropes facilitate climbing. On arriving at Guernsey, Clubin went to Torteval. There he remained for 36 hours. He took with him the valise and the knotted rope, and did not bring them back. Let us state, once for all, that the Guernsey which is treated in this book is the ancient Guernsey, which no longer exists, and which it would be impossible to find today anywhere except in country places. There it is still alive, but it is dead in the towns. The remark which we make concerning Guernsey should also apply to Jersey. St. Helier is equal to Dieppe, and St. Pierre Port is the same as Lorient. Thanks to progress, thanks to the admirable spirit of enterprise of this brave little insular people, everything has been transformed within the last 40 years in the Channel Archipelago. Where there was darkness there is light. Having made this observation, let us pass on. In those times, which have already become historical, smuggling was very active in the Channel. Contraband vessels abounded, particularly on the west coast of Guernsey. Persons fully informed as to the smallest details of what took place half a century ago even go so far as to cite the names of many of these vessels, nearly all Asturian and Guipuscoan. There is no doubt of the fact that hardly a week passed without the arrival of one or two of them in the Baie des Saints or at Plymouth. It had all the appearances of a regular service. One ocean cave at Sark was, and still is, called the Shops, because people came to this grotto to purchase merchandise of the smugglers. To meet the requirements of this kind of traffic, a sort of contraband language now forgotten, and which was to Spanish what the Levantine is to Italian, was spoken in the Channel. At many points on the French and English shores, smuggling had a cordial but secret understanding with legitimate and protected commerce. It had the right of entrance to more than one financier in high position by a private door, it is true, and it was slyly interfused in commercial circulation and in the whole arterial system of trade. Merchant in front, smuggler at the rear, that was the history of many a fortune. Seguin said it of Bourgin, Bourgin said it of Seguin. We do not vouch for their statements. Perhaps they slandered each other. However that may be, smuggling, hunted down by the laws, incontestably had very good connections in finance. It had an understanding with the best society. The cavern where Mondrin formerly elbowed the Comte de Charolais was honest on the exterior, and had an irreproachable facade turned toward society, gable end to the street. Hence much connivance necessarily disguised. These mysteries demanded impenetrable secrecy. A smuggler knew many things, and was forced to hold his peace. An inviolable and rigid good faith was his law. A smuggler's chief of quality was loyalty. Without discretion, no smuggling. There are the secrets of fraud as there are the secrets of the confessional. These secrets were faithfully guarded. The smuggler swore to maintain silence about everything, and he kept his word. There was no one in whom one could so well confide as in a smuggler. The Judge Alcaide of Oyerson one day caught a smuggler and put him to the torture in order to name his secret capitalist. The smuggler did not reveal the name. This capitalist was the Judge Alcaide himself. Of these two accomplices, the judge and the smuggler, one had been obliged, in order to comply with the law in the sight of all, to apply torture, to which the other had submitted rather than to violate his oath. The two most famous smugglers who haunted Pleinmont at that epoch were Blasco and Blasquito. They were tocayos. It is a sort of Spanish and Catholic relationship which consists in having the same patron saint in paradise, a thing not less worthy of consideration, it must be admitted, than having the same father on earth. When one was very nearly initiated into the furtive itinerary of smuggling, nothing was easier, and at the same time more difficult, than to have dealings with these men. It was only necessary to have no fear of night excursions, to go to Pleinmont and confront the mysterious interrogation point which stands there. End of Chapter 3. Clubin carries away and does not bring back. Section 35 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Pleinmont. Pleinmont, near Torteval, is one of the three angles of Guernsey. At the extremity of the cape there is a lofty, turfy ridge which overlooks the sea. This summit is a lonely place. It is all the more lonely because a single house is visible there. This house adds terror to the solitude. It is said to be haunted. Haunted or not, its aspect is singular. This house, built of granite and 1 story high, stands in the midst of the grass. It is in good condition and can be made perfectly habitable. The walls are thick and the roof is solid. Not a stone is out of position in the walls, not a tile is lacking in the roof. A brick chimney buttresses the angle of the roof. This house turns its back on the sea. The side towards the ocean is merely a blank wall. On examining the wall attentively, a bricked-up window is to be perceived. The two gables have 3 windows. The front, which faces inland, alone has a door and windows. The door is walled up. The 2 windows of the ground floor are also walled up. On the first floor, and this is what strikes one first on approaching, there are 2 open windows. Their opening renders them dark in broad daylight. They have no panes, not even sashes. They open upon the gloom within. One would say that they were the empty sockets from whence 2 eyes had been torn. There is nothing in this house. One perceives from the yawning apertures the dilapidation within. No wainscoting, no woodwork, naked stone. One fancies that one beholds a sepulchre with windows which permits the specters to gaze out. The rain undermines it on the side toward the sea. A few nettles, shaken by the breeze, caress the base of the walls. No other human habitation on all the horizon. This house is an empty thing wherein dwells silence. Nevertheless, if one halts and lays one's ear to the wall, one hears, confusedly at times, the flutter of frightened wings. Above the walled-up door, on the stone which forms the architrave, are engraved these letters, ELM PBILG, and this date, 1780. At night the melancholy moon finds entrance here. The sea surrounds this house. Its situation is magnificent, and for this reason the aspect is more gloomy. The beauty of the place becomes an enigma. Why does no human family inhabit this dwelling? The place is beautiful, the house is good. Whence comes this abandonment? These questions suggested by reverie succeed others of the reason. This field is cultivatable. Why is it not cultivated? No master. The door walled up. What then is the matter with the place? Why has man fled from it? What is going on here? If nothing is going on, why is there no one here? When all are asleep, is there some one awake? The dark squall, the wind, the birds of prey, the hidden beasts, unknown beings, appear to the thought and mingle with that house. To what wayfarers is it the hostelry? One pictures to oneself showers of rain and of hail beating in at the windows. The vague drippings of tempests have left their traces on the inner wall. These walled and open chambers are visited by the hurricane? Has a crime been committed here? It seems that this house, given over to gloom, must call for help at night. Does it remain silent? Do voices come from it? With whom has it dealings in this solitude? The mystery of the hours of darkness is secure here. This house disquiets one at midday. What is it at midnight? In looking at it, one looks at a secret. One asks oneself, since reverie has its logic and the possible has its tendency, what takes place at this house between the twilight of evening and the twilight of morning? Has the immense dispersion of extra-human life a knot which stops it on that desert summit, and which forces it to descend and to become invisible? Does the scattered come to eddy here? Does the impalpable come condensed to the extent of assuming form? Enigmas. The sacred horror lies in these stones. The gloom which broods over these forbidden chambers is more than gloom, it belongs to the unknown. After sundown the fishing boats will return, the birds will become silent, the goatherd behind the rocks will depart with his goats, the crevices of the stones will give passage to the first glidings of reassured reptiles, the stars will begin to peep out, the breeze will blow, night will come on, those yawning windows will be there. They offer entrance to dreams, and it is by apparitions, by the faces of phantoms vaguely distinct, by masks in flashes, by mysterious tumults of souls and shades, that popular belief, at once both stupid and profound, translates the somber intimacy of this dwelling with the world of darkness. The house was haunted. This word explains everything. Credulous minds have their explanation, but positive minds have theirs also. Nothing more simple, say they, than this house. It is an ancient post of observation, dating from the days of the Revolution and the Empire and smuggling. It was built there for that purpose. The war finished, the post was abandoned. The house was not demolished because it might prove useful again. The door and the windows have been walled up on the ground floor as a protection against intruders, and so that no one could enter. The windows on the three sides facing the sea have been walled up because of the south and west winds. That is all. The ignorant and credulous insist, in the first place, that the house was not built at the time of the War of the Revolutions. It bears a date 1780, anterior to the Revolution. Next, that it was not built to serve as a military post. It bears the letters ELM PBILG, which contain the double monograms of the two families, and which indicate, in accordance with usage, that the house was built for the establishment of a newly married pair. Hence it had been inhabited. Why is it no longer so? If the door and the casements have been walled up to prevent any one from making his way into the house, why were two windows left open? All should have been walled up, or none. Why no shutters? Why no sashes? Why no glass? Why wall up the windows on one side if they are not walled up on the other? The rain is prevented from entering on the south, but allowed to enter on the north. The credulous are wrong, no doubt, but the positive are certainly not right. The problem remains unsolved. One thing is certain, that the house bears the reputation of having been more useful than injurious to the smugglers. The exaggeration of fright deprives facts of their true proportions. Without doubt, many nocturnal phenomena among those which compose the haunting of the house might be explained by obscure and furtive visits, by brief sojourns of men who immediately re-embarked, sometimes by the precautions, sometimes by the audacity of certain suspicious gentry of trade, hiding themselves for the purpose of committing evil, and allowing themselves to be seen for the purpose of awakening fear. At that already distant period many audacious deeds were possible. The police, particularly in that little country, was not what it is today. Let us add that if the house was, as it was said, convenient for smugglers, their meetings must have had plenty of elbow room up to a certain point, precisely because the house was superstitiously avoided. Its ghostly reputation prevented its being denounced. It is not to custom house officials and policemen that one applies against specters. Superstitious persons make signs of the cross, not legal complaints. They see, or think they see, and hold their tongues. There exists a tacit connivance, involuntary it may be, but real, between those who inspire fear and those by whom it is experienced. The frightened are conscious that they do wrong to be frightened. They imagine that they have stumbled upon a secret. They have a fear, which is mysterious to themselves, of aggravating their position and of irritating the apparitions. This renders them discreet, and even setting aside this calculation, the instinct of credulous people is towards silence. There is numbness in fear. The terrified speak little. It seems as though horror said to them, "Hush!" It must be borne in mind that this goes back to the time when the Guernsey peasants believed that the mystery of the manger was repeated every year by the oxen and asses on a certain day, a period at which no one would have dared to enter a stable on Christmas night for fear of finding the animals on their knees. If local legends are to be believed, and the tales of the person whom one meets, superstition was formerly carried to the point of suspending from the walls of that house of Pleinmont, from nails which are still to be seen here and there, rats minus their paws, bats minus their wings, carcasses of dead beasts, toads crushed between the leaves of a Bible, sprigs of yellow lupin, strange votive offerings, hung there by impudent nocturnal passers-by, who thought that they had seen something, and who hoped, by these gifts, to obtain their pardon, and to conjure away the bad humor of the witches, specters, and sorcerers. There have always been people, and even some in very high positions, who have believed in abacus and witches' sabbaths. Caesar consulted Sagana, and Napoleon Mademoiselle Lenormand. There are consciences so uneasy that they try to obtain indulgences even from the devil. "May God do, and may Satan not undo," was one of the prayers of Charles V. Others are still more timorous. They even go so far as to persuade themselves that one can be in the wrong towards evil. To be irreproachable so far as the demon is concerned is one of their anxieties. Hence religious practices turn towards this immense but unknown power of evil. It is a form of bigotry as well as any other. Crimes against the demon exist in certain diseased imaginations. It tortures eccentric casuists of ignorance to have violated the laws of the nether world. They have scruples on the side of the darkness. To believe in the efficacy of devotion to the mysteries of the Brocken and Armuir, to imagine that one has sinned against hell, to have recourse because of chimerical infractions to chimerical penitences, to confess the truth with the spirit of a lie, to make one's mea culpa before the Father of the fault, to confess in inverse sense, all this does or has existed. The reasons of trials for magic and witchcraft prove this on every page. Human dreams go as far as that. When man takes to getting frightened, he does not stop. One dreams of imaginary faults, of imaginary purifications, cleans one's conscience by the shadow of the witch's broom. At all events, if that house has secrets, that is its affair. Setting aside a few chances and exceptions, no one goes there to see it. It is left alone. It suits no one's taste to run the risk of infernal encounters. Thanks to the terror which guards it, and which wards off any one who might observe and bear testimony, it has always been easy to enter this house at night by means of a rope ladder, or even simply of the first ladder at hand, taken from the neighboring gardens. The supply of provisions and clothing would permit one to await there in perfect security, opportunity, and the proper time for a furtive embarkation. Tradition relates that 40 years ago a fugitive from politics, according to some, from commerce, according to others, remained for some time concealed in the haunted house of Pleinmont, whence he succeeded in embarking on a fishing boat for England. From England one easily reaches America. This same tradition affirms that provisions deposited in this house remain there untouched, Lucifer, as well as the smugglers, having an interest in getting the person who has placed them there to return. From the height on which this house was situated, one perceived in the southwest, a mile from the shore, the Hanway Rock. This reef is celebrated. It had committed all the bad actions of which a reef can be guilty. It was one of the most redoubtable assassins of the sea. It lay in wait for vessels at night, like a traitor. It had enlarged the cemeteries of Tortval and of La Roquine. In 1862 a lighthouse was placed on that reef. Today the Hanway Reef lights the navigation which it was wont to lead astray. The ambush holds a torch in its hand. That rock, which was formerly avoided as a malefactor, is now sought on the horizon as a protector and guide. Then Hanway reassures those vast nocturnal spaces which it terrified in former days. It is something like a brigand turned gendarme. There are three Hanways: Great Hanway, Little Hanway, and La Mauve, the gull. It is on Little Hanway that the red light beacon stands today. This reef forms a part of a group of points, some of them submarine, some projecting from the sea. It towers above them. It has, like a fortress, its outworks. On the side of the high seas a cordon of 13 rocks. On the north 2 breakwaters, the Haute Fourquille, the Aiguillon, and the sandbank, the Erouet. On the south 3 rocks, Cat Rock, Pierced Rock, and Roc Herpin, besides 2 sandbanks, the South Bout and the Bout du Monet, and besides, in front of Pleinmont, level with the surface of the water, the Tas de Pois d'Aval, note the heap of peas down the stream. It is difficult but not impossible for a swimmer to swim across the strait from the Hanways to Pleinmont. It will be remembered that this was one of Sieur Clubin's feats. The swimmer who knows these shoals has 2 points where he can rest, Round Rock, and, further on, a little to the left, in an oblique line, the Red Rock. End of Chapter 4. Plainmont. Section 36 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. The Bird Nesters. It was near the same time of the day on that Saturday spent by Sieur Clubin at Torteval that a singular incident occurred, which was not extensively noised abroad at first in the country, and which was only made known long afterwards. For many things, as we have just remarked, remain unknown, because of the fright which they cause in those who have witnessed them. On the night between Saturday and Sunday we mention the date with precision, and we think it is exact. 3 children climbed over the heights of Plainmont. These children were returning to the village. They came from the sea. They were what is called in the local idiom déniquoiseaux, read déniche oiseaux, bird nesters. Wherever there are cliffs and holes in the rocks above the sea, young bird nesters abound. We have said a few words on this point already. The reader will remember that Gilliatt took an interest in it, because of the birds and of the children. The bird nesters are a sort of sea gamin, not very timid. The night was very dark. Thick masses of clouds, piled upon each other, concealed the horizon. 3 o'clock in the morning had just sounded from the church tower of Torteval, which is round and pointed and resembles a magician's cap. Why were these children returning so late? Nothing more simple. They had been on a hunt for seagulls' nests in the Tas de Pois de Val. The season having been very mild, the pairing of the sea birds had begun very early. These children, in watching the conduct of the males and females around their nests, and absorbed in the eagerness of this pursuit, had forgotten the hour. The flood tide had surrounded them. They had not been able to regain in season the little inlet where they had moored their boat, and they had been obliged to wait on one of the points of the Tas de Pois until the ebb tide. Hence their late return. These returns are awaited with feverish anxiety by mothers who, on finding them safe, manifest their joy in anger, and relieve their tears by administering punches on the head. They were accordingly in haste and decidedly uneasy. Their haste was of that kind which willingly tarries, and which includes a reluctance to arrive. They had in prospect a kiss, to be followed with cuffs on the ear. Only one of those children had nothing to fear. He was an orphan. This boy was French, without either father or mother, and quite content at that moment to have no mother. As no one took any interest in him, he would not receive a beating. The other 2 were Guernsey lads, and of that same parish of Torteval. The lofty ridge of rocks scaled, the 3 bird nesters arrived on the plateau whereon stands the haunted house. They began by being afraid, which is the duty of every passer-by, and above all of every child, at that hour and in that spot. They were very anxious to run away at full speed, and they were very anxious to stop and look. They paused. They gazed at the house. It was all dark and formidable. It was an obscure block in the midst of the deserted plateau, a symmetrical but hideous excrescence, a lofty square mass with right-angled corners, somewhat similar to an immense altar of darkness. The children's first thought had been to run. Their second was to approach it. They had never seen this house at that hour. There is such a thing as the curiosity of fear. They had a little French lad with them, which emboldened them to approach. It is well known that the French fear nothing. Besides, to be many in a danger is reassuring. To share fear among 3 is encouraging. And then they are hunters. They are children. All three of them together do not number 30 years. They are on a quest, they are rummaging, they are spying out hidden things. Can they stop on the road? They thrust their heads into the hole. How can they avoid advancing into this hole? He who is on a hunting expedition allows himself to be carried away with the excitement of the chase. He who goes on an excursion for discovery is caught in a set of gearing wheels. Having gazed so much into the nests of bird gives one a taste for looking a little into a nest of specters. Pry about a bit in the infernal regions? Why not? From prey to prey one comes to the demon. After sparrows, hobgoblins. The boys proceeded to investigate the real state of the case with regard to all the fears which their parents had instilled in their minds. Nothing is more seductive than to be on the track of hobgoblin tales. The idea of knowing as much about them as the good wives is tempting. All this mixture of ideas, in a state of half confusion and half instinct in the minds of these Guernsey bird nesters, had their temerity as a result. They went towards the house, and the small boy who served as their mainstay in this bit of daring was worthy of the position. He was a resolute lad, an apprentice to a shipcaulker, one of those children who are already men. He slept at the shipyard under a shed, on straw, earned his own living, had a loud voice, liked to climb walls and trees, cherishing no prejudice against apples that came within his reach. He had worked at repairing war vessels, the son of chance, a child of luck, a gay orphan, born in France, no one knew where, two reasons for being bold, thinking nothing of giving a penny to a poor woman, very mischievous, but good-hearted, sandy-haired, and one who had talked with Parisians. At that time he was earning a shilling a day at caulking fishing vessels under repair at the Peccaries. When the fancy seized him he allowed himself a holiday and went bird nesting. Such was the little French boy. The solitude of the place had something indescribably funereal about it. They felt conscious of its threatening aspect. It was wild and savage. This plateau, silent and bare, terminated in a precipice at a very short distance from its steep slope. The sea below was still. There was no wind. Not a blade of grass stirred. The little bird nesters advanced slowly, the French lad at their head, staring at the house the while. One of them afterwards, in narrating the story, or as much of it as he still remembered, added, "It said nothing." They approached, holding their breath, as one might approach a wild animal. They had climbed the steep hill which lies behind the house and which ends on the side of the sea in a little isthmus of rocks almost inaccessible. They had come quite close to the building, but they saw only the south front, which is all walled up. They did not dare to turn to the left, which would have exposed to them the other front where there are two terrible windows. Nevertheless they grew bolder, the caulker's apprentice having said to them, "Let's veer to larboard. That's the fine side. We must see the black windows." They veered to larboard and reached the other side of the house. The two windows were lighted up. The boys fled. When they were some distance away the little French lad turned round. "Stay," said he, "the lights have disappeared." In fact, there was no longer any light in the windows. The silhouette of the house was outlined against the vague lividness of the sky, as though stamped out with a punch. Fear did not vanish, but curiosity came back. The bird nesters approached once more. All at once the light reappeared simultaneously at both windows. The two Tortval boys took to their heels and fled. The little imp of a French lad did not advance, neither did he retreat. The light vanished, then flashed forth again. Nothing could be more horrible. The reflection made a vague streak of light on the grass wet with the dew. At one time The light cast upon the inner wall of the house great black profiles which moved, and shadows of enormous heads. However, as the house had neither partitions nor ceiling, having no longer anything but the four walls and the roof, one window could not be lighted without the other being lighted also. Perceiving that the caulker's apprentice remained, the other two bird nesters returned, step by step, one following the other, trembling and curious. The caulker's apprentice said to them in a low voice, "There are ghosts in the house. I saw the nose of one of them." The two little fellows from Tortval hid behind the French lad, and raised on tiptoe over his shoulders, sheltered by him, using him as a shield, opposing him to the thing, reassured by having him between them and the vision, gazed likewise. The house seemed to be gazing at them in its turn. In that vast, mute darkness it had two red eyeballs. They were the windows. The light vanished, reappeared, vanished again, as such lights do. These sinister intermissions are probably caused by the opening and shutting of hell. The vent hole of the sepulchre produces effects like those of a dark lantern. All at once a very opaque blackness in human form rose past one of the windows as though it came from outside, then plunged into the interior of the house. It seemed as though someone had just entered. It is the habit of ghosts to enter through the window. The light was more brilliant for a moment, then it was extinguished and did not again reappear. Then noises were heard there. These noises resembled voices. It is always like that. When one sees, one does not hear. When one hears, one does not see. Night on the sea has a peculiar silence. The stillness is more profound there than elsewhere. Then there is neither wind nor surge in that moving expanse. Where ordinarily the flight of eagles could not be heard, one can hear the movements of a fly. This sepulchral quiet lent a somber relief to the sounds which proceeded from the building. "Let us see," said the little French boy, and he took a step towards the house. The other two were so afraid that they decided to follow him. They dared not run away alone. Just as they had passed a large pile of fagots, which, in some inexplicable manner, reassured them in this solitude, a sparrow owl flew out of a bush. This rustled the branches. Sparrow owls have an awkward way of flying, with a suspicious sidelong swoop. The bird passed in a slanting direction close to the children, fixing its round clear eyes upon them through the darkness. There was no little trembling in the group behind the little Frenchman. He said to the bird, "Sparrow, you come too late. I want to see." And he advanced. The creaking of his coarse, hobnailed shoes on the gorse did not prevent their hearing the noises, which rose and fell with the calm accentuation and continuity of a dialogue. A moment later he added, "Besides, only fools believe in ghosts." Insolence in the midst of danger rallies cowards and urges them forward. The two Tortval boys resumed their march, treading in the footsteps of the caulker's apprentice. The haunted house seemed to them to increase immensely in size. In this optical illusion of fear there was some reality. The house actually did grow larger, because they were approaching it. In the meantime the voices inside the house became more and more distinct. The children listened. The ear also has its power of exaggeration. It was something different from a murmur, more than a whisper, less than an uproar. At times a word or two, clearly articulated, was detached from the rest. These words, which it was impossible to understand, sounded strangely. The boys halted, listened, then began their advance again. "'Tis the ghosts talking," muttered the caulker's apprentice. "But I don't believe in ghosts." The Tortval children were greatly tempted to fall back behind the pile of fagots. but they were already a long way from it, and their friend, the caulker, continued to walk towards the house. They trembled at remaining with him, and they dared not leave him. Step by step, and in perplexity, they followed him. The caulker's apprentice turned toward them and said, "You know that it is not true. There are none." The house grew higher and higher. The voices became more and more distinct. They drew nearer. As they approached, they perceived that there was something like a muffled light in the house. It was a very vague light, like one of those dark lanterns effects just mentioned, and which are common in the illumination of witches' meetings. When they were very close, they halted. One of the two Tortval boys ventured this remark: "They are not ghosts. They are the ladies in white." "What's that dangling from the window?" asked the other. "It appears to be a rope." "It is a snake." "'Tis the hangman's rope," said the French lad authoritatively. "That suits them, but I don't believe it." And in 3 bounds, rather than in 3 steps, he reached the base of the wall of the building. There was something feverish about this boldness. The other two imitated him, shivering, and placed themselves very close to him, one pressing his right side, the other his left. The boys applied their ears to the wall. The talking in the house continued. This is what the phantoms were saying. Note: the whole conversation was in Spanish. "So 'tis settled?" "Settled." "'Tis said?" "Yes, said." "A man is to wait here and go to England with Blasquito?" "By paying for it." "By paying for it. Blasquito will take the man in his bark." "Without seeking to learn from what country he comes?" "That does not concern us." "Without inquiring his name?" "We ask no names. We weigh purses." "Good. The man will wait in this house." "He must have something to eat." "He shall have it." "Where?" "In this bag which I have brought." "Very good." "Can I leave the bag here?" "Smugglers are not thieves." "And when do the rest of you set out?" "Tomorrow morning. If your man were ready he might come with us." "He is not ready." "That's his affair." "How many days will he have to wait in this house?" "2, 3, 4 days, more or less." "Is it certain that Blasquito will come?" "Certain." "Here, to Pleinmont?" "To Pleinmont." "What week?" "Next week." "What day?" "Friday, Saturday, or Sunday." "He cannot fail?" "He is my tocayo." "Will he come in any weather?" "At any time. He knows no fear. I am Blasco, he is Blasquito." "So he cannot fail to come to Guernsey?" "I come one month, he comes the next month." "I understand." "Counting from Saturday next, the week from to day, 5 days will not pass before Blasquito arrives." "But if the sea be very rough?" "Eguraldia gaitstau." "Basque, bad weather." "Yes." "Blasquito will not come so quickly, but he will come." "Where is he coming from?" "From Bilbao." "Where is he going?" "To Portland." "That is well." "Or to Torbay." "That is better." "Your man may rest easy." "Blasquito will not betray him?" "Cowards are traitors. We are brave men. The sea is the church of winter. Treachery is the church of hell." "No one can hear what we are saying?" "It is impossible to hear, or to see us. Fear creates a desert here." "I know it." "Who would dare to run the risk of listening to us?" "That is true." "Besides, if any one were to listen, he would not understand. We are speaking a wild language which no one here knows. Since you speak it, it means that you are one of us." "I have only come to make arrangements with you." "That is well." "Now I am going." "So be it." "Tell me, what if the passenger should wish Blasquito to take him elsewhere than to Portland or to Torbay?" "Let him bring doubloons." "Will Blasquito do what the man wishes?" "Blasquito will do what the doubloons command." Does it take much time to go to Torbay? As it pleases the wind. 8 hours? More or less. Will Blasquito obey his passenger? If the sea obeys Blasquito, he will be well paid. Gold is gold, the wind is the wind. That is true. Man with gold can do what he will. God does what he will with the wind. The man who counts on going with Blasquito will be here on Friday. Good. And what time will Blasquito arrive? At night. He arrives at night. He departs at night. We have a wife whose name is the Sea, and a sister whose name is Night. The wife sometimes deceives, the sister never. All is settled. Farewell, men. Good night. A drop of brandy? Thanks. 'Tis better than syrup. I have your word. My name is Point of Honor. Farewell. You are a gentleman and I am a caballero. It was clear that devils alone could talk thus. The children listened no longer, and this time took to flight for good, the little Frenchman, convinced at last, running even faster than the others. On the Tuesday which followed this Saturday, Sieur Clubin was again in St. Malo with the Durande. The Tamaulipas was still lying in the roadstead. Sieur Clubin asked the innkeeper of the Jean Tavern, between two whiffs of his pipe, "Well, and when does that Tamaulipas sail?" "Day after tomorrow, Thursday," replied the innkeeper. That evening Clubin supped at the table of the coast guardsmen, and, contrary to his custom, he went out after supper. The result of this absence was that he could not attend to the Durande's office, and almost lost his cargo. This was noticed in so punctual a man. It appeared that he conversed for a few minutes with his friend the money changer. He returned 2 hours after Noquette had sounded the curfew. The Brazilian bell rings at 10 o'clock. Hence it was midnight. End of Chapter 5. The Bird Nesters. Section 37 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. The Jacressarde. 40 years ago, St. Malo had an alley called La Ruelle Coutanchet. This alley no longer exists, having been absorbed in improvements. It consisted of a double row of wooden houses leaning towards each other, and leaving between them sufficient space for a narrow rivulet, which was called the street. People walked with their legs far apart on both sides of the water, knocking their heads or their elbows against the houses on the right and the left. These old barracks of the Norman Middle Ages have almost human profiles. From ruined houses to ghosts is not a long step. Their receding stories, their overhanging walls, their bowed penthouses, and their thickets of ironwork resemble lips, chins, noses, and eyebrows. The garret window is the eye of a one-eyed man. The wall is the cheek, wrinkled and covered with blotches. Their foreheads touch as though they were plotting some evil deed. All those words of ancient civilization, Slitwiesen, slash-face, cutthroat, are closely connected with that architecture. One of the houses in Coutanchet Alley, the largest, the most famous, or the most notorious, was called the Jacressarde. The Jacressarde was the lodging house for those who have no lodging. In all towns, and particularly in seaports, there is a residuum beneath the population, people without avowed employment to such a degree that even justice itself cannot succeed in forcing an avowal from them, rovers seeking adventures, hunters after expedients, chemists of the sharper species, always putting life back into the crucible, people in rags of every shape and all manners of wearing them, the withered fruits of dishonesty, bankrupt existences, consciences which have defaulted, those who have failed in the housebreaking trade, for Great masters in breaking and entering move in a higher sphere. Workers in evil trades, both male and female, scamps of both sexes, tattered and ragged elbows, rascals who have ended in indigence, scoundrels who have missed the wages of sin, the vanquished in the social duel, the hungry who have been devoured, the knife grinders of crime, blackguards in every sense of the word. Human intelligence is there, but bestial. It is the dung heap of souls. It collects in a corner, over which passes, from time to time, that cleansing touch of the broom which is called the police. In St. Malo, la Jacressade was that corner. It is not the great criminals, bandits, assassins, thieves, the great products of ignorance and indigence, which are found in such dens. If murder is represented there, it is by some brutal drunkard. Theft does not go beyond the pickpocket. It is rather the spittle of society than its vomit. The vagabond, yes; the highwayman, no. Nevertheless, one could not trust to it. This last stage of bohemians may contain villainous extremes. Once, in casting the net over l'Episquier, which was to Paris what the Jacressade was to St. Malo, the police caught Lacenaire. These dens admit everything. Falls have a leveling tendency. Sometimes tattered honesty descends here. Virtue and probity have been known to have strange experiences. One must neither esteem the Louvre nor despise the galleys by appearances. Public respect, as well as universal reprobation, requires weeding. One meets surprises. An angel in the brothel, a pearl in the dung heap. Such gloomy and dazzling discoveries are possible. The Jacressade was a courtyard rather than a house, and a well rather than a courtyard. It had no story looking on the street. A lofty wall pierced by a low door formed its facade. On raising the latch and opening the door you found yourself in a courtyard. In the middle of this court one beheld a round hole surrounded by a stone curb on a level with the soil. It was a well. A pavement framed the curb. The court, which was square, was built up on three sides. On the street side, on the wall, but facing the door of the gateway, and to the right and the left, stood the house. If you entered there after nightfall, somewhat at your own risk and peril, you heard a confused sound of breathing, and if there was sufficient moonlight or starlight to give form to the obscure lineaments which you had before your eyes, this is what you beheld: the courtyard, the well. Around the court, opposite the door, a shed in the shape of a sort of a horseshoe, with square corners, a worm-eaten gallery, entirely open, with a raftered ceiling, supported by stone pillars unequally spaced. In the center the well, around the well a litter of straw, and, like a circular chaplet, upright soles, the bottoms of boots trodden at the heels, toes peeping through the holes in shoes, and many bare heels, the feet of sleeping men, women, and children. Beyond these feet, as the eye penetrated into the shadow of the shed, it distinguished bodies, forms, sleeping heads, inert outstretched forms, rags of both sexes, promiscuousness in a dung heap, an indescribable and sinister layer of humanity. This sleeping room was open to everyone. The charge was 2 sous a week. The feet touched the well. On stormy nights the rain fell on those feet. On winter nights it snowed on those bodies. Who were these people, the unknown? They came at night and they went away in the morning. The social order is made up in part of these specters. Some glided in for a night and did not pay. The majority of them had eaten nothing during the day. Every kind of vice and abjectness, all sorts of infection and distress, the same sleep of exhaustion on the same bed of filth. The dreams of all these souls kept each other company. A gloomy meeting, wherein moved and blended in the same miasma weariness, weakness, the heavy slumber of drunkenness, the walking to and fro of a day without a morsel of bread and without a good thought, pallor with closed eyelids, remorse, covetousness, hair mingled with filth, faces bearing the look of death, perhaps kisses from mouths of darkness. This human putridity fermented in this vat. They had been cast into this shelter by fate, by a journey, by the arrival on the preceding evening of a vessel, by a release from prison, by chance, by the night. Destiny emptied here its basket every day. He entered who wished, he slept who could, he spoke who dared, for it was a place of whispers. They hastened to crowd together. They tried to forget themselves in sleep, since one cannot find oblivion in darkness. They snatched from death what they could. They closed their eyes in this confused agony, which began anew every evening. Whence came they? From society, since they were wretched; from the sea, since they were scum. Not every one who wished could get straw. More than one naked form lay on the bare pavement. They lay down exhausted, they rose up paralyzed. The well, lacking both curb or cover, always yawning open, was 30 feet deep. The rain fell into it. Filth oozed into it. All the drippings of the court filtered into it. The bucket for drawing water stood beside it. They who were thirsty drank from it. Whoever was disheartened drowned himself in it. From sleep on the dung heap men glided into that final sleep. In 1819 a boy of 14 years was drawn out of it. In order not to incur danger in that house one had to be of the right kind. The uninitiated were not viewed with a friendly eye there. Did these beings know each other? No, they scented each other out by instinct. The head of the house was a woman, young, tolerably pretty, who wore a cap with ribbons, was now and then washed with water from the well. She had a wooden leg. The court became empty at daybreak. Its regular lodgers fled. In the courtyard there was a cock and some hens, which scratched in the dung heap all day. The court was traversed by a horizontal beam on posts in the form of a gallows, which was not so very much out of place there. A silk gown, wet and muddy, which belonged to the woman with the wooden leg, would frequently be seen on the day after a rain, hanging out to dry on that beam. Above the shed, and like it encircling the court, there was a story, and above the story a loft. A rotten wooden staircase piercing the ceiling of the shed led upstairs. A tottering staircase noisily ascended by the staggering woman. The transient lodgers, by the week or by the night, occupied the courtyard. The steady lodgers occupied the house. Windows without a single pane of glass, jambs without a door, chimneys without a hearth, such was the house. The passage from one room to another was made either through a hole of an oblong shape, which had been the doorway, or through a triangular aperture, which formed the intermediate space between the timbers of the partition. The plastering had fallen down and littered the floor. No one knew how the house held together. The wind shook it. They mounted as best they could on the slippery steps of the staircase. All was open. Winter entered the hovel as water is absorbed by a sponge. The abundance of spiders reassured one against its immediate downfall. No furniture. 2 or 3 straw pallets in the corners, yawning widely, showing more dust than straw within. Here and there a jug and an earthen pan, serving various purposes. A close and hideous odor. From the windows one looked out upon the courtyard. This view resembled the top of a scavenger's cart. The things, not to speak of the men, which lay rotting, rusting, and moldering there, were indescribable. The fragments fraternized together; some fell from the walls, some from the living creatures. The rubbish was sown with rags and tatters. Besides its floating population, quartered in the court, La Jacressade had three lodgers: a charcoal dealer, a rag picker, and a maker of gold. The charcoal man and the rag picker occupied two straw pallets on the first floor. The maker of gold, a chemist, lodged in the loft, which was called, no one knew why, an attic. No one knew in what corner the woman lodged. The maker of gold was something of a poet. He inhabited a chamber next the roof, under the tiles, which had a narrow dormer window and a larger stone fireplace, which made a gulf wherein the wind howled. As the window had no sash, he had nailed across it a bit of iron sheathing, which had come from the wreck of a vessel. This sheet iron let in a little light and a great deal of air. The charcoal man paid with a sack of coals from time to time; the rag picker paid with a measure of grain, for the chickens, a week. The maker of gold paid nothing. Meanwhile he burned the house. He had torn away what little woodwork there was, and every now and then he pulled from the wall or the roof a lath wherewith to heat the crucible. On the partition, above the rag picker's pallet, there could be seen two columns of figures in chalk, made by the rag picker. From week to week one column of threes and one of fives, according as the measure of grain had cost him 3 farthings or 5 centimes. The gold pot of the chemist was an old broken bomb, promoted by him to the dignity of a crucible in which he combined his ingredients. Transmutation of metals absorbed him. Sometimes he spoke to the tatterdemalions in the courtyard, who laughed at him. He said, "Those people are full of prejudices." He was resolved not to die until he had flung the philosopher's stone at the windows of science. His furnace ate up a great deal of wood. The railing of the staircase had disappeared into it. The whole house was on its way thither, bit by bit. The landlady said to him, "You will leave me nothing but the shell." He pacified her by making verses to her. Such was the Jacressade. A boy with a broom in his hand, who was, perhaps, a dwarf, 12 years of age, or 60, with a goiter on his neck, was the servant. The regular frequenters entered by the door to the court. The public entered through the shop. What was this shop? The lofty wall facing the street and to the right of the entrance to the court was pierced by a square opening, serving at once as a door and a window, with shutter and sash, the only shutter in the whole house which had hinges and a bolt. Behind this aperture, opening on the street, there was a little chamber, a compartment stolen from the sleeping shed. Over the street door this inscription was written in charcoal: "Curiosities sold here." The word was already in use at that time. On 3 boards fastened against the window, like shelves, several china jars without ears were visible. A Chinese parasol in gold beater's skin, with figures, cracked here and there, impossible to open and shut; shapeless fragments of iron or crockery; dilapidated hats and bonnets; 3 or 4 conch shells; several packages of old bone and brass buttons; a snuff box with a portrait of Marie Antoinette, and a tattered copy of Boisbertrand's Algebra. This was the shop. This assortment constituted the curiosities. The shop communicated, by a rear door, with the court in which the well was situated. It contained a table and a chair. The woman with the wooden leg was the shopkeeper. Chapter VI. The Jacressade. Section 38 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter VII. Nocturnal Purchasers and a Shady Vendor. Clubin had been absent from the Jean Tavern the whole of Tuesday evening. He was absent again on Wednesday evening. That evening at dusk two men entered Coutances Alley. They halted in front of La Jacressade. One of them knocked at the window. The shop door opened. They entered. The woman with the wooden leg bestowed on them the smile reserved for respectable citizens. A candle stood on the table. These men were, in fact, two respectable citizens. The one who had knocked said, "Good evening, my good woman. I have come for that affair." The woman with the wooden leg smiled once more and went out through the door opening on the courtyard with the well. A moment later the rear door opened again, and a man presented himself in the opening. This man wore a cap and a blouse, and under his blouse appeared the shape of some object. There were bits of straw in his blouse, and he had the look of a man just awakened. He advanced. They exchanged glances. The man in the blouse had a confused but cunning air. He said, "Are you the gunsmith?" The man who had knocked replied, "Yes." "Are you the Parisian?" "Called Peau Rouge Redskin." "Yes." "Show it." "Here it is." The man drew from beneath his blouse a weapon which was very rare in Europe at that period, a revolver. This revolver was new and bright. The two citizens examined it. The one who seemed to be acquainted with the house, and whom the man in the house had called the gunsmith, tried the mechanism. He passed it to the other man, who appeared to be more of a stranger, and who kept his back turned to the light. The gunsmith resumed, "How much?" The man in the blouse replied, "I have just come from America with it. Some people bring monkeys, paroquets, and animals, as though the French were savages. I have brought this. It is a useful invention." "How much?" repeated the gunsmith. "It is a pistol which turns round like a mill wheel." "How much?" "Bang one shot, bang a second, bang a hailstorm. That does some execution." "How much?" "There are 6 chambers." "Well, how much?" "6 chambers. That makes 6 louis." "Will you take 5 louis?" "Impossible. 1 louis a bullet. That's the price." "Shall we make a trade? Be reasonable." "I have named a fair price. Examine it, Monsieur Gunsmith." "I have examined it." "The chamber turns like Monsieur Talleyrand. That chamber might be put in the dictionary of weather vanes. 'Tis a jewel." "I have seen it." "As for the barrel, 'tis of Spanish forging." "I have noticed it." "It is twisted." "This is the way this twisting is done. The basket of an old junk man is emptied into the forge. They fill it full of old iron scraps, old blacksmith's nails, broken horseshoes, and old scythe blades." "I was going to mention that, Monsieur Gunsmith. They give all these scraps a good welding heat, and that makes a magnificent iron." "Yes, but it may have cracks, flaws, cross breaks." "Pardieu! But the cross breaks are remedied by little dove nails, just as the risk of defects in soldering is avoided by hard pounding. The material is flattened out with a big hammer. It is then subjected to 2 welding heats. If the iron has been overheated, it is retempered by plunging it into melted fat, and with light blows. Then the stuff is drawn out, well rolled, and with that iron, fichtre, such barrels as this are made." "So you belong to that craft?" "I am of all crafts." "The barrel is water color." "'Tis a beauty, Monsieur Gunsmith. It is produced by antimony." "We will say, then, that we are to pay you 5 louis for that." "Allow me to call Monsieur's attention to the fact that I had the honor to say 6 louis." The gunsmith lowered his voice. "Listen, Parisien. Take advantage of the opportunity. Get rid of this. A weapon like this is of no good to such men as you. It directs attention to a man." "In fact," said the Parisian, "it is a little conspicuous. 'Tis better for a respectable citizen." "Will you take 5 louis?" "No, 6, one for each hole." "Well, 6 Napoleons." "I want 6 louis." "You are not a Bonapartiste, then? You prefer a louis to a Napoleon?" The Parisian, called Peau Rouge, smiled. "Napoleon is greater," said he, "but louis is worth more." "6 Napoleons." "6 louis. It makes a difference of 24 francs to N.E." "In that case, no trade." "So be it. I keep the toy." "Keep it." "Beating me down. The idea! It shall not be said that I parted like that with a thing which is a new discovery." "Good evening, then." "It is an improvement on the pistol which the Chesapeake Indians call Norteilha." "5 louis ready money. That means gold." "Norteilha. That means short gun. A great many people do not know that." "Will you take 5 louis and a silver crown thrown in?" "Citizen, I have said 6." The man, who stood with his back turned to the candle, and who had not yet spoken, was making the mechanism work during this dialogue. He bent down to the gunsmith's ear and whispered to him: "Is the article good?" "Excellent. I will give thee 6 louis." 5 minutes later, while Parisian, surnamed Redskin, was thrusting the 6 louis d'or which he had just received into a secret slit under the armpit of his blouse, the gunsmith and the purchaser, the latter bearing off the revolver in his trousers pocket, quitted the Ruelle Coutanchet. Chapter VII. Nocturnal Purchasers and the Shady Vendor. Section 39 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter VIII. The Red Ball and the Black Ball Carom. On the following day, which was Thursday, something tragic took place at a short distance from St. Malo, near the Point du Décollé, at a spot where the cliff is lofty and where the sea is deep. A tongue of rocks in the form of a lance head, which is connected with the land by a narrow isthmus, runs out into the water, and there ends abruptly in a great perpendicular reef. Nothing is of more frequent occurrence in the architecture of the sea. In order to reach the plateau of the perpendicular rock from the shore, one follows an inclined plane, the slope of which is sometimes decidedly steep. On a plateau of this description, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, stood a man enveloped in a large military cloak, and probably armed beneath it, a fact easily recognized from the angular folds of his mantle. The peak on which this man stood was a tolerably extensive platform, dotted with great cubes of rock like immense paving stones, which left narrow passages between them. This platform, on which grew short, thick tuft, ended on the side towards the sea, in an open space, terminating in a vertical escarpment. This escarpment, elevated 60 feet above high water, seemed as though cut by the plummet. Its angle was broken on the left, however, and presented one of those natural staircases peculiar to granite cliffs, whose very inconvenient steps sometimes require the strides of giants or the leaps of clowns. This fall of rocks descended perpendicularly to the sea and plunged into it. It was almost a breakneck angle. Nevertheless, in case of necessity, one could embark there under the very wall of the cliff. The breeze was blowing. The man, muffled in his cloak, firm on his legs, with his left hand clasping his right elbow, was closing one eye and applying the other to a telescope. He seemed to be absorbed in intense scrutiny. He had approached the brink of the precipice and stood there motionless, his glance fixed immovably on the horizon. The tide was high. The waves beat against the base of the cliff below him. The object which this man was observing was a vessel in the offing, which was, in truth, behaving strangely. This vessel, which had left the port of St. Malo hardly an hour before, had come to behind the Banquetier. She was a three-master. She had not cast anchor, perhaps because the bottom would only permit her to swing on the edge of the cable, and because the vessel would have strained on her anchor under the cut water. She had contented herself with lying to. The man, who was a coastguard, as was evident from his uniform cape, was watching all the maneuvers of the three-master, and seemed to be taking mental notes of them. The vessel had come to, with her head-sheets hauled to windward, which was indicated by the fore topsail being laid aback, and the wind left in the main topsail. She had hauled aft the mizzen sail and trimmed the mizzen topsail as close as possible, so as to offset the sails by each other, and make but little headway or leeway. She did not care to present too much sail to the wind, because she had only braced the fore topsail so that it hung perpendicular to the keel. In this manner, lying to, she did not sag to leeward more than half a league an hour. It was still broad daylight, especially on the open sea and on the crest of the cliff. The lower part of the coast was becoming dark. The coastguard, wholly absorbed in his duty, and carefully keeping a watch on the offing, had not thought of scrutinizing the rock beside and below him. His back was turned towards the sort of hardly practicable staircase which placed the plateau of the cliff in communication with the sea. He had not observed that something was moving there. On that staircase, behind a projecting point, there was someone, a man hidden there, to all appearances before the arrival of the coastguard. From time to time a head emerged from the shadow beneath the rock, looked up, and watched the watcher. The head, covered with a large American hat, was that of the Quaker-looking man who had been talking among the stones of the Petit Bay with Captain Zuela 10 days previously. All at once the coastguard's attention appeared to redouble. He rapidly wiped the glass of his telescope with his sleeve and pointed it intently at the three-master. A black spot just detached itself from her side. This black spot, resembling an insect on the sea, was a boat. The boat seemed desirous of reaching the shore. It was manned by several sailors, who were rowing vigorously. It veered off little by little, and directed its course towards the Point du Décalé. The coastguard had reached the point of most intense scrutiny. He had approached still closer to the extreme edge of the cliff. At that moment a man of lofty stature, the Quaker, rose behind the coastguard at the top of the staircase. The watcher did not see him. This man paused for a moment with arms at his side and fists clenched, and with the eye of a sportsman taking aim he gazed at the back of the coastguard. Only 4 paces separated him from the coastguard. He placed one foot in front, then halted. He took a second step and paused again. He made no other movement than walking. All the rest of his body was like a statue. His foot trod the turf noiselessly. He took the third step and paused. He almost touched the coastguard, who was still motionless with his telescope. The man slowly brought his 2 clenched fists on a level with his collar bone, then his forearms abruptly descended and his 2 fists struck the coastguard on the shoulders as though fired from a cannon. The shock was fatal. The coastguard had not time to utter a cry. He fell head foremost from the cliff into the sea. The soles of his shoes were visible during the space of a flash of lightning. It was like the fall of a stone. The sea closed again. 2 or 3 great circles formed on the dark water. Nothing remained but the telescope, which had escaped from the coastguard's hand and had fallen on the grass. The Quaker bent over the brink of the precipice, watched the circles disappear in the waves, waited a few minutes, then straightened himself up, humming between his teeth, Monsieur de la police est mort en perdant la vie. Note: Monsieur of the police died by losing his life. He bent over a second time. Nothing made its appearance. Only at the spot where the Coast Guard had been engulfed a sort of reddish brown thickness had formed, which spread over the undulations of the waves. It is probable that the Coast Guard had fractured his skull on some submarine rock. His blood rose up and formed a stain on the foam. As the Quaker watched this reddish spot, he resumed: Un quart d'heure avant sa mort, il était encore. A quarter of an hour before his death he was still. He did not finish. He heard a very soft voice say behind him, Here you are, Rantaine. Good day. You have just killed a man. He turned round and beheld 15 paces behind him, at the mouth of one of the small passages between the rocks, a little man with a revolver in his hand. He replied, As you see. Good day, Sieur Clubin. The little man started. You recognize me? You recognized me, retorted Rantaine. In the meantime they could hear the sound of oars on the water. It was the boat observed by the Coast Guard, which was approaching. Sieur Clubin said in a low voice, as though speaking to himself, That was quickly done. What can I do for you? Asked Rantaine. Not much. It is just 10 years since I have seen you. You must have prospered in your affairs. How are you? Well, said Rantaine. And you? Very well, replied Sieur Clubin. Rantaine took a step towards Clubin. A small, sharp noise struck his ear. It was Sieur Clubin cocking his revolver. Rantaine, we are 15 paces apart. That's a good distance. Remain where you are. Ah, ejaculated Rantaine. What do you want with me? I have come to have a talk with you. Rantaine did not stir. Sieur Clubin went on. You have just assassinated a Coast Guard. Rantaine cocked the brim of his hat and replied, You have already done me the honor to tell me so. In less precise terms, I said a man. I now say a Coast Guard. That Coast Guard was number 619. He was the father of a family. He leaves a wife and 5 children. That's as it should be, said Rantaine. A momentary pause ensued. These are picked men, these Coast Guards, pursued Clubin. Nearly all of them old sailors. I have noticed, said Rantaine, that these men generally do leave a wife and 5 children. Sieur Clubin continued, Guess how much this revolver cost me? 'Tis a fine weapon, replied Rantaine. What do you value it at? I value it highly. It cost me 144 francs. You must have bought it, said Rantaine, at the shop for weapons at the Ruelle Coutanchet. Clubin resumed. He did not utter a cry. A fall cut short the voice. Sieur Clubin, there will be a breeze to-night. I am the only one in the secret. Do you still stop at the Jean Tavern? Asked Rantaine. Yes, one is not badly off there. I remember having eaten good sauerkraut there. You must be excessively strong, Rantaine, such shoulders as you have. I should not like to get a rap from you. When I came into the world I was so puny looking that they did not know whether they would succeed in raising me. They did succeed, luckily. Yes, I still stop at that old Jean Tavern. Do you know, Sieur Clubin, how I recognized you? Because you recognized me. I said to myself, no one but Clubin could do that. And he advanced a step. Stand back where you were, Rantaine. Rantaine retreated and indulged in this aside. One becomes a child before such a machine as that, Sieur Clubin continued. This is the situation. We have on our right, in the direction of St. Enogat, 300 paces from here, another Coast Guard, number 618, who is alive, and on our left, in the direction of St. Lenaire, a custom-house station. That makes 7 armed men who can arrive here in 5 minutes. The rock will be surrounded. The pass will be guarded. Impossible to escape. There is a corpse at the foot of the cliff." Rantaine cast a sidelong glance at the revolver. "As you say, Rantaine, it is a pretty weapon. Perhaps it is only loaded with powder. But what of that? One shot will suffice to bring an ardent force. I can fire 6." The alternate splash of the oars was becoming very distinct. The boat was not very far away. The big man looked at the little man in a strange way. Sieur Clubin spoke in a voice that was more and more tranquil and gentle. "Rantaine, the men in the boat which is approaching, on learning what you have just done here, would lend armed assistance and aid in arresting you. You pay 10,000 francs to Captain Zuela for your passage. By the way, you would have found it cheaper with the smugglers of Pleinmont, but they would only have taken you to England, and besides, you cannot run the risk of going to Guernsey, where people have the honor of knowing you. I return to the situation. If I fire, you are arrested. You pay Zuela for your flight 10,000 francs. You have given him 5,000 in advance. Zuela will keep the 5,000 francs and will go off with them. And there you have it. Rantaine, you are well disguised. That hat, that queer coat, and your gaiters change you. You have forgotten the spectacles. You have done well to let your whiskers grow." Rantaine forced a smile which bore close resemblance to a gnashing of teeth. Clubin continued: "Rantaine, you have on a pair of American breeches, with double fobs. In one is your watch. Keep it." "Thanks, Sieur Clubin." "In the other there's a small box of wrought iron which opens and shuts with a spring. It is an old sailor's snuff box. Pull it out of your fob and toss it to me." "But this is robbery." "You are free to call the guard." And Clubin gazed steadily at Rantaine. "Stay, Mes Clubin," said Rantaine, advancing a step and holding out his open palm. "Mes" was a flattery. "Remain where you are, Rantaine." "Mes Clubin, let us come to an understanding. I offer you half." Clubin folded his arms, from which peeped the muzzle of the revolver. "Rantaine, for whom do you take me? I am an honest man." And he added after a pause, "I must have all." Rantaine muttered between his teeth, "This fellow is made on a stiff model." Meanwhile Clubin's eye had begun to flash. His voice became as clear and trenchant as steel. He exclaimed: "I see that you mistake me. What you call robbery I call restitution. Listen, Rantaine. 10 years ago you quitted Guernsey by night, taking with you from the treasury of a concern 50,000 francs which belonged to you, and forgetting to leave there 50,000 francs which belonged to another man. Those 50,000 francs, stolen by you from your partner, excellent and worthy Mes Lethierry, amount, with compound interest for 10 years, to 80,866 francs 66 centimes. Yesterday you entered a money changer's office. I will tell you his name: Rébuchet, Rue St. Vincent. You counted out to him 76,000 francs in banknotes, for which he gave you 3 English banknotes of £1,000 each, plus the odd change. You placed those bank bills in the iron snuff box in your right-hand fob. These £3,000 sterling make 75,000 francs. In the name of Mes Lethierry, I will content myself with that. I set out tomorrow for Guernsey, and I mean to carry them back to him. Rantaine, the three-master which is lying to yonder is the Tamaulipas. You had your trunks put aboard of her last night, mixed with the bags and the hammocks of the crew. You wish to quit France. You have your own reasons for so doing. You are going to Arequipa. The boat is coming to take you off. You are waiting for it here. It is coming. It can be heard in the water. It depends on me to let you go or to force you to remain. Enough said. Throw me that iron snuff box." Rantaine opened his fob, pulled out a little box, and threw it to Clubin. It was the snuff box. It rolled to Clubin's feet. Clubin bent without lowering his head, picked up the snuff box with his left hand, keeping his two eyes and the 6 barrels of the revolver directed towards Rantaine. Then he exclaimed, "Turn your back, my friend." Rantaine turned his back. Sieur Clubin placed his revolver under his arm and pressed the spring of the snuff box. The box opened. It contained 4 banknotes, 3 of £1,000 each and 1 of £10. He folded up the 3 banknotes of £1,000 again, replaced them in the iron snuff box, shut the box once more, and put it in his pocket. Then he picked up a pebble from the ground. He wrapped this pebble in the £10 note and said, "Turn round again." Rantaine turned round. Sieur Clubin continued, "I told you that I would be content with the £3,000. Here are £10 which I return to you." And he flung the bill, weighted with the pebble, to Rantaine. Rantaine sent the pebble and the banknote into the sea with a kick. "As you please," ejaculated Clubin. "Come, you must be rich. I am satisfied." The sound of oars, which had been constantly approaching during this dialogue, ceased. This indicated that the boat was at the foot of the cliff. "Your carriage is below. You may go, Rantaine." Rantaine stepped toward the staircase and disappeared. Clubin advanced cautiously to the brink of the precipice, and, thrusting his head over, watched him descend. The boat had stopped near the bottommost step of the crag, at the very place where the coastguardsman fell. As he watched Rantaine going down, Clubin muttered, "619 is a good number." He thought that he was alone. Rantaine thought that there were only 2 of them. I alone knew that there were 3 of us. He caught sight on the grass at his feet of the telescope which the coastguard had dropped. He picked it up. The sound of oars began again. Rantaine had just leaped into the boat, and she was putting out to sea. When Rantaine was in the boat, after the first stroke of the oars, and the cliff was beginning to recede behind him, he suddenly rose erect, his face became convulsed, he pointed downward with his fist, and shouted, "Ha! He is the devil himself, a low-lived scoundrel!" A few seconds later Clubin, as he stood on the summit of the cliff and pointed the telescope at the boat, distinctly heard these words, articulated by a loud voice amid the noise of the waves: "Sieur Clubin, you are an honest man, but you will not mind my writing to Lethierry to acquaint him with the facts. And here in the boats is a Guernsey sailor, who belongs to the crew of the Tamaulipas, named Ayer Tostevin. He will return to St. Malo on Zuela's next voyage, and will bear witness that I have delivered to you on behalf of Miss Lethierry the sum of £3,000 sterling." It was the voice of Rantaine. Clubin was a man who did things thoroughly. Motionless as the coastguard had been, and on the same spot, with his eye at the telescope, he did not remove his gaze from the boat for a moment. He saw it grow less among the billows, disappear, reappear, and approach the vessel which was lying to, and board it. And he could recognize Rantaine's tall form on the deck of the Tamaulipas. When the boat had been taken on board and hung at the davits, the Tamaulipas set sail. The breeze was blowing offshore. She spread all her sails. Clubin's telescope remained fixed upon her outline, growing more and more indistinct, and half an hour later the Tamaulipas was no longer anything but a black speck, diminishing on the horizon against the pallid twilight of the sky. End of Chapter VIII. The Red Ball and the Black Ball Carom. Section 40 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter IX. Information useful to persons who await or who fear letters from across the sea. On that evening Sieur Clubin once more returned late. One of the causes of his delay was that before returning he had gone as far as the Dinan gate, where there were drinking shops. In one of these shops, where he was not known, he had bought a bottle of brandy, which he had placed in the large pocket of his pilot coat, as though with the design of concealing it. Then, as the Durande was to sail on the morrow, he had taken a turn on board to assure himself that everything was in order. When Sieur Clubin re-entered the Jean Tavern, there was no one in the tap-room but the old sea captain, M. Gertrais-Gaboureau, who was drinking his glass and smoking his pipe. M. Gertrais-Gaboureau saluted Sieur Clubin between a whiff and a draught. "Good evening, Captain Clubin." "Good evening, Captain Gertrais." "Well, the Tamaulipas has sailed." "Ah," said Clubin, "I had not noticed it." Captain Gertrais-Gaboureau spat and said, "Zuela has cut the stick." "When?" "This evening." "Where is he going?" "To the devil." "No doubt. But where?" "To Arequipa." "Well, I knew nothing about it," said Clubin. He added, "I'm going to bed." He lighted his candle, walked toward the door, and came back. "Have you ever been to Arequipa, Captain Gertrais?" "Yes, years ago." "What ports do you put into?" "Pretty nearly everywhere, but this Tamaulipas won't put into any port." M. Gertrais-Gaboureau emptied the ashes from his pipe on the edge of a plate and continued, "You know the lugger Cheval de Troyes, and that fine three-master the Trente Mourins, which sailed for Cardiff? I did not approve of their sailing because of the weather. They have come back in a pretty condition. The lugger was loaded with turpentine. She sprung a leak, and in pumping out the water she pumped out her whole cargo. As for the three-master, she suffered mostly in her upper works, the cutwater, the headsail, the stanchions, the stock of the larboard anchor, all broken, the jib-boom broken off close to the cap, the bowsprit, shrouds, and bobstays. Well, go see how they look. The mizzenmast is all right, but it got a severe strain. All the iron of the bowsprit is gone, and, incredible to state, the bowsprit is not scratched, but it is completely stripped. The vessel's sheathing is open for 3 good square feet on the larboard. That's what comes of not listening to people." Clubin had placed his candle on the table, and had begun to stick in afresh a row of pins which he had in the collar of his rough overcoat. He began again. "Didn't you say, Captain Gertrais, that the Tamaulipas will not put in at any port?" "She will not. She is going straight to Chile." "In that case she cannot send any news of herself while on the passage." "Pardon me, Captain Clubin. In the first place, she can send her dispatches by any vessel which she meets bound for Europe." "That is true." "Then there is the ocean letter box." "What do you call the ocean letter box?" "Don't you know about that, Captain Clubin?" "No." "When one is passing through the Straits of Magellan." "Well?" "Snow everywhere, bad weather always, abominably bad winds, and heavy seas." "What then?" "When you have doubled Cape Monmouth." "Well, what then?" "Then you double Cape Valentine." "Well, what next?" "Next you double Cape Isidore." "And then?" "You double Point Anna." "Good. But what do you call the ocean letter box?" "We are coming to that. Mountains on the right, mountains on the left, penguins everywhere, and stormy petrels. A terrible place. Ah, 1,000 saints, 1,000 monkeys! What a rattletrap, and how it knocks about! The storm does not need any help. That is where one watches the sheer rail. That is where one takes in sail. That is where you replace your mainsail with the mainstaysail, and the mainstaysail with the fore topstaysail, gust on gust, and then sometimes 4, 5, 6 days of lying to. Often you have nothing but lint left of a new set of sails. What a dance! Squalls fit to make a three-master skip like a flea. I have seen on an English brig, the True Blue, a cabin boy, busy on the jib boom, carried off to all the 500,000 millions of God's thunders, and the jib boom with him. You are swept into the air like butterflies. I have seen the boatswain's mate of the Revenue, a pretty schooner, snatched from above the forecross trees and killed instantly. I've had my rails stove in and my waterways smashed to a jelly. One comes out of there with all one's canvas in ribbons. Frigates of 50 guns leak like baskets. And what a wretched devil of a coast! Nothing can be worse. Rocks splash up as though in child's play. You approach Port Famine. There it is worse than worst. The roughest sea I ever saw in my life. Hellish coasts. All at once you see 2 words, Post Office, painted in red. What do you mean, Captain Gertrais? I mean, Captain Clubin, that immediately after having doubled Point Anna, you behold on a rock 100 feet high a pole. It is a pole with a barrel round its neck. This barrel is the letter box. The English must needs write Post Office on it. Why did they meddle? 'Tis the letter box of the ocean. It does not belong to that honorable gentleman, the King of England. The letter box is common property. It belongs to all flags. Post Office, 'tis perfect Chinese. It produces on you the effect of a cup of tea suddenly offered you by the devil. This is the way the service is performed. Every ship which passes sends a boat to the pole with its dispatches. The officer in command of the boat deposits your packet in the barrel, and takes the packet which he finds there. You take charge of these letters. The vessel which comes after you will take charge of yours. As we are sailing in different directions, the continent from which you are coming is the one to which I am going. I carry your letters, you carry mine. The barrel is bitted to the post with a chain. And it rains, and it snows, and it hails. A deuce of a sea. The little imps fly from all quarters. The Tamaulipas will pass there. The barrel has a good cover on hinges, but no lock or padlock. You see that one can write to one's friends. Letters reach their destination. That's very odd, muttered Clubin thoughtfully. Captain Gertrais Gaboureau turned to his glass. Suppose, for instance, that rascal of a Zuela were to write to me. The scamp tosses his scrawl into the barrel at Magellan, and in 4 months' time I receive the villain's scribbling. By the way, Captain Clubin, do you sail to-morrow? Clubin, absorbed in a sort of somnambulism, did not hear. Captain Gertrais repeated his question. Clubin came to himself. Certainly, Captain Gertrais, it is my day. I must start to-morrow morning. If it were my case, I should not start, Captain Clubin. The hair of the dog's coat feels damp. The sea birds have been flying round the lantern of the lighthouse these 2 nights past. A bad sign. I have a storm glass which is cutting capers. We are in the second quarter of the moon. It is the maximum of dampness. I have just seen some pimpernels, with their leaves shut, and a field of clover whose stalks were perfectly upright. The earthworms are coming out, the flies are biting, the bees are keeping close to their hives, the sparrows are holding consultations. The sound of bells is clearly heard from a distance. This evening I heard the Angelus from Saint-Lénaire. And then the sunset was dirty. There will be a heavy fog to-morrow. I advise you not to start. I fear a fog more than a tornado. The fog is treacherous. End of Chapter 9. Information useful to persons who await or who fear letters from across the sea. Section 41 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Sixth, The Drunken Helmsman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 1. The Douvres Rocks. About 5 leagues out on the open sea, to the south of Guernsey, opposite the point of Pleinmont, between the Channel Islands and St. Malo, lies a group of rocks called the Douvres. This spot is dangerous. This title, Douvres, Dover, belongs to many rocks and cliffs. There is, especially near the Côte du Nord, a Douvres rock on which a lighthouse is now in process of construction, a dangerous reef, but which must not be confounded with this one. The point of France nearest to the Douvres is Cape Breton. The Douvres lie a little farther from the coast of France than from the first island of the Norman archipelago. The distance of that reef from Jersey is pretty nearly measured by the extreme length of Jersey. If the island of Jersey were turned upon La Corbière as upon a hinge, Point Sainte Catherine would almost strike the Douvres. This makes a distance of more than 4 leagues. In these civilized seas the most savage rocks are rarely desert places. Smugglers are to be met with at Hago, custom house officers at Binique, Celts at Bréhat, oyster dredgers at Cancale, rabbit hunters at Césambre, Caesar's Island, crab catchers at Brécourt, trawlers at the Maquière, wreckers at Écrehou. At the Douvres, no one. There the seabirds alone are at home. No place is more dreaded. The Casquet, where, it is said, the Blanche Nef was lost, the bank of Calvados, the Needles of the Isle of Wight, the Ronesse, which renders the coast of Beaulieu so dangerous, the shallows of Préel, which block the entrance to Merkel, and which compel the placing of the red-painted beacon at 20 fathoms of water, the treacherous approach to the Etable and Pluha, the 2 granite Druids on the south of Guernsey, Old Anderlo and Little Anderlo, the Corbière, the Hanways, the Isle of Ras, connected with terror by this proverb, Si jamais tu passes le Ras, si tu ne meurs, tu trembleras. If you ever pass the Ras, if you do not die, you will tremble. The Morte Femme, the passage of the Bourg and the Frouquille, the Déruchette between Guernsey and Jersey, the Hartwant between the Maquière and Chaussee, the Moret Cheval between Boulay Bay and Barneville, all have a less evil reputation. It would be better to face all these reefs one after the other than the Douvres a single time. In that perilous sea of the Channel, which is the Aegean Sea of the West, the Douvres has no equal in terror except the Paternoster reef between Guernsey and Sark. And again, from the Paternoster one can make a signal. A vessel in distress there can obtain assistance. To the north, Point Dicard or Dicare is visible, and to the south Gronet. From the Douvres nothing is to be seen. Storm, water, cloud, the limitless, the uninhabited. Nothing goes there except when astray. The granite cliffs are of enormous and hideous size, precipices everywhere, stern, inhospitable abyss. It is in the open sea. The water is very deep there. A reef absolutely isolated like the Douvres attracts and shelters animals who require to be far away from man. It is a sort of vast submarine madrepore. It is a sunken labyrinth. There, at a depth reached only with difficulty by divers, are caverns, dens, lairs, the crossings of dark streets. Monstrous creatures swarm there. They devour one another. The crabs eat the fish, and are in turn eaten themselves. Terrible living forms, not made to be seen by human eyes, wander through this gloom. Vague lineaments of antennae, tentacles, gills, fins, yawning jaws, scales, claws, nippers, float there, quiver, grow huge, decompose, and are effaced in the fatal transparency. Frightful swimming swarms prowl about, doing their work. It is a hive of hydras. The horrible is there, the imaginary. Imagine, if you can, a nest of holothurians. To look into the depths of the sea is to behold the imagination of the unknown. It is to see it from the terrible side. The gulf is analogous to the night. There also there is sleep, apparent sleep at least, of the conscience of creation. There, in full security, are accomplished the crimes of the irresponsible. There, in a frightful place, the rough drafts of life, almost phantoms, wholly demons, fulfill the fierce occupations of darkness. 40 years ago 2 rocks of singular form indicated the Douvres reef to passers-by on the ocean. These were 2 vertical points, sharp and curving, whose tips almost touched each other. One might fancy them to be the tusks of a submerged elephant, rising out of the sea, only they were the tusks, tall as towers, of an elephant as large as a mountain. These 2 natural towers of the obscure city of monsters left between them only a narrow passage through which the waters dashed. This tortuous passage, with many crooked turns in its length, resembled a section of street between 2 walls. These twin rocks were called the Douvres. There was the Great Douvre and the Little Douvre. One was 60 feet high, the other 40. The action of the water finally sawed into the base of these towers, and the violent equinoctial storm of the 25th of October, 1859, overthrew one of them. The one which remains, the small one, is truncated and worn. One of the strangest rocks of the Douvres group is called the Man. This still exists. During the last century some fishermen who lost their way amid these breakers found a corpse on the summit of this rock. Beside the body lay a quantity of empty shells. A man had been shipwrecked on this rock, had taken refuge there, and had subsisted for some time on shellfish, and had died there. Hence this name, the Man. The solitudes of the sea are mournful. It is tumult and silence. What is done there no longer concerns the human race. It is of unknown utility. Such is the isolation of the Douvres. All about, as far as the eye can reach, is the immense ferment of the waves. End of Chapter 1, The Douvres Rocks. Section 42 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2, The Unexpected Brandy. On Friday morning, the day after the departure of the Tamaulipas, the Durande set out for Guernsey. She left St. Malo at 9 o'clock. The weather was clear, there was no mist. Old Captain Cabreau seemed to have been talking nonsense. The preoccupation of Sieur Clubin had decidedly almost made him miss his cargo. He had taken on board only a few bales of goods from Paris for the fancy stores at St. Pierre Port, 3 cases for the Guernsey hospital, 1 of yellow soap, another of candles, the 3rd of French sole leather and choice Cordovan leather. He was bringing back of his former cargo a case of crushed sugar and 3 cases of Congo tea which the French custom house had refused to admit. Sieur Clubin had taken but few cattle on board, only a few oxen. These oxen were rather carelessly stored in the hold. There were 6 passengers on board, 1 Guernsey man, 2 cattle dealers from St. Malo, a tourist, as the expression ran even at that period, a demi-bourgeois Parisian, probably a commercial traveler, and an American who was traveling for the purpose of distributing Bibles. The Durande carried a crew of 7 men, not counting Captain Clubin, a helmsman, a coal heaver, a carpenter, a cook who served as a seaman at need, 2 firemen, and a cabin boy. One of the firemen was also the engineer. This fireman engineer, a very brave and intelligent Dutch negro who had escaped from the sugar plantations of Surinam, was named Imran Khan. The negro Imran Khan understood and worked the engine admirably. At first, as he appeared perfectly black in his engine room, he had contributed not a little in imparting a diabolical name to the Durande. The helmsman, a Jersey man by birth and a Cotentin by origin, was named Tangrouille. The Tangrouille belonged to the high nobility. This was literally true. The Channel Islands are, like England, an aristocratic country. Castes still exist there. Castes have their own ideas, which serve as their safeguard. These ideas of caste are everywhere the same, in India as in Germany. Nobility is won by the sword and lost by labor. It is preserved by idleness. To do nothing is to live nobly. Whoever does not work is honored. A trade involves loss of rank. In France there was formerly no exception made, save for glass workers. As emptying bottles constituted to a certain extent the glory of gentlemen, the making of bottles did not dishonor them. In the Channel Archipelago, as well as in Great Britain, he who wishes to remain noble must remain rich. A workman cannot be a gentleman. If he has been one, he is so no longer. Such and such a sailor is descended from knights banneret, and he is only a sailor. 30 years ago a real Gorge at Origny, who would have had a right to the seigneury of Gorge, confiscated by Philip Augustus, gathered seaweed, barefooted in the sea. Carteret is a carter in Sark. There is a draper at Jersey and a shoemaker at Guernsey named Grouchy, who declare that they are from Grouchy, and cousins to the Marshal of Waterloo. The ancient records of the benefices of the Diocese of Coutances make mention of the seigneury of Tancreville, an evident relation of Tancarville on the Basse Seine, which is Montmorency. In the 15th century, Johann de Heronville, archer and squire of the Sire of Tancreville, bore behind him his corslet and other harness. In May, 1371, at Pontorson, at the review of Bertrand du Guichen, M. de Tancreville did his duty as knight bachelor. In the Norman Isles, if poverty overtakes one, he is speedily eliminated from the nobility. A change of pronunciation suffices. Tancreville becomes Tancrouille, and it is done. This is what happened with the helmsman of the Durande. At St. Pierre Port, at the Bordage, there is a dealer in old iron named Ingroil, which is probably Ingroville. Under Louis le Gros, the Ingroville possessed 3 parishes in the Court of Assessors of Valognes. An Abbé Trigan has written the Ecclesiastical History of Normandy. This chronicler Trigan was curate of the seigneury of Digoville. If the lord of Digoville had descended to the plebeian state, he would have been called Digouille. Tangrouille, that Tancarville, and that possible Montmorency had this ancient quality of a gentleman, a grave defect in a helmsman. He was in the habit of getting intoxicated. Sieur Clubin had persisted in keeping him. He had made himself responsible for him to Mess Lethierry. Helmsman Tangrouille never left the vessel, and slept on board. On the eve of departure, when Sieur Clubin arrived at a tolerably late hour in the evening to pay a visit to the ship, Tangrouille was asleep in his hammock. In the course of the night Tangrouille woke up. It was his nightly custom. Every drunkard who is not his own master has his hiding place. Tangrouille had his, which he called his storeroom. Tangrouille's storeroom was in the water-hold. He had located it there to disarm suspicion. He thought he was sure that this hiding-place was known only to himself. Sieur Clubin, being sober, was severe. The little rum and gin which the helmsman could conceal from the captain's vigilant eye he kept in reserve in a mysterious nook of the water-hold, at the bottom of a sounding-bucket, and almost every night he had an amorous rendezvous with his storeroom. The surveillance was rigid, the orgy was a poor one, and Tangrouille's nightly excesses were confined to 2 or 3 mouthfuls swallowed on the sly. Sometimes even the storeroom was empty. That night Tangrouille had found an unexpected bottle of brandy. His joy had been great and his amaze still greater. From what cloud had that bottle fallen? He could recall neither how nor when he had brought it on board the ship. He had drunk it immediately, partly out of prudence, for fear the brandy might be discovered and seized. He had flung the bottle into the sea. On the following day, when he took the helm, Tangrouille staggered a little. Nevertheless, he steered nearly as usual. As for Clubin, he had returned to sleep at the Jean Tavern, as the reader knows. Clubin always wore under his shirt a leather traveling belt, in which he kept, in case of emergencies, a score of guineas, and which he only took off at night. Inside this belt was his name, Sieur Clubin, written by himself on the rough leather with thick lithographic ink, which is indelible. On rising before sailing, he placed in this belt the iron box containing the 75,000 francs in banknotes. Then he buckled the belt round his body as usual. End of Chapter 2. Unexpected Brandy. Section 43 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Interrupted Conversations. The departure was made pleasantly. As soon as their valises and portmanteaus had been disposed of under and upon the benches, the passengers indulged themselves in that never-failing survey of the boat which seems obligatory, so habitual is it. 2 of the travelers, the tourist and the Parisian, had never seen a steamboat before, and from the very first stroke of the paddle wheels they admired the foam. Then they admired the smoke. They examined piece by piece, and almost strand by strand, as they lay upon the deck and lower deck, all the maritime apparatus of rings, hooks, clamps, bolts, which, in virtue of their precision and adjustment, are a sort of colossal jewelry, iron jewelry gilded with rust by the tempest. They made the circuit of the little signal gun lashed on the deck. "Chained up like a watchdog," remarked the tourist, and "covered with a blouse of tarred canvas to prevent it from taking cold," added the Parisian. As they left the land they exchanged the usual observations on the view of St. Malo. One passenger enunciated the axiom that approaches from the sea are deceptive, and that at a distance of a league no coast so closely resembles Ostend as Dunkirk. He completed what he had to say on Dunkirk by this remark, that its 2 lightships, painted red, were called, one the Reutingen, the other the Maradique. St. Malo grew smaller in the distance, then disappeared. The sea was perfectly calm. The wake, which stretched out behind the ship, almost without a curve, as far as the eye could reach, formed a long street fringed with foam. Guernsey is in the middle of a straight line drawn from St. Malo in France to Exeter in England. A straight course at sea is not always practical. Nevertheless, steamers have it within their power, to a certain extent, to follow the straight course which is denied to sailing vessels. The sea, complicated by the wind, is a combination of forces. A vessel is a combination of machinery. Forces are infinite machines, machines are limited forces. It is between these two organisms, the one inexhaustible, the other intelligent, that the combat called navigation is waged. A will in a mechanism furnishes a counterbalance to the infinite. The infinite also contains a mechanism. The elements know what they do, and whither they go. No force is blind. Man must watch these forces and seek to discover their laws. Until the law is found, the struggle continues, and in this struggle steam navigation is a sort of perpetual victory won by the human race every hour in the day at all points on the sea. Steam navigation has this admirable point about it, that it disciplines the ship. It lessens the obedience demanded by the wind and increases their obedience to man. Never had the Durande worked better at sea than on that day. She behaved admirably. Towards 11 o'clock, with a fresh breeze from the nor'-nor'west, the Durande was in the open sea off the Maquiere, under little steam, sailing to the west on the starboard tack and as near the wind as possible. The weather was still fine and clear, but the travelers were coming inshore. Little by little the sea was cleared of vessels, as though every one were thinking of regaining port. It could not be said that the Durande held exactly her accustomed course. The crew thought nothing of it. Their confidence in the captain was absolute. Still, through the helmsman's fault, perhaps, there was a little deviation from the course. The Durande appeared to be steering towards Jersey rather than towards Guernsey. A little after 11 o'clock the captain rectified the course, and they steered straight for Guernsey. Only a little time had been lost. In short days lost time has its inconveniences. There was a fine February sun. Tangrouille, in his present state, was no longer very steady on his feet, nor very strong in the arm. The result was that the worthy helmsman frequently got off the course, which slackened the speed. The wind had almost died out. The Guernsey passenger, who had a telescope, pointed it from time to time at a little tuft of grayish mist, slowly borne by the wind along the extreme western horizon, and which resembled dusty wool. Captain Clubin wore his usual austere, puritanical expression. He appeared to redouble his watchfulness. All was peaceful and almost joyous on board the Durande, and the passengers chatted. By shutting one's eyes during a sea voyage, one can judge of the state of the sea by the tremulo of the conversation. Full freedom of mind on the part of the passengers corresponds to perfect tranquillity of the water. It is impossible, for example, that a conversation like the following should take place under any other conditions than a very calm sea. "Do look, monsieur, at that pretty green and red fly." "It is lost at sea, and is resting on the vessel." "A fly does not soon get fatigued." "In truth, it is so light, the wind carries it." "An ounce of flies has been weighed, sir, and afterwards counted, and there were found to be 6,268." The Guernsey man with the telescope had approached the St. Malo cattle dealers, and their chat was something in this style: "The Aubrac ox has a round, thick-set body, short legs, and tawny hide. He works slowly because of the shortness of his limbs." "In that respect the sailor's ox is worth more than the Aubrac." "Monsieur, I have seen two fine oxen in the course of my life. The first had short legs, a thick forepart, a full rump, large haunches, a good length from the nape of his neck to his tail, a good height to his shoulder, easy movements, and a loose skin. The second showed all the signs of judicious fattening, a thick-set body, strong neck and shoulders, slender legs, a white and red coat, a sloping rump." "That's the Contentin breed." "Yes, but having some connection with the Angus or the Suffolk bull." "Believe me, if you will, sir, but in the South they have competitive donkey shows." "Of donkeys?" "Of donkeys, as I have had the honor of telling you, and it is the ugly ones which are considered handsome." Then it is as with the mules. The ugly ones are the good ones. Precisely. The Point de Vin mare, big belly, coarse limbs. The best she mule known is a barrel on four poles. Beauty in beasts is not the same thing as beauty in men, and above all in women. Well, that is true. For my part, I hold that a woman should be pretty. I maintain that she should be well dressed. Yes, neat, clean, with care, with some style, with a perfectly new look. A young girl should always seem to be just from the jeweler's shop. To return to my oxen. I saw those two oxen sold at the market at Thouars. I know the market at Thouars, the Bonneux of La Rochelle, and the Babou, the wheat dealers of Maron. I do not know whether you have heard them mentioned. Must go to that market. The tourist and the Parisian were talking with the American colporteur. Here also the conversation was on fair weather topics. Sir, the tourist was saying, the following is the floating tonnage of the civilized world. France, 716,000 tons; Germany, 1,000,000 tons; the United States, 5 millions; England, 5,500,000. Add the contingent of the secondary powers. Total, 12,904,000 tons, distributed among 145,000 ships scattered over the waters of the globe. The American interrupted. It is the United States, sir, which have 5,500,000. I agree to that, said the tourist. You are an American? Yes, sir. I agree again. A silence ensued. The American missionary asked himself whether this was a case for offering a Bible. Sir, began the tourist again, is it true that you have such a taste for nicknames in America that you disguise all your celebrated men in them, and that you call your famous Missouri banker Thomas Benton Old Ingot? Note: Old Bullion. The same as we call Zachary Taylor Old Zack. And General Harrison Old Tip, do you not? And General Jackson Old Hickory? Because Jackson is as hard as hickory wood, and because Harrison whipped the redskins at Tippecanoe. That is a Byzantine fashion that you have. It is our way. We call Van Buren the Little Wizard, Seward, who introduced fractional currency, Billy the Little, and Douglas, the Democratic senator from Illinois, who is 4 feet high and very eloquent, the Little Giant. You may travel from Texas to Maine, and you will not find a person who will speak the name Cass. They say the Great Michigander, nor the name Clay. They say the miller's boy with the scar. Note: the mill boy of the slashes. Clay is the son of a miller. I should prefer to say Clay or Cass, remarked the Parisian. It is shorter. You would be out of fashion. We call Corwin, who is Secretary of the Treasury, the wagoner's boy. Daniel Webster is Black Dan. As for Winfield Scott, as his first thought, after having beaten the English at Chipquay, was to seat himself at table, we call him Quick, a plate of soup. Note: a hasty plate of soup. The tuft of mist in the distance had grown larger. It now occupied on the horizon a segment of about 15 degrees. One would have thought it a cloud, which for lack of wind was dragging along on the water. There was hardly any breeze now. The sea was smooth. Although it was not yet noon, the sun had grown pale. It lighted, but no longer warmed. I think we are going to have a change of weather, said the tourist. Perhaps we shall have rain, said the Parisian. Or fog, added the American. In Italy, said the tourist, the least rain falls at Mofetta, and the most at Tolmezzo. At noon the bell rang for dinner, according to the usage of the archipelago. Any one dined who wished. Some passengers carried their provisions with them and ate gaily on deck. Clubin did not dine. As they ate, the conversations continued. The Guernsey man, having a scent for Bibles, approached the American. The American said to him, "Do you know the sea?" "Certainly. I belong here." "So do I," said one of the St. Malo men. The Guernsey man signified his assent with a nod, and continued: "We are in the open sea now, but I should not have liked the fog while we were off the Maquiere." The American said to the St. Malo man, "The islanders are more at home on the sea than the people of the coast." "That is true. We coast people only have half a dip in the salt water." "What are the Maquieres?" continued the American. The St. Maloan replied, "They are very ugly rocks." "There are also the grelets," remarked the Guernsey man. "Parbleu!" replied the St. Maloan. "And the choas," added the Guernsey man. The man from St. Malo burst out laughing. "So far as that goes," said he, "there are also the sauvages." "And the monks," observed the Guernsey man. "And the duck," exclaimed the St. Maloite. "Monsieur," rejoined the Guernsey man politely, "you have a reply for everything." "Malouin malin. St. Malo men are cunning." Having made this repartee, the St. Malo man winked. The tourist interposed a question. "Must we pass all that collection of rocks?" "Not at all. We have left it at the south southwest. It lies behind us." And the Guernsey man went on: "Taking big rocks and small, the grelets have 57 points." "And the Maquieres 48," said the St. Maloan. Here the dialogue was confined to the St. Malo man and the Guernsey man. "It seems to me, Monsieur de St. Malo, that there are 3 rocks which you have not included." "I am reckoning them all." "The Derret at Maitre Island?" "Yes." "And the Maison, which are 7 rocks in the middle of the Maquiere?" "Yes." "I see that you know those rocks." "If I did not know rocks I should not belong to St. Malo." It is pleasing to hear the arguments of Frenchmen. The St. Malo man saluted in his turn, and said: "The savages are 3 rocks." "And the monks 2, and the duck 1." "The duck indicates that it is only 1." "No, for the sward is 4 rocks." "What do you call the sward?" asked the Guernsey man. "What you call the chua, we call the sward." "It is not safe to pass between the chuas and the duck." "That is possible only to birds." "And to fish." "Not too easily. In heavy weather they get knocked against the walls." "But there is sand in the Maquiere." "Around the Maison (houses). "They are 8 rocks which are visible from Jersey." "From the beach of Azette, 'tis true, not 8, only 7." "At low tide one can walk about among the Maquieres." "No doubt there is land left bare." "And the Dirouilles?" "The Dirouilles have nothing in common with the Maquieres." "I mean to say that they are dangerous." "They lie in the direction of Grenville." "It is evident that you men of St. Malo, like us, are fond of navigating in these seas." "Yes," replied the St. Malo man, "with this difference, that we say we have a habit of, and you say we are fond of. You are good sailors." "I am a cattle dealer." "Who was that famous man from St. Malo?" "Suroff." "What other?" "Duguay-Trouin." Here the Parisian commercial traveler intervened. "Duguay-Trouin? He was taken by the English. He was as amiable as he was brave. He managed to please a young Englishwoman. It was she who procured his liberty." At that moment a voice of thunder shouted, "Thou art drunk!" Chapter III. Interrupted Conversations. Section 44 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter IV, in which Captain Clubin displays all his qualities. Everyone turned round. It was the captain addressing the helmsman. Sieur Clubin was not in the habit of calling any one thou. For him to hurl such an apostrophe at helmsman Tancreville, Clubin must have been very angry, or he must have desired to appear so. An outburst of wrath at the proper time relieves one of responsibility and sometimes transfers it. The captain, standing on the bridge between the two paddle boxes, was gazing steadily at the helmsman. He repeated, between his teeth, "Drunkard!" Worthy Tangouille hung his head. The fog bank had grown larger. It now occupied nearly half of the horizon. It was advancing in every direction at once. There is something of the nature of a drop of oil in fog. This fog spread insensibly. The wind bore it on without haste, without noise. It was gradually taking possession of the ocean. It came from the northwest, and the vessel had it on the bows. It was like a vast, vague, moving cliff. It was cut out upon the sea like a wall. There was a definite point where the immense expanse of water entered beneath the fog and disappeared. This point of entrance into the fog was still about a half a league distant. If the wind changed, they might be able to avoid entering the fog, but it must change at once. The half-league interval was filling up and decreasing visibly. The Durande was moving forward. The fog was also advancing. It was coming towards the ship, and the ship was going towards it. Clubin ordered them to put on more steam and sheer off to the east. In this manner they skirted the fog for a while, but it continued to advance. Nevertheless, the ship was still in the full sunlight. Time was lost in these maneuvers, which could hardly prove successful. Night comes on quickly in February. The Guernsey man watched the fog. He said to the St. Malo man, "That's an ugly fog." "A nasty thing at sea," observed one of the St. Malo men. The other St. Malo man added, "That's what spoils a trip." The Guernsey man approached Clubin. "Captain Clubin, I am afraid that we shall get caught in the fog." Clubin replied, "I wanted to remain at St. Malo, but I was advised to sail." "Who advised you?" "Some of the old sailors." "In fact," resumed the Guernsey man, "you did right to sail. Who knows whether there will not be a tempest to morrow? At this season one may wait and only find it worse." A few minutes later the Durande entered the fog bank. It was a singular instant. All at once those who were at the stern could not see those who were at the bow. A soft gray partition cut the boat in two. Then the whole vessel plunged into the fog. The sun was no longer anything but a sort of exaggerated moon. Every one suddenly began to shiver with the cold. The passengers put on their overcoats and the sailors their pea jackets. The sea, which was almost without a ripple, had the cold menace of tranquillity. It seems as though there were something to be apprehended from this excess of calm. All was wan and pallid. The black smokestack and the black smoke contended with the livid mist which enshrouded the vessel. Deviation to the east was henceforth useless, and the captain again directed the ship's head towards Guernsey, and put on more steam. The Guernsey passenger, as he prowled around the engine room, heard the negro Imram Khan talking to his mate, the fireman. The passenger listened. The negro was saying, "This morning, in the sunlight, we went slowly. Now, in the fog, we are going fast." The Guernsey man went back to Sieur Clubin. "Captain Clubin, there is no cause for anxiety, but are we not carrying too much steam?" "What would you have, sir?" "We must certainly make up for the time lost by that drunkard of a helmsman." "That is true, Captain." And Clubin added, "I am in haste to arrive. The fog is enough. Night would be too much." The Guernsey man rejoined the St. Malo passengers and said to them, "We have an excellent captain." At intervals great surges of fog, which one have said had been carded, shut down heavily and concealed the sun. Then it reappeared, paler and as though ailing. The little which could be seen of the heavens resembled the strips of painted sky, dirty and spotted with oil, of an old theatrical stage scenery. The Durande passed close to a cutter which had prudently cast anchor. It was the Shealtiel of Guernsey. The skipper of the cutter noticed the Durande's high rate of speed. It also struck him that she was not in her exact course. She seemed to be bearing too much to the west. This ship under full speed in the fog astonished him. Towards 2 o'clock the fog was so thick that the captain was forced to quit the bridge and get nearer the helmsman. The sun had vanished. All was fog. A sort of white obscurity reigned on board the Durande. She sailed in diffused pallor. The sky was no longer visible, neither was the sea. There was not a breath of wind. The can of turpentine suspended under the footbridge between the paddle boxes did not even oscillate. The passengers had become silent. Still the Parisian hummed between his teeth Béranger's song, Un jour le bon Dieu s'éveillant, one day the good God waking. One of the St. Malo passengers addressed him. "Monsieur comes from Paris?" "Yes, monsieur." "Il mit la tête à la fenêtre." He thrusts his head out of the window. "What are they doing in Paris now?" "Leur planète a péri peut-être." Their planet may have perished. "Monsieur, in Paris everything is going at sixes and sevens." "Then it is on land as it is on the sea." "'Tis true that we have an infernal fog here, and one which may cause disasters." The Parisian exclaimed, "But why disasters? In what way disasters? What purpose do disasters serve? 'Tis like the conflagration at Odéon. That reduced whole families to beggary. Is that just? Stay, sir, I do not know what your religion is, but I am not satisfied." "Neither am I," said the St. Malo man. "All that happens here below seems to be out of gear. I have an idea that the good God is not in it." The St. Malo man scratched the top of his head, like some one making an effort to understand. The Parisian continued: "The good God is absent. There ought to be a decree to force God to take up his permanent residence here. He is at his country house, and does not trouble himself about us. So everything goes wrong. It is evident, my dear sir, that the good God is no longer at the seat of government, that he is on a vacation, and that the vicar, some seminary angel, some idiot with the wings of a sparrow, is conducting affairs." Moineux sparrow was mispronounced moigneux, after the manner of a street Arab. Captain Clubin, who had stepped up to the two talkers, laid his hand on the Parisian's shoulder. "Hush," said he. "Take heed to your words, sir. We are at sea." No one uttered another word. At the expiration of 5 minutes the Guernsey man, who had heard all, muttered in the ear of the St. Malo man, "And a religious captain." It was not raining, but their clothing felt damp. They were only sensible of the progress they made through an increase of discomfort. They seemed to be entering into sadness. Fog causes silence on the ocean. It lulls the waves to sleep and stifles the wind. Amid that silence there was something indescribably uneasy and plaintive about the hoarse breathing of the Durande. They no longer met any vessels. If in the distance, either in the direction of Guernsey or of St. Malo, there were still any ships on the sea outside of the fog, the Durande, submerged in the fog, was not visible to them, and its long trail of smoke, attached to nothing, produced the effect of a black comet in a white sky. All at once Clubin exclaimed: "Scoundrel, you have just steered wrong! You want to ruin us! You deserve to be put in irons! Begone, you drunken rascal!" And he seized the helm. The humiliated helmsman took refuge among the sailors forward. The Guernsey man said, "We are saved." They continued to advance rapidly. Towards 3 o'clock the under part of the fog began to lift, and they saw the sea once more. "I don't like the looks of that," said the Guernsey man. The fog could, in fact, be lifted only by the sun or the wind. If by the sun, it is well; by the wind, it is not so well. Now it was too late for the sun. The sun grows weak at 3 o'clock in February. A rise in the wind, at that critical point in the day, is not desirable. It is often the forerunner of a tempest. However, if there was any breeze, it was hardly perceptible. Clubin, with his eye on the binnacle, grasping the helm and steering, was muttering between his teeth such words as the following, which reached the passengers' ears: "No time to lose. That drunkard has delayed us." But his countenance was utterly devoid of expression. The sea was less calm beneath the fog. Several waves were visible. Patches of glassy light floated by on the water. These patches of light on the waves cause mariners anxiety. They indicate holes pierced by the wind in the ceiling of the fog above. The fog lifted and closed in again, more dense than ever. At times the density was complete. The vessel was caught in a regular flow of fog. At intervals this redoubtable circle opened part way, like a claw, allowed a small view of the horizon, then closed again. The Guernsey man, armed with his telescope, stood sentinel on the bow of the vessel. A clearing came, then closed. The Guernsey man wheeled round, thoroughly frightened. "Captain Clubin!" "What's the matter?" "We are steering straight for the Hanways." "You are mistaken," said Clubin coldly. The Guernsey man persisted. "I am sure of it." "Impossible." "I just saw the rocks on the horizon." "Where?" "Yonder." "That is the open sea. Impossible." And Clubin kept the vessel directed towards the point indicated by the passenger. The Guernsey man seized his telescope again. A moment later he ran to the stern. "Captain!" "Well?" "Tack ship." "Why?" "I am sure I have seen a rock, very high and very near. It is the great Hanway." "You must have seen some thicker fog bank." "It is the great Hanway. Tack ship, in the name of heaven!" Clubin gave the helm a turn. End of Chapter 4, in which Captain Clubin displays all his qualities. Section 45 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. Clubin puts the finishing touch to admiration. A crash was heard. The splitting of a vessel's side on a reef in the open sea is one of the most melancholy sounds conceivable. The Durande came to a dead halt. Several passengers were thrown down by the shock and rolled along the deck. The Guernsey man raised his hands to heaven. "On the Hanway! I predicted it." A long-drawn cry broke out on the vessel. "We are lost!" Clubin's voice, dry and curt, dominated the cry. "No one is lost. Silence!" Imbrancam's black form, bare to the waist, came up the hatchway leading to the engine room. The negro said calmly: "Captain, the water is coming into the hold. The fire will soon be out." It was a frightful moment. The shock had resembled a suicide. It could not have been more terrible had it been done intentionally. The Durande had dashed upon the rock as though attacking it. One point of the rock had penetrated the ship like a nail. More than 6 feet square of her planking had been crushed. The stern was broken, the bow stove in, the open hull drank in the water with a horrible boiling sound. It was a wound through which entered shipwreck. The rebound had broken the pendants of the rudder, which hung loose and beat about. The keel had been stove in by the reef, and around the vessel nothing was visible but the thick, compact fog, now almost black. Night was fast drawing on. The Durande made a plunge forward. She was like the horse which has the bull's horn in his bowels. She was dead. The hour of half high tide made itself felt on the sea. Tangrouille was sobered. No one is drunk during a shipwreck. He went down between the decks, came up again, and said: "Captain, The water is gaining on the hold. In 10 minutes it will be even with the scuppers." The passengers rushed about the deck in a bewildered manner, wringing their hands, leaning over the rail, staring at the machinery, making all the useless movements of terror. The tourist had fainted away. Clubin made a sign with his hand. Every one became silent. He questioned Imram Khan. "How much longer can the engine work?" "5 or 6 minutes." Then he questioned the Guernsey passenger. "I was at the helm. You saw the rock. On which bank of the Hanway are we?" "On the Mauve. Just now when it lighted up I recognized the Mauve perfectly." "As we are on the Mauve," continued Clubin, "we have the great Hanway on our port side and the little Hanway on the starboard. We are a mile from the shore." The crew and the passengers listened, quivering with anxiety and attention, their eyes riveted on the captain. There was no object in lightening the vessel, and besides it was impossible. In order to throw the cargo into the sea they would have been obliged to open the portholes and increase the chances for the water to enter. It would have been useless to cast anchor; they were nailed fast. Moreover, on this bottom, which would have made it impossible to trip the anchor, the chain would probably have parted. As the engine was not injured and could be worked while the fire was not extinguished, that is to say, for a few minutes longer, they could use the whole force of wheels and steam to move backward and tear themselves from the reef. In that case they would sink immediately. The rock stopped up the leak to a certain extent, and obstructed the passage of the water. It presented an obstacle. The opening freed, it would be impossible to stop the leaks and free her with pumps. He who withdraws the dagger from a wound in the heart kills the wounded man on the spot. To disengage themselves from the rock was simply to founder. The cattle, on being reached by the water in the hold, began to bellow. Clubin gave the command, "Launch the long boat." Imram Khan and Tangrouille rushed forward and cast off the lashings. The rest of the crew looked on petrified. "All hands to the ropes!" shouted Clubin. This time all obeyed. Clubin, impassive, continued, in that ancient language of command which the sailors of the present day would not understand: "Haul taut! Take a turn if the capstan is clogged! Stop heaving! Slack! Don't let the blocks of the davit tackle get foul! Lower away! Slack away, both ends together! Sharp! Together! Look out that it doesn't go down end first! There's too much strain! Hold on to the lanyards of the davits! Stand by there!" The long boat was now on the water. At the same instant the wheels of the Durande stopped, the smoke ceased, the engine was submerged. The passengers, gliding down the ladder or hanging to the rigging, let themselves drop into the boat rather than descended into it. Imram Khan picked up the fainting tourist, carried him into the boat, then climbed back upon the vessel. The sailors rushed forward in the rear of the passengers. The cabin boy had fallen under their feet, and they were trampling over him. Imram Khan barred the passage. "No one before the lad," said he. He brushed aside the sailors with his black arms, seized the cabin boy, and handed him to the Guernsey passenger, who stood up in the boat to receive him. The cabin boy saved, Imram Khan stood aside and said to the others, "Pass on." In the meantime Captain Clubin had gone to his cabin and had made up a package of the papers and instruments belonging on board. He removed the compass from the binnacle. He handed the papers and instruments to Imram Khan and the compass to Tangrouille, and said to them, "Get into the boat." They obeyed. The crew had preceded them. The long boat was full. The water was on a level with the gunwales. "Now," shouted Clubin, "give way!" A cry arose from the long boat. "And you, captain?" "I remain here." Shipwrecked men have but little time for deliberation, and still less for becoming affected. Still, those who were in the boat, and in comparative safety, felt an emotion which was not altogether selfish. All voices insisted simultaneously, "Come with us, captain!" "I remain." The Guernsey man, who was used to the sea, replied, "Listen, captain. You have run aground on the Hanway. You only need to swim a mile to gain Pleinmont. but with a boat one cannot land short of La Roquenne, and that is 2 miles. There are breakers and there is the fog. This longboat will not reach La Roquenne for 2 hours to come. It will be a dark night. The sea is rising, the wind is freshening, a storm is at hand. We ask no better than to come back for you, but if heavy weather comes on we shall not be able. You are lost if you remain. Come with us." The Parisian interposed. "The longboat is full and overfull, it is true, and one man more would be one man too many. But there are 13 of us, which is bad for the boat, and it is better to overload it with another man than with an unlucky number. Come, Captain." Tangrouille added, "It is wholly my fault and not yours. It is not right that you should remain." "I stay," said Clubin. "The vessel will be torn in pieces to night by the tempest. I shall not leave it. When the ship is lost, the captain is dead. It will be said of me, 'He did his duty to the end.' Tangrouille, I forgive you." And folding his arms, he shouted, "Obey orders! Cast off the ropes! Give way!" The boat began to move. Imram Khan had seized the helm. All hands which were not rowing were raised towards the captain. All mouths shouted, "Hurrah for Captain Clubin!" "That's an admirable man," said the American. "Monsieur," replied the Guernsey man, "he's the most honest sailor afloat." Tangrouille wept. "If I had had any courage," he muttered, "I should have remained with him." The long boat entered the fog and disappeared. Nothing more was visible. The splash of the oars decreased and died away. Clubin remained alone. End of Chapter 5. Clubin puts the finishing touch to admiration. Section 46 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. The Interior of an Abyss Illuminated. When this man found himself on that rock, beneath that cloud, in the midst of that water, far from all human contact, left for dead, alone between the rising sea and the approaching night, he felt a profound satisfaction. He had succeeded. He had realized his dream. The bill of exchange at long date, which he had drawn upon destiny, had been paid over to him. For him abandonment meant deliverance. He was on the Hanway, a mile from land. He had 75,000 francs. Never had a more clever shipwreck been accomplished. Nothing had gone wrong. It is true that everything had been foreseen. Clubin, from his youth up, had cherished one idea: to put honesty as his stake on the gambling table of life, to pass for an upright man, and, starting from that point, to await his chance, let the stakes swell, hit on the best way, divine the moment. Not to grope, but to seize, to make one blow, and only one, to end by a sweepstake, to leave imbeciles behind him. His intention was to succeed once where stupid sharpers fail 20 times in succession, and, while they end up on the gallows, to end in a fortune himself. Rantaine, once met, had been his illuminating flash. He had immediately mapped out his plan: to force Rantaine to disgorge, to render the latter's possible revelations null and void by disappearing, to pass for dead, the best of all ways of disappearing. To that end was to wreck the Durande. This wreck was necessary. Moreover, to go away leaving a good reputation behind him at his departure, which rendered his whole existence a masterpiece. Anyone who had seen Clubin amid this shipwreck would have thought he beheld a demon, and a happy one. He had lived all his life for that moment. His whole person expressed these words, "At last." A frightful serenity rendered that obscure brow pallid. His dull eye, whose depths seemed to be impenetrable, became clear and terrible. The inward fires of that soul were reflected there. The interior tribunal has its electric phenomena, like external nature. An idea is a meteor. At the moment of success the accumulated meditations which have preceded it yawn, and a spark flashes forth from it. To possess within one's self the talons of evil and to feel one's prey therein is a happiness which has a radiance of its own. An evil thought triumphing illuminates the face. Certain combinations which have been successful, certain objects attained, certain fierce felicities cause lugubrious expansions of light to appear and disappear in the eyes of men. It is a joyful storm, it is a menacing dawn. It proceeds from the conscience which has become a shadow and a cloud. It lighted up the eyes of this man. This lightning resembled nothing which is to be seen flashing on high or here below. The repressed rascality which existed in Clubin was breaking forth. Clubin gazed at the immense obscurity and could not restrain a burst of low and sinister laughter. He was free, he was rich. His unknown had freed itself at last. He had solved his problem. Clubin had plenty of time before him. The sea was rising, and consequently it upheld the Durande, which it would finally lift. The vessel remained firmly on the reef. There was no danger of her floundering. Moreover, he must allow the longboat time to get away, to be lost perhaps. Clubin hoped so. Erect on the shipwrecked Durande, he folded his arms, enjoying this abandonment in the dark. Hypocrisy had weighed upon this man for 30 years. He was evil, and had coupled himself with probity. He hated probity with the hatred of a man unhappily mated. He had always cherished a rascally intention. Since he had attained the age of manhood he had worn the rigid armor of appearances. Beneath, he was a monster. He lived in the skin of an honest man with the heart of a bandit. He was a fair-spoken pirate. He was the prisoner of honesty. He was shut up in the mummy case of innocence. He had worn the wings of an angel, which are so wearisome to a scoundrel. He was overburdened with public esteem. It is hard to pass for an honest man, to think evil and to speak well, and to keep all these in equilibrium. He had been the phantom of uprightness, while he was the specter of crime. This contradiction had been his fate. He had been obliged to assume a plausible countenance, to remain always presentable, to froth in secret, to smile instead of gnashing his teeth. Virtue was for him a stifling thing. He had passed his life in a desire to bite the hand which was laid upon his mouth. But while wishing to bite it he had been obliged to kiss it. To have lied is to have suffered. A hypocrite is a patient in the double acceptation of the word. He calculates a triumph and undergoes a torture. The indefinite premeditating on an evil deed, accompanied by and dosed with austerity, inward infamy seasoned with an excellent reputation, the constant putting of people on the wrong scent, never being one's self, creating an illusion, is fatiguing. To produce candor out of all the black stuff which one grinds over in his brain, to desire to devour those who venerate you, to be caressing, to hold yourself in, to repress yourself, to be always on the alert, to watch yourself incessantly, to put a fair face on your latent crime, to make your deformity appear beautiful, to fabricate a perfection out of your wickedness, to tickle with the dagger, to put sugar in the poison, to keep a guard over your gestures and over the music of your voice, not to wear your own look, nothing is more difficult, nothing is more torturing. The odiousness of hypocrisy is obscurely felt by the hypocrite. It is nauseating to drink one's own imposture continually. The sweetness communicated by craft to wickedness disgusts the wicked man, forced to have this mixture constantly in his mouth, and there are moments of upheaval when hypocrisy is on the point of vomiting forth its secret thought. To be obliged to swallow down that saliva again is horrible. Add to this deep-seated pride. There are strange moments when the hypocrite esteems himself. There is a huge "I" in the scoundrel. The worm crawls in the same manner as the dragon, and has the same manner of rearing to strike. The traitor is only the despot under constraint, who cannot accomplish his will otherwise than by resigning himself to a secondary part. It is littleness capable of enormity. The hypocrite is a dwarfed Titan. Clubin imagined, in good faith, that he had been ill used. By what right had not he been born rich? He would have asked no better than to have inherited 100,000 livres income from his father and mother. Why had he not inherited it? It was no fault of his. Why had he been deprived of all the enjoyments of life, and forced to toil, that is to say, to deceive, to betray, to destroy? Why, by this means, had they condemned him to this torture of flattering, of crawling, of humoring, of making himself beloved and respected, and of wearing, night and day, another face than his own? To dissimulate is a violence restrained. One hates the person to whom one lies. At last the hour had struck. Clubin was taking his revenge. On whom? On all, and for everything. Lethierry had done him nothing but good, a grievance the more. He was avenging himself on Lethierry. He was taking his revenge on all those before whom he had restrained himself. He was taking his revenge. Whoever had thought well of him was his enemy. He had been the captive of that man. Clubin was at liberty. His exit was made. He stood outside of men. What they took for his death was his life. It was about to begin. The true Clubin had stripped off the false Clubin. With one blow he had broken every tie. He had kicked Rantaine into space, Lethierry into ruin, human justice into the darkness, opinion into error, all humanity away from himself. He had just eliminated the world. As for God, that word of 3 letters troubled him but little. He had passed for a religious man. Well, what next? There are caverns in the hypocrite, or, to speak more truly, the entire hypocrite is a cavern. When Clubin found himself alone, his cavern opened. Then came a moment of delight for him. He aired his soul. He breathed in his crime to the full extent of his lungs. The very depths of evil were manifested in that visage. Clubin blossomed out. At that moment Rantaine's look, compared to his, would have seemed like that of a newborn infant. What a deliverance was that rending away of the mask! His conscience rejoiced at beholding itself hideously naked, and taking without restraint its ignoble bath in evil. The long constraint of human respect ends by inspiring a mad taste for indecency. One comes to a certain lascivious enjoyment in crime. There exists in these frightful moral abysses, so seldom sounded, an atrocious and strangely fascinating revelation, which is the obscenity of crime. The insipidity of false good repute awakens an appetite for shame. They disdain men so much that they would like to be despised by them. They become weary of being esteemed. They admire the first jostling of degradation. They gaze enviously at turpitude, which is so much at ease in ignominy. Eyes lowered under obligation often have these stealthy glances. Nothing is nearer Messalina than Marie Alacotte. Look at La Cadière and at the nun of Louvière. Clubin also had lived under the veil. Effrontery had always been his ambition. He envied the prostitute and the brazen front of accepted opprobrium. He felt himself more of an outcast than she, and had a disgust for passing as immaculate. He had been the Tantalus of cynicism. At last, on this rock, in this solitude, he could be frank, and he was. What voluptuousness to feel himself sincerely abominable! All the ecstasies possible to hell Clubin experienced at that moment. The arrearages of dissimulation had been paid over to him. Hypocrisy is an advance payment. Satan had reimbursed it. Clubin indulged himself in the intoxication of being shameless, since men had disappeared and there was nothing but heaven left. He said to himself, "I am a scoundrel," and he was satisfied. Nothing like it had ever taken place in a human conscience. The eruption of a hypocrite. No outbreak of a crater is comparable to that. He was delighted that no one was there, and yet he would not have been displeased if some one had been there. He would have rejoiced in being monstrous before a witness. He would have been happy to tell the human race to its face, "You are an idiot." The absence of men assured his triumph, but diminished it. He had only himself as a spectator of his glory. Being in the pillory has a certain charm of its own. All the world knows that you are infamous. To force the crowd to look at you is to exercise an act of power. A convict standing on a platform in a public square, with an iron collar about his neck, is the despot of all the looks which he forces to turn towards him. There is a pedestal on yonder scaffold. What finer triumph than to be the center of universal attention? To force the public eye to look is one of the forms of supremacy. To those to whom evil is the ideal, opprobrium is an aureole. From that point they dominate. They are on top of something. They display themselves in sovereign fashion. A post which the universe beholds is not without some analogy to a throne. To be exposed is to be contemplated. An evil reign has evidently some of the joys of the pillory. Nero burning Rome, Louis XIV treacherously seizing the Palatinate, the Regent George slowly killing Napoleon, Nicholas assassinating Poland in the face of civilization, must have felt something of the voluptuousness which Clubin now experienced. Something like grandeur is felt by the one who is made the subject of immense execration. To be unmasked is a defeat, but to unmask one's self is a victory. It is like intoxication. It is like insolent and satisfied impudence. It is a flaunting nakedness which insults everything before it. Supreme happiness. These ideas seem a contradiction in a hypocrite, and are not. All infamy is consistent. Honey is gall. Escobar borders on the Marquis de Sade. Proof? Léotade. The hypocrite, being wickedness complete, has within him the two poles of perversity. He is priest on one side and courtesan on the other. His demoniacal sex is double. The hypocrite is the frightful hermaphrodite of evil. He fructifies himself. He engenders and transforms himself. If you desire him charming, look at him. If you desire him horrible, turn him around. Clubin had within him that complete gloom of confused ideas. He did not perceive them clearly, but he enjoyed them greatly. A passage of sparks from hell which one might behold at night, such was the succession of thoughts in his soul. Clubin remained in this thoughtful state for some time. He was gazing upon his cast-off honesty with a look which the serpent bestows upon his old skin. All the world had believed in that honesty, even he himself, to a small extent. He burst into a second fit of laughter. They were going to believe that he was dead and he was rich. They were going to believe that he was lost and he was saved. What a fine trick played on universal stupidity! And in that universal stupidity Rantaine was included. Clubin thought of Rantaine with boundless disdain, the disdain of the weasel for the tiger. That trick in which Rantaine had failed had succeeded with him. Rantaine had gone off and Clubin was disappearing triumphant. He had substituted himself for Rantaine in the bed of his evil deed, and it was he, Clubin, who had won the price. As for the future, he had no well settled plan of action. He had his 3 bank notes in the iron box enclosed in his girdle. That certainty was sufficient for him. He would change his name. There are countries where 60,000 francs are worth 600,000. It would not be a bad plan to go and live honestly in one of those nooks on the money recaptured from that thief of a Rantaine. To speculate, to enter into business on a grand scale, to increase his capital, to become in serious earnest a millionaire, that would not be a bad thing either. At Costa Rica, for example, there were tons of money to be made, as the great trade in coffee was now beginning to be developed. He would see about it. It mattered little, however. There was time to think on the subject. For the moment the difficult part was accomplished. To despoil Rantaine, to disappear with the Durande, that was the great matter. It was accomplished. The rest was simple. No obstacle was henceforth possible. Nothing to fear, nothing could arise. He was about to swim ashore. At night he would reach Pleinmont. He would climb the cliff. He would go straight to the haunted house. He would enter it without difficulty by means of his knotted rope, concealed beforehand in a hole in the rock. He would find in the empty house his valise containing dry clothing and food, and there he would wait. He was resigned to that. A week would not elapse without the Spanish smugglers, Blasquito probably, touching at Pleinmont. For a few guineas he would get himself transported, not to Torbay, as he had said to Blasco, to throw conjecture off the track and put it on the wrong scent, but to Passage or Bilboa. Thence he would reach Vera Cruz or Norlands. However, the time had come to throw himself into the sea. The launch was far away. An hour's swim was nothing to Clubin. Only a mile separated him from the land, since he was on the Hanways. At this point in Clubin's reverie there came an opening in the fog. The formidable Douvres rock made its appearance. End of Chapter 6. The interior of an abyss illuminated.